context with respect to that particular story. So a week later, the DMK government has now ordered an SIT probe. Now, amid growing anger over Badlapur sexual assault on 2 girl students of the kindergarten at that school, the opposition, the Mahavikas Aghadi, on Wednesday, it called for a Maharashtra Bandh on August 24th. This decision, it was taken during the Mahavikas Aghadi allies meeting in Mumbai. Leaders from Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena, Congress and the NCP, headed by Sharad Pawar, attended this meeting. The Congress workers, they protested against the state government in Badlapur, following which they were detained. Later, they were holding placards outside the gates of Mantralaya. The Congress leaders and workers, they shouted slogans against the government for the delay in the registration of the FIR. The protesters, they were stopped by the police from entering the premises. On August 17, the police, remember, arrested an attendant at the school. As per the complaint, he abused the girls in the toilet of that particular school.
हम आए थे सीट शेयरिंग की चर्चा करने के लिए, लेकिन जो बदलापुर का इंसिडेंट है बहुत ही दर्दनाक। हमने सोचा कि आज हम सीट शेयरिंग पर चर्चा नहीं करेंगे, महाराष्ट्र की जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर है उसके ऊपर चर्चा करेंगे। जो हादसा हुआ है बदलापुर में, पूरे महाराष्ट्र में उस बारे में एक रोष है। लोग भड़क कर बाहर निकले हैं और आज जिसने आंदोलन किया है उनके खिलाफ मुकदमे चल रहे हैं, FIR। तो ये निर्णय हुआ है 24 तारीख को 24 हम बदलापुर की जो घटना है उनके खिलाफ महाराष्ट्र बंद का ऐलान करेंगे।
इस तरह से सरकार खुद राजनीति इसमें कर रही है, क्योंकि जिस संस्था में ये घटना हुई है वो RSS और बीजेपी की संस्था है। बीजेपी की और RSS की बदनामी ना हो। जो 12 और 13 तारीख को हुई घटना को जिस तरह से छुपाया गया, उस संस्था ने जिस तरह से CCTV फुटेज गायब किए और ये प्रकरण को दबाने की कोशिश की गई है। और यहाँ पर जो जन आंदोलन वहाँ पे खड़ा हुआ, कल आपने देखा है, पूरे देश ने देखा है। और सरकार इस सब बातों को छुपाना चाहती है। महाराष्ट्र में बच्चों पे अत्याचार होने वाला सबसे बड़ा कोई अगर देश का राज्य हो तो महाराष्ट्र है।
जो बदलापुर में चल रहा है वो थोड़ा नीचे चला जाएगा, क्योंकि हमने देखा कि प्रोटेस्टर के ऊपर लाठीचार्ज किया गया। तो उसके बाद आज जो हम लोग देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे जो भड़काव हो गया है, खास करके शिवसैनिकों का, इसका कारण आपको हमें बता दीजिए।
इसका कारण है शिंदे साहब, इसका कारण है मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे साहब का बयान, जो बेतुके से बयान दे रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं कि कल का आंदोलन पॉलिटिकल मोटिवेटेड था। कल ऑर्गेनिक रूप से लोग उभर कर बाहर आए थे। 12 तारीख का यह वाकया है। 12 तारीख को अगर यह इंसिडेंट होता है तो 16 तारीख तक पुलिस क्या कर रही थी? पुलिस कमिश्नर आशुतोष डुमरे ने यह मैटर अच्छे से क्यों नहीं हैंडल किया? यह हमारा पहला सवाल है। दूसरा सवाल, लाखों की फीस अगर एक आध स्कूल लेता है तो वह स्कूल हमें वह सर्विस क्यों नहीं देता? वहां पर CCTV कैमरे क्यों नहीं लगाता? 0 से लेकर 9 तक आयु के जो बच्चे हैं, यह बच्चे जिन स्कूलों में पढ़ते हैं, नर्सरी के, प्ले ग्रुप के, LKG के, UKG के, इन बच्चों के जो स्वच्छता गृह होते हैं वहां पर काम करने के लिए मौसियां चाहिए, महिला कर्मचारी चाहिए, वो क्यों नहीं थे? इन सारे मामले में कल लोगों को उकसाने के लिए लोगों में गुस्सा भरा पड़ा हुआ था। 7 दिन से पुलिस हमारी दखल नहीं कर रही थी। एज अ पेरेंट जब लोग आ रहे थे, कल तो मैं नहीं थी। पॉलिटिकल मोटिवेटेड बोलते हो? लॉ एंड ऑर्डर के खिलाफ एक लफ्ज तक इस्तेमाल नहीं किया है। लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का पूरा रिस्पेक्ट करती हूँ, आराम से बैठी हूँ। ठोकना है ठोकिए, लाठी चलाना है लाठी चलाइए, हिरासत में लेना है हिरासत में लीजिए। गुनाह क्या है वो बताइए। मेरी बेटी सुरक्षित रहे ये पूछना मेरा गुनाह है। मेरी बच्ची 7 साल की है, मेरी बच्ची दूसरी कक्षा में पढ़ती है। डर लगा रहता है हमें। हम बाहर काम को जाते हैं, हमारी बच्चियों की क्या सुरक्षा है?
Well, Radhika Ramaswamy joins us to get us more on this story. Radhika, there has been a bandh that has been called on August 24th. Firstly, what are the political implications of this bandh? Because this is clearly taking a political colors now.
Absolutely. The entire Badlapur case has now taken a political turn. We saw what happened yesterday. The entire district of Thane, especially Badlapur, erupted in protest. We saw people, citizens, residents, in fact, participating in Rail Roko Andolan. There was lathi charge, there was stone pelting, there was vandalism across the streets and in the school premises as well. Almost 7 to 8 hours of protests is what we saw of enraged citizens. Of course, now it has taken a political turn with MVA, which is the opposition alliance in Maharashtra, calling for a statewide protest, statewide bandh on August 24. Today, the Congress party protested, seeking answers from the government, raising questions on the deteriorating law and order situation in the state as well. Of course, the state government did swing into action post the protest. In fact, multiple people were held accountable. The school administration did suspend the teachers, principals. The police station in charge who delayed the FIR also transferred. And besides that, an SIT formed, a special public prosecutor appointed, and multiple other actions such as fast tracking of the case also taken. In terms of assurance, a lot being done as Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister as well as Education Minister promising multiple steps and measures as far as safety and security of children and women are concerned. But it was a tragic incident that happened a couple of days ago. In fact, last week when two small children was allegedly sexually assaulted by a cleaner in their own school. So therefore, that's why the outrage and protest. Now, political implications, we know that Maharashtra is going to state polls in October. So this is going to be a state poll issue for sure, because MVA has decided to take it up as an election issue, which is why they've called for this statewide bandh. There will be multiple protests across the city over the next few days. That will be witnessed, because what they have said or what they have raised, the point that they have raised is that women and children are not safe in the state of Maharashtra. And this is not an isolated incident. We heard about the incident in Akola, we heard about the incident in Navi Mumbai a few weeks ago, and an incident where a Sion hospital doctor was also attacked. So women are not safe anymore in Maharashtra is the line that the opposition in the state of Maharashtra has taken, and they are going to rake it up. Opposition is going to turn up its heat against state government over law and order and women's safety, and it is going to be a dramatic turn of events in the days to come, all starting with the outrage by citizens of Thane yesterday.
All right, Radhika Ramaswamy, thank you very much for getting us all the details in that story and putting everything in context for our viewers. Now, the other big story that we are tracking at this time with respect to the Waqf Bill, the Joint Parliamentary Committee is set to meet on August 22nd, that is tomorrow, the first meeting of the Joint Committee of Parliament examining the Waqf Amendment Bill 2024. It will be held on August 22nd, during which the Ministry of Minority Affairs, it will brief the 31-member panel about this proposed legislation. Now, in its first meeting, the panel, it will be briefed by the officials of the Ministry of Minority Affairs on the proposed amendments to the Waqf Act. Remember, the Joint Committee, it was formed during the just concluded Parliament session, especially after this bill was introduced in Lok Sabha amid opposition protest against this particular move. And then the senior BJP MP, Jagdambika Pal, has been named the chairman of the multi-party panel. And Akhilesh joins us to get us more on this. Akhilesh, what details can you give us about this particular meeting? What all is likely to be discussed in this meeting?
It's going to be the first meeting of the Joint Parliamentary Committee, which is headed by Jagdambika Pal, the senior MP from the BJP. And there are 31 MPs who are member of this JPC, which was constituted in the last session. And this will go and scrutinize the Waqf Bill clause by clause. And tomorrow at 11 o'clock, the first meeting will take place. And you've been told by the sources that the officials of the Minority Affairs Ministry and also officials of the Law Ministry, they will brief all the 31 members about the bill and the crucial provision of this bill. Because the bill has been objected by the opposition parties and also by some of the allies of the BJP. So the committee is expected to go into the bill and they will finalize their report. They've been given time till the first week of next session, which is winter session of Parliament, which is likely to take place in November, December. The committee has to finalize the report by that time. Interestingly, what happens that whenever a JPC is constituted to scrutinize any bill, the recommendation of the JPC is more or less are like binding on the government, and the government normally accepts all the recommendations of the Joint Parliamentary Committee. So we have to wait and see what recommendations does the committee make, and of course of what the recommendations the government accept after the committee submits its report.
All right, Akhilesh Sharma, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that breaking news story. Now, at least 7 people, they have died and 2 are reportedly missing in Tripura following 48 hours of relentless rain that has inundated large areas of the state. More than 5,600 families, they have sought refuge in relief camps as water levels in 4 rivers have surpassed danger marks. 7 people have died and nearly 6,000 people are currently in relief camps. The NDRF, Assam Rifles, they are carrying out the rescue operations. Schools, they are shut in Tripura till tomorrow. The Tripura Chief Minister, he has called an emergency meeting with respect to the Tripura floods situation turning grim. Like I said, 7 people have died and the NDRF is carrying out relief rescue operation. My colleague Ratnadeep Chaudhary gets us more details on this story. But before that, let's listen in to what the Tripura Chief Minister Manik Saha had to say.
To him in the morning, and status of the state I already informed him, and I told him that please send some NDRF team as early as possible. So I heard that from Arunachal Pradesh 4 NDRF teams are coming and another already have reached from Silchar.
What we are hearing from NDRF sources is that another team will be moved out from Guwahati. So therefore, Centre now stepping in, rushing in more NDRF personnel to Tripura because of the incessant, very heavy rainfall for the last 3 days continuously. There have been a massive floods and flood waters has inundated almost a larger part of the states, particularly the southern Tripura region is very badly affected. There are deaths of 7 people which have been confirmed. What we are hearing that at least 3 people are missing. Close to 6,000 people have been already evacuated. Now, Assam Rifles is helping the state forces and NDRF. In fact, what we are picking up is from the state government officials is that the army is also on a standby. If they are required, they also will be pulled in. Indian Air Force choppers are ready to transport the NDRF personnel to Tripura. So therefore, measures are being taken by centre and the state. However, let me point out the fact that in the last 24 hours, Tripura has received over 1,200% more rain than normal. This is very unprecedented. This is the data we are getting from the regional meteorological center of IMD in Guwahati, and such a huge volume of rainfall has resulted this kind of inundation, massive inundation across the state, all the 8 districts. In fact, parts of the national highway that links Tripura to Assam and which acts as the lifeline of the state is also inundated, blocked. Only the train lines are still functional, and therefore the air routes are functional at this moment, but it is raining in the unprecedented rainfall still continues. There is a red alert issued by the Met Department for the coming 24 hours. So the situation would be something which will be observed by centre and state, and more NDRF personnel are being rushed to Tripura.
And the Telangana Congress government's decision to install a statue of former Prime Minister late Rajiv Gandhi in front of Telangana Secretariat has set off a heated exchange between the Chief Minister Revanth Reddy and the former BRS Minister K.T. Ramarao. Chief Minister Revanth Reddy, he has said that a statue of Rajiv Gandhi would soon be installed on the Secretariat premises. A statue of Telangana Thalli, the state's mother goddess, will also be installed at the Secretariat, he has said. KTR, in the meanwhile, has said that the spot chosen by the Congress government for Rajiv Gandhi's statue has been earmarked for Telangana Thalli's statue. The KTR, in fact, said, and I quote, "Mark my words, Minister Revanth, we will clear out the trash from the surroundings of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's Secretariat the very same day we are back in office," unquote. This is what KTR said in a post on X.
కాంగ్రెస్ వాళ్ళకు తెలుసు, మీకు తెలుసు, మాకు తెలుసు. 4 ఏళ్లలో మళ్ళీ కేసీఆర్ గారి నాయకత్వంలో తిరిగి తెలంగాణలో ప్రభుత్వం కూడా మనది ఏర్పడుతుంది. ఏర్పడ్డ తర్వాత వెంటనే తప్పకుండా రాజీవ్ గాంధీ గారి విగ్రహాన్ని అక్కడి నుంచి సకల మర్యాదలతో తొలగిస్తాం. అక్కడి నుంచి వారు కాంగ్రెస్ వారు ఎక్కడికి కోరుకుంటే అక్కడికి తరలిస్తాం. అక్కడ మాత్రం ఖచ్చితంగా తెలంగాణ తల్లి విగ్రహాన్ని పెడతాం.
నిన్నటికి నిన్న సన్నాసి రాజీవ్ గాంధీ విగ్రహం తొలగిస్తే మేము అధికారంలోకి వస్తే అని అంటుండు. నేను ఒక్క మాట చెప్పదలుచుకున్నా, ఇక నాకు మంచి మాటలు రావు కానీ ఒక్క మాట అయితే చెప్పదలుచుకున్నా. ఎవడైనా శాతనైతే వచ్చి రాజీవ్ గాంధీ విగ్రహం మీద చేయి పెట్టండి బిడ్డ, చెప్పు లేకపోతే చూస్తా నేను. నీ అయ్యా విగ్రహం కోసం దేశం కోసం ప్రాణాలు ఇచ్చిన రాజీవ్ గాంధీ విగ్రహాన్ని తీస్తావా నువ్వు? నీకు అధికారం అనేది కళలో మాట, కళలో కూడా నీకు అధికారం రాదు. అసెంబ్లీ ఎన్నికల్లో 39 సీట్లు ఇస్తే పార్లమెంట్లో వస్తే 7 సీట్లలో డిపాజిట్ పోయింది, 15 సీట్లలో థర్డ్ ప్లేస్లో వచ్చిన సన్నాసి నీ పార్టీ మళ్ళీ అధికారంలోకి వస్తుందా? నీవు మళ్ళీ రాజీవ్ గాంధీ విగ్రహాన్ని తీస్తా అని మాట్లాడతావా? చింతమడకకు పోతావు బిడ్డ, నువ్వు అనుకుంటున్నావు ఈ చింతపండు అవుతుంది అక్కడికి గిన వస్తే. ఆయనకి ఇప్పుడు తెలంగాణ తల్లి గుర్తొచ్చింది. ఇన్ని రోజులు గాడిదలను కాసినవా? 10 సంవత్సరాలు తెలంగాణ తల్లి విగ్రహం పెట్టాలని సన్నాసి తెలంగాణ గురించి మాట్లాడే నైతిక హక్కు నీకెక్కడదని నేను అడగదలుచుకున్నా.
Well, time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad.
Welcome back. Protests, they are continuing in Kolkata. The doctors are taking out march in Kolkata and they are protesting outside the health ministry in the city. Congress party, in the meanwhile, has protested outside the police headquarters in Kolkata. The CBI heat is now on the medical college ex-principal who has been questioned for 6th straight day. In fact, top CISF officials, they are present at Kolkata hospital. The CIF deployment, it has taken place after the Supreme Court had asked for CISF deployment at the hospital. In fact, the ex-principal, Sandeep Ghosh, he is being questioned by the CBI for 6th straight day. Remember, 3 policemen, they were suspended hours after the Supreme Court came down heavily on the West Bengal administration. These suspensions, they took over the violence and the vandalism that took place at the RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital. The Bengal government, in the meanwhile, is acting after the rap by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, remember, had questioned the role of Kolkata police in the entire matter. My colleague Tanushka, who's been on the ground, gets us more details.
You can see behind me the resident doctors and the resident doctors body of the Jharkhand Medical Hospital are continuing to protest. They've taken to the street and they've occupied this entire stretch by sitting here in protest. You can see the visuals. Most of them are wearing black as a symbol of protest, and this is right outside the Swasthya Bhavan, which is the Health Minister's office in Kolkata, and they are waiting. They've sent in a delegation. A 5-member delegation has gone to meet with the health secretary with their demands and to also raise questions as to why has there been no strict action that has been taken against the former principal of Jharkhand Medical College and Hospital, Sandeep Ghosh, as well as you can see some of the placards that they are holding here, which reads that the new principal of Jharkhand Medical Hospital and College is missing. So these are also some questions that they are asking at this point, that where is this new principal as well? Why is she not standing in solidarity with the movement? Because the movement at this point has become much beyond and moved beyond just it being about doctors and doctors' safety at workplace, but also about women's safety at large. What we must understand is that the general public in Calcutta is angry right now. The sentiment is very high, and every day Calcutta is still seeing protests. There are multiple protests across the city. Later in the day today, even Saurav Ganguly will be joining the student movement and the resident doctors movement in a protest. What we also know right now is that we're waiting for the delegation to come out with their response after their meeting with the health secretary.
All right, we'll keep tracking that story as it develops. In the meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi, he is in Poland today, the first by an Indian Prime Minister in 45 years after Morarji Desai visited the country in 1979. Now, the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, he will visit Ukraine on August 23rd in what's going to be the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Ukraine in over 30 years. The External Affairs Ministry, it announced the visit on Monday, revealing that Prime Minister Modi, he will spend 7 hours in Kiev. Prime Minister Modi's trip will involve a 20-hour train journey, during which he will travel on the Rail Force 1 overnight train.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has a very busy couple of days. He travels first to Warsaw. He'll be landing in Warsaw later today. It's an important visit, the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Poland in 45 years. He'll be looking to step up the relationship, bring it to the next level between India and Poland. And subsequently, of course, he'll be traveling to Kiev, Ukraine, which is where I am right now. The visit to Poland is important for several reasons. There is a long historic connect over here. Indian and Polish soldiers fought together during the Second World War in the Battle of Monte Cassino, one of the greatest battles which was fought in Italy. He'll be laying a wreath at a memorial in Warsaw as well. Back in the Second World War, approximately 6,000 Polish women and children were given refuge by families in royal families in India, and so there is that understanding and the respect of that long culture and that long association that we both have. The Prime Minister will be meeting his counterpart, the Polish Prime Minister, also the Polish President, while he is in Warsaw, and he'll be subsequently departing tomorrow for Ukraine. It's a long journey, but he'll be over here for approximately 8 odd hours when he does actually come in to Ukraine. When he is over here, he'll be looking at perhaps out-of-the-box solutions to talking about an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine. He's over here when he does arrive at the invitation of President Zelensky. India, of course, has been very clear about the fact that the territorial integrity of all nations must be protected and that there needs to be a negotiated solution to the end of the war. Apart from that, there is an important defense relationship between India and Poland, which people don't really talk about, but it is important. The Indian Navy's warships rely on Ukrainian gas turbine engines, the Antonov AN-32 transport fleet of the Indian Air Force. That's a Ukrainian aircraft, Ukrainian designed aircraft. So sustaining those in terms of supplies, spares, that's something that might also come up. But more than anything else, it's an effort to showcase India as very much a global leader, a leader of the South, and a voice which hopes to resonate over here and also resonate in Russia towards an eventual solution to this conflict, which has cost tens of thousands of lives on all sides, and it really does need to come to an end. In Kiev, Ukraine, Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
And India's unemployment rate in 2023 declined to 3.1% as per the latest data released by the NSO. However, unemployment continues to be a concern, especially for graduates or freshers in search of jobs. As per the latest report by TeamLease EdTech, 72% employers plan to hire freshers in the second half of 2024. My colleague Sakshi Bajaj, she spoke to Shantanu Rooj, the founder and CEO of TeamLease EdTech, on their latest study and the hiring trends at the moment. Listen in.
Now, the highlights really coming out of that report in terms of industries, really, e-commerce, tech startups, engineering and infra, retail, emerges top 3 industries. Bengaluru leads with 74% of employers intending to hire freshers. Chennai ranks third with 54% of employers intending to hire freshers, and Mumbai ranks second with 60% of employers intending to hire freshers. So for those wondering that, look, is this all really your top metro cities, and what about, you know, your other tier 2, tier 3 areas? What is really emerging for those areas from your report?
So if you see, I mean, obviously the bigger cities showcase bigger numbers. But interestingly, if you look at the type of industries who are showcasing much more confidence, e-commerce, tech startups, infrastructure, manufacturing, construction, retail, all of these things is just not a metro story anymore. Urbanization in India is not just about shoving more people into Bombay, Bangalore, and Delhi. It's about creating so many more cities where people can actually find a job. If you see today's growth story of India, if you look at manufacturing today, it's just not happening in Bombay, Delhi, and Bangalore. It's happening all across. The entire Hosur story that Tata has been talking about is not happening in Bangalore. It's happening in a tier 2 city called Hosur, right? So I think employers have started realizing that if they want to drive down the cost of manufacturing, if they want good talents, it's available all across. I think we are seeing democratization. There is a large amount of possibility that if the students actually invest in themselves, there is a very strong possibility of they finding their first jobs within 50 kilometers of radial distance from where they live. I think that's the great Indian story that we are all witnessing today.
Right, but you know, your report is saying, and the highlights really saying that, look, you know, now job roles in demand for freshers. As far as that is concerned, the report is saying that, look, you know, full stack developers, SEO executives, to digital sales associates, designers, cybersecurity, cloud computing skills at large, these really are emerging as some of the top roles really from your study, your report at TeamLease EdTech. But for those wondering that, look, we're not a fresher, but we may want to upskill ourselves and look for other industries, what really is then emerging for other roles and other industries?
So just look at it from a different perspective in this case. I mean, today employers are themselves uncertain about their own future, right? Driven by digitalization, automation, AI, and everything else that's happening all around us. The world is changing very fast, and employers are not sure what is the industry going to look like 5 years from now. And hence, in a situation like that, how do you ensure that you prepare yourself? You can't make yourself ready for the future. You at least make yourself worthy of the future. And hence, you have to ensure that you are building teams who are adaptable, who are versatile, who can fit into different job roles. So today, also employers are looking at the basic skills, reading, writing, arithmetic, relationships. And they today look at people who are digitally native, who can think digital, who are constant learners, who can fit into multiple job roles.
And NDTV spoke to Sridhar Babu, the Telangana minister, the key minister on investor-friendly approach, where he said that Telangana, he spoke about the investor-friendly approach of the Telangana government. He said that the Telangana government promises all support to all the industrialists. Now, industrialist Jay Gala, he is optimistic about the Giga Corridor, Amar Raja's group's Giga factory. That is to start the operations by 2027. In fact, the Telangana government has promised all support to Amar Raja as well. The minister, Sridhar Babu, he said that he will honor the commitments on all the incentives that have been promised.
So Amar Raja Group Chairperson Jay Galla had a meeting with Telangana Industry Minister Sridhar Babu, after which he has tweeted out with a lot of optimism that the Giga Factory, 9,500 crore rupees investment Giga Factory may become operational by 2027. Earlier the timeline had been that they would take about 7 years for the 3 phases of development of this project. Last week, Jay Galla had in fact tweeted saying that if the Congress government is not able to honor the commitments made by the BRS government earlier, they may have to move their expansion plans elsewhere, after which Sridhar Babu and his team in fact reached out to Jay Galla and promised them that all the commitments that were made by the previous government would be honored by this particular government, and they have said, one, that the 262 acres of land that's to be given for the second and the third phase of development of this 9,500 crore rupees giga corridor, which would create about 4,500 jobs, that would be given, and also the 220 kilowatt power line would be given. 1.5 million litres out of the 5 million litres of daily water requirement, that would be facilitated as well. So the government saying that they would take care of all these promises that were made by the BRS government, and Jay Dev Galla has now said that he is more optimistic about being able to complete this project before time in Divitipalli in Mehboob Nagar, about 80 kilometers from Hyderabad. We chatted earlier with the industry minister, who told us that industry is welcome here, and that though they are doing welfare on a big scale, they know to balance between welfare and development and industry coming into the state as well. You have spoken about 31,500 crores of investments that are coming from US, about 4,300 crores from Korea, South Korea as well, and you're talking about 30,000 plus jobs. And you gave a report card of the last government saying 30 to 35% materialized. What are you going to do different so that you are able to bring this investment? Because every time a delegation goes, numbers look big, but ultimately do they work out?
Yeah, point here is we literally have to see, over the past 10 years or 15 years, our government or the later governments which we signed MOUs or we had agreements and all, why didn't they materialize? One way of looking is, does this government lack that commitment earlier? Or the corporates who have entered into agreement were not committed to put their investments? Those are two factors where we are trying to evaluate. From the government side, we are very keen to put the mechanism into a proper picture to see that no lapse from the state government should take place.
So you're saying you're going to analyze the mistakes perhaps that, or lapses that may have happened in the previous government, and do them right?
No, basically our viewpoint is we have to ground 100% of the MOUs which we sign. From the government side, we are committed. We have a conviction, and we will see that a separate mechanism will be evolved in our department to see that all the agreements which we entered in Davos or we entered during the period of this 5 to 6 months and during our tour, our chief minister's tour to US and to South Korea. So we will put more emphasis, focus on this and try to see that from our angle every day or in a week, we will have an appraisal, we will review about it and see that they are grounded.
Okay, one controversy that did come up while you were talking about big numbers and hectic meetings with everyone was about one of the MOUs being signed with nephew of the chief minister. Is there a conflict of interest there? Is that something that is transparent in all ways? And are you saying that no one from the families needs to be ruled out if they are following the same protocol?
No, basically, there is a company in US, what we try to find it out. That company has got 8 patents in terms of biofuels. The new technology which they have reflected as a next generation technology in terms of ethanol production. Nowhere in the globe it is there. So to capitalize on it and to take the leverage of the technology, if one thinks that our farmer from Telangana should be benefited, nothing wrong in it to take the technology.
And warning of a difficult fight ahead, former President Barack Obama and the former First Lady Michelle Obama called on the nation to embrace Kamala Harris in urgent messages to the Democratic National Convention that were at times both hopeful and ominous. Now, the fiery messages from the two of Democratic Party's biggest stars underscored the urgency of the moment as Kamala Harris works to stitch together a broad coalition in her bid to defeat Donald Trump this fall. The Vice President is drawing on stars like the Obamas and other celebrities, officials from the far left to the middle, and even some Republicans to boost her campaign. Listen in to what Michelle Obama had to say.
A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope. The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback.
The U.S. Federal Aviation Administration said that it would require inspections of Boeing 787 Dreamliners following an incident in March when a Latam Airlines went into a sudden mid-air dive that injured more than 50 passengers. The FAA, it said that the apparent reason for the dive was the uncommanded movement of the captain's seat, which caused the autopilot to disconnect. Now, the agency said it had received a total of 5 reports of similar problems with the captain and the first officer seats on 787s. The most recent in June. The 2 remain under investigation. Well, that's all the time we have for you. Keep watching NDTV for more news and updates.
More than 2 years after the war began, the NDTV team is back over here in Kiev, Ukraine, just ahead of the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Will there be any out-of-the-box solutions to bring an end to a conflict which has resulted in the death of tens of thousands of people? The Prime Minister's visit to Kiev, the first by an Indian Prime Minister, it is absolutely critical as India once again says that the sovereignty of states, the territorial integrity of nations must be preserved through diplomatic consult. In Kiev, Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in.
In an exclusive interview with NDTV, the Union Law Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal says on the lateral entry controversy that the government is working for the welfare of SC and ST, says the lateral entry has been around since Nehru's time, and hits out at the opposition, saying they're spreading a fake narrative. A day of protest today in Kolkata over the rape and murder of the junior doctor, with doctors protesting outside the Health Ministry. Congress and BJP also holding a protest. This as the CBI summons the former principal of the college where the junior doctor was killed for a 6th time. The sexual assault of a girl and sexual abuse of around 12 girls at the fake National Cadet Corps camp in Tamil Nadu's Krishnagiri. Now the Stalin government wakes up and orders an SIT probe the charge sheet within 60 days. In the Thane sexual assault case, MBA calls for a Maharashtra Bandh on the 24th of August to protest the sex abuse of 2 young school kids. The Congress holds a protest in Mumbai over the school horror. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Poland, the first by an Indian Prime Minister in 45 years, and he will also then visit Ukraine before departure. He says Poland is a key economic partner and that he hopes for early return to peace in Ukraine. At the Democrat conference, the Obamas electrify at the Chicago convention. Barack and Michelle Obama back Kamala Harris, and Michelle Obama blasts Trump, calling him ugly, misogynistic and racist lies, as Barack Obama says, yes, she can. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Raut, and our top story now, an exclusive interview with the Union Law Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal a day after the government withdrew the UPSC advertisement for 45 positions that were being advertised as lateral entry positions. Now, the Law Minister speaking on this issue said lateral entry has been around since the Nehru years, and he said the Congress itself did lateral entries and that now the opposition is creating a fake narrative around this entire issue. Listen in.
जिस तरीके से आज भारत बंद बुलाया गया, समाजवादी पार्टी, बसपा, कई ऐसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज़ हैं जो इस बंद का स्वागत कर रही हैं। सरकार ने साफ किया है SC ST की रक्षा के हित में वो काम कर रहे हैं, और जो यू टर्न लिया गया, जो वापस लिया गया, वो कहीं ना कहीं इनके हितों में ही है, लेकिन वो नहीं मान रहे। सुप्रीम कोर्ट की भी गाइडलाइंस आई हैं, वो इसको अमान्य करार दे रहे हैं। आप किस तरीके से देखते हैं?
सरकार संवेदनशील है, इसलिए लेटरल एंट्री वाले विषय पे मैंने आपको अभी कहा कि नेहरू जी के ज़माने से लेटरल एंट्री थी, मर्जी आप जिसको ले लेते थे ये, तब तो ये क्यों नहीं बोले जी? इंदिरा जी के ज़माने में भी लेटरल एंट्री थी, राजीव गांधी जी के ज़माने में भी लेटरल एंट्री, मैं सैकड़ों उदाहरण दे दूं। डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी भी लेटरल एंट्री का ही पार्ट थे। 76 में वित्त सचिव कैसे बने वो? लेकिन मोदी जी ने इसको व्यवस्थित किया।
SC ST OBC के हितों की रक्षा करने वाली सरकार। ज्ञापन भी दिया गया था सरकार को, उसमें सारे तमाम नेता जो थे अलग अलग पार्टी।
हाँ, ये 9 अगस्त का एक ज्ञापन था जो अनुसूचित जाति और जनजाति से संबंधित जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के MP थे, वो सब प्रधानमंत्री जी से मिले थे सुबह 10 बजे 9 अगस्त को। सत्र चल रहा था और कहा कि इसमें कन्फ्यूजन कुछ लोगों ने क्रिएट कर दिया है अपोजिशन में, अब प्रचार करके, तो वो दूर होना चाहिए। तो उसके बाद उसी दिन एक कैबिनेट की बैठक दी जिसमें ये सब दूर हुआ और कहा कि क्रिमिनल इज नॉट पार्ट ऑफ द जजमेंट, और क्रिमिनल SC/ST में नहीं है, ये क्लियर किया। और ये जो फैसला सब कैटेगराइजेशन ऑफ द शेड्यूल कास्ट है, ये फैसले का पार्ट था जिसमें डायरेक्शन, हम जिसको बोलते हैं टेक्निकल लैंग्वेज, इट वाज इन डायरेक्शन द स्टेट। राज्य चाहें तो सब कैटेगराइजेशन कर सकते हैं क्वांटिफाइबल डेटा लेकर के। दो शर्तें लगाई, एक तो क्वांटिफाइबल डेटा, दूसरी जिसको भी रिजर्वेशन देना चाहते हैं जिस जाति 100% नहीं दे सकते, ये दो शर्तें लगे। चीज़ें एकदम क्लियर है, तो इफेक्ट्स अननेसेसरी जो है ये क्रिएट कर रहा है, कन्फ्यूजन क्रिएट कर रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी अनुसूचित जाति, जनजाति और OBC की हितों की रक्षा करने वाले प्रधानमंत्री।
Well, majorly the Law Minister of our country, Arjun Ram Meghwal, spoke on two broad issues. Number one, the lateral entry, that the notification was again taken back by the government, and why this happened. And second, on the miscommunication that has been spread according to the government by the opposition parties on the SC and ST entire controversy. Number one, on lateral entry, it was stated by Arjun Ram Meghwal. He attacked the opposition parties, stating that this is not the first time when through the lateral entry system there were inductions that were made from Jawaharlal Nehru's era to Indira Gandhi's era to Rajiv Gandhi's era. There are several examples that the government can give through which the appointments were made. It was Manmohan Singh himself who was appointed as the Chief Secretary for Finance in 1976. Montague Singh Ahluwalia, Sam Pitroda are some of the examples of the lateral entry system. And now the government is sensible enough, and when there was backlash, when there were several recommendations that came to the government, they had taken back this decision to appoint 45 of the vacant posts for different ministries, and now they will have a UPSC system back again, where through UPSC the appointment will be made. On the other side, it was on the Supreme Court judgment on the SC/ST law that came out. Arjun Ram Meghwal had stated that the opposition parties are trying to spread misinformation and trying to fool the people of this country, because the Supreme Court on one side in its observation stated that the creamy layer should get the reservation as far as the SC and ST concerned, but the direction that the government that the Supreme Court had given as far as the SC and STs are concerned, it had two major directions. Number one, of course, of the sub-classification of the SC and ST, and it was stated to the states from the Supreme Court as far as directions are concerned that once the collection of the quantitative data, they can sub-classify the SC and ST. And second, there should be no creamy layer. The government is not intending to implement the creamy layer system as far as the reservations are concerned in the SC and STs, and they are considering the entire community as one, and the government is willing to certainly give all the rights to the SC and STs, and they are there for them. The opposition parties, remember, had targeted the government. The opposition parties had went on to say that this is a weak government, and therefore the reason perhaps several decisions had been taken by the government they were forced and pressurized to take a U-turn, and therefore now such things are happening. On the other side, it is the alliance partners of the Bharatiya Janata Party, the LJP, the HAM also did a full press conference yesterday as well, and stated that they are not in favor, and therefore the reason the government had taken this decision. Now the government of India had categorically stated that they are wholeheartedly welcoming these advices by their party folds, by their alliances, and by different people across the country, and whatever is beneficiary for the SCs and STs regarding the reservations, they are going to do that, and several guidelines will be issued in the upcoming future.
Former Law Minister Mr. Virappa Moily is joining us now. Remember, the second Administrative Reforms Commission was chaired by him in 2005, and it was this committee that had recommended the lateral entry into government services. Mr. Moily, appreciate your time. My first question is, what was your rationale for it?
The lateral entry is concerned, not that, it was not in practice or in vogue in the country earlier, but right from days of Jawaharlal Nehru, the Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi, Dr. Manmohan Singh, this has been practiced. We are, after all, no one is supposed to eat, letter and spirit. But the question now is that, the We have dealt with the subject thoroughly. In fact, we have taken the practices of many countries like Britain, France, Australia, and many of these countries, and also taking into consideration the practice which we enjoyed in our country. We came out with in a 10th report, in the 10th report of the
Yes, sir.
The second Administrative Reform Commission, which was headed by me, and in a report, 10th report, that is namely refurbishing of personal administration. That is the title of the 10th report. At 9.5.3.1, the paragraph, we have dealt with the subject thoroughly. And while making this recommendation, we have gone through the world practice in the administration. And this is not just the lateral entries are concerned. Such integration should be carried out very cautiously, we said. And it at the present level of additional secretary for HAG, which is a leadership position from which one can aspire to reach the rank of Secretary to Government of India. These posts involve leadership than purely operational roles. This has to be and issues just as the requirement of greater functional and technical knowledge at operational levels, and the difficulties of managing the large scale, projects, large scale recruitments, etc., etc. And we, in the second IRC, recommended creation of Central Civil Services Authority to be created under the proposed new services law. This is the basic requirement, not that the ad hocism should continue, or ad hocism can involve a lot of difficulties, problems, constitutional issues. That is why we said it has to be done by central and systemize it. There should be a process should be introduced.
Okay.
Transparency should be introduced.
Okay.
And that is how the Central Civil Service Authority to be entrusted with the task of identifying the post first at a higher management level, and where induction of outside talent could be desirable. Such posts can be opened for recruitment, tapping talent both from within and outside the government. We never said it should be only outside. The opportunity should be opened up even to the personnel, IAS or whatever, we are serving. It has to be opened by them and to be recruited by tapping talent from within and outside the governmental through a transparent process to be implemented by the authority.
Yes. Sir,
And
since the idea
this should be
certainly
similar
was,
to the existing position.
as you have highlighted, the idea
Pardon?
certainly was, as you have highlighted, that there is a need for fresh and new pool of talent in the government. But the government right now of Mr. Modi is saying that the Congress backed it. Of course, you have been one of the architects of it. Now that the Congress is out of power, it is opposing it. Is this not opportunism?
No. I have seen the statement issued by our leader, Rahul Gandhi. We are always apprehensive that, in the rush, we should hasten up the procedure. The procedure has to be adopted. After the recruitment in this process is concerned, administrative report of the respective personnel department will have to be submitted to the Parliament or to the Assembly, as the case may be, whether it is state or central government. First of all, basic approach of the present government is wrong. They have entrusted this job to the UPSC. UPSC means is only at the entrance level, entry level, for the young IAS or central services, and that body is not competent to recruit. They don't have that kind of a knowledge or the acumen to recruit to the highest post. This is to forget. Remember, this is a recruitment at the level of the additional secretary, who are those additional secretaries are going to be the secretaries or heads. And there should be a competent body constituted under an act, to do that. This is where we object. Another question is that, I think so many posts, I think 47 or posts are advertised. And they are advertised only for the lateral entry. They are not given scope to the inside forces to apply for it. You remember that? You cannot deny that. This will demoralize the entire cadre, the present personnel. You cannot allow that to happen. Number one, the UPSC is not a competent body to do that. Any country, we have gone to the system practiced by many other countries, never done, as in kind of a fresh, the central service recruitment. It's not like that. It is
okay, so if it is not UPSC,
then
which
wisdom,
body is capable of ensuring
and
these lateral
ultimately,
entries then?
Dr. Manmohan Singh, pardon?
If UPSC, according to you, is not the competent authority,
it may also take away the. No, they cannot do it. People who recruit the fresh new IAS or IRS, whatever the position may be, and they cannot be entrusted with this responsibility. They are not competent. They don't have a capability. Moreover, this is done not done by an authority. They should first create an civil services authority. They should do this, not pay.
So
do you
in
think that
principle, you are of the opinion that this is the
suppose
right
just hear me.
Okay, go ahead.
Suppose the UPSC was allowed to recruitment a person like the Ahluwalia or Dr. Manmohan Singh or Bimal, the former Reserve Bank Governor Bimal
Jalan.
or Ragurajan. I think they will never appear before that interview committee. They won't go before that. So that kind of a senior level, if you want to have the suitable, appropriate people, then the reservation also is an issue. Because there is an apprehension that all these 47 posts will be taken away by the outsiders. And no option for the insiders to apply for it, come before it. If they go through this, the transparent procedure
your objection is right
done
now
by an authority, and the national and the Constitution of India, provisions of the Constitution of India with regard to the reservation is followed. We have no objection for it.
So the concerns are about SCs,
I know very
STs
well that
and
our readers
OBCs,
will have
of
no
course.
problem.
Mr. Boyle, because in the matter of just 72 hours, we are seeing that the NDA government went ahead and has withdrawn the advertisement. My question is, certainly the opposition's argument that there would be some kind of talent ingress by this scheme will not be valid because you had the former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, who was a lateral entry into the government.
Yeah. It's all a success story. Even though it was done ad hoc, all these things, Bimal Roy, you remember, he turned out to be a Reserve Bank Governor, Raghuram who turned out to be a Reserve Bank Governor, Dr. Manmohan Singh, who turned out to be a Reserve. All these, V. Krishnamurthy, who turned out to be the chairman of the Steel Authority of India. I can give dozens of names who competently serve the purpose. One, there is a mindset problem with regard to the present government. I think they need to correct it. Look back, what they are doing it. Mindset, everybody thinks that only upper caste people are eligible, are competent. It is not correct at all. Saptarshis, in our country, in our own Puranas, if you go through it, all Saptarshis are non-Brahmins, scheduled caste OBCs. That means the wisdom lies in cross-section of these people. It's not alone, in the upper caste. I think we are not telling against the upper caste. There are competent people in upper caste, also backward classes. I know you may kindly recollect, I was asked to head a committee called the Oversight Committee. When the question of implementation of reservation of 27% to the backward classes scheme, there was a big uproar. Then, I examined all these things. Then, what happens? The IIM, IIT and all these people, even in engineering college, reservation is concerned. After all these people are not second-rate citizens. They are also most competent. Only when first year of the admission to the engineering colleges or the MBBS, they may not be first rank or distinction. But second year onwards, I found general category, what you think the upper caste, they came down. Only these OBCs or the scheduled caste, they top the ranks. in all these IIMs, IT, IIT, and engineering college, everything. So talent lies there, but only question is recognition of the talent and giving them the opportunity, and they will come all along in line with any other persons to compete in the market. This is reservation policy.
Well, the DOPT minister, in fact,
that we are upgrading or giving opportunity
in the letter
only to
which
the
he
people,
wrote to the UPSC chairperson, Mr. Moily,
merited.
had talked about how the principles of equity has to be followed, and that is the reason why, on the directions of the Prime Minister, he is going ahead and writing to the UPSC. My last question to you, sir: how can the concerns that backward classes, the SCs, STs, and OBCs, aren't overlooked in policy making, and they are accommodated in lateral hiring?
This is a mindset. You should have, first of all, people in authority at various levels should not have an apprehension that all these scheduled caste, OBCs are only second-rate citizens. They are not competent. They are not intelligent. I quoted our own Puranas where Saptarishis all belong to the SC and OBCs. And this is the tradition of India. And they are competent. Expose them to opportunities, expose them to challenges in life, and they will compete with anybody. Anybody in the world, not only in this country.
All right, Virappa Moily there, the former law minister. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. And remember, it was under his panel that the lateral entry was brought into the government services. Mr. Moily, always a pleasure speaking to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Maria.
All right, the news coming in today at 7 o'clock. There will be a key meeting of the UP BJP. This is for better coordination. So the UP BJP unit, UP government and RSS, and this will take place at the house of the Chief Minister, RSS leader Arun Kumar, Dharampal Singh, BJP President Bhupender Chaudhary and Chief Minister, and both the Deputy Chief Ministers will be present at this meeting. The meeting is for better coordination and of the UP government and RSS. Crucial meeting taking place at Yogi residence today evening, and this is to have better coordination in the ranks there. Remember, there has been talk of differences within the BJP in Uttar Pradesh. So this meet comes amid this buzz over the government party rift. So a meeting at 7 p.m. for better coordination. Well, let's go across to Tanish now for more. And Tanish, give us more details regarding this meeting. And as we said, there has been a lot of talk of, this sort of rift within the BJP in UP and also between the government and party.
Well, Gargi, all the talks have now been put to rest because KP Maurya, day before yesterday in Mirzapur, praised Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. He actually said that there is no better CM than Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in whole of India, and of course there has been no better Prime Minister than Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is what KP Maurya said, and today recently, just some time back, KP Maurya praised CM Yogi again, saying that there has been no compromise on Ram Bhakti and Rashtra Bhakti under the tenureship of CM Yogi Adityanath. So all the speculations regarding that has been now put to rest. But talking about the meeting that will happen today at 7 p.m. So the meeting will of course happen at 7 p.m. It will be held at Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's residence. The top brass of the RSS will be present there. Both Deputy CM, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath himself will be there, and from BJP organization UP BJP President Bhupender Chaudhary will be there. So this of course comes in the backdrop this comes in the backdrop of the by-elections that will be coming up, although it is not directly related to the by-elections. But yes, we have seen that BJP has been stepping up for the by-elections on the 10 seats of UP Assembly. This meeting is for the better coordination between the Sangathan, the Sangh and the Sarkar, between the RSS, between the BJP state unit and the BJP government, so that the policies reach to people. But of course, the larger picture here is of the by-elections. Although no dates have been announced of the by-elections, But the BJP has been, especially after loss in the recent Lok Sabha elections, the BJP has really stepped up in Uttar Pradesh, with Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath himself visiting the districts where the by-elections will be held. So of course a crucial meeting between the Sangathan, between the Sangathan, Sarkar and the Sangh for better coordination, yes.
All right, Tanish, thanks so much for joining us with those details. So a key meeting at the Chief Minister's residence, given so much at stake with the upcoming by-elections. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news on the other side. Stay with us.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to
Welcome back. Now from West Bengal to Maharashtra to Kerala, women's safety has become the need of the hour, and now it is the time to act. Join NDTV Stop This Shame campaign, where our demand is there must be an immediate stop to the crimes against women. Workplaces must be safe for women, and women in our society should be able to live without fear and shame. So join us and raise your voice against any form of injustice against women. Now, news from Kolkata, which sparked this protest about the women's rights and safety for women after a junior doctor was raped and killed there. Today was a day of protest in Kolkata, and doctors took out a protest march outside the health ministry. They then sat on a dharna outside the health ministry and even met with officials there, and the Congress held a protest outside the police headquarters in Kolkata. This as the CBI heat is on the medical college, and the former principal there, who was questioned today for a 6th straight day. Meanwhile, top CISF officials visited the Kolkata hospital. This is the hospital where the rape took place, and after the Supreme Court had directed that the security should be looked at by the CISF, so the CISF visited the RG Kar hospital there to look at the preparations and arrangements there, and soon CISF officials will be deployed there. Earlier, NDTV Tanushka sent us this report.
You can see behind me the resident doctors and the resident doctors' body of the Arjikar Medical Hospital are continuing to protest. They've taken to the street and they've occupied this entire stretch by sitting here in protest. You can see the visuals. Most of them are wearing black as a symbol of protest. protest, and this is right outside the Swasthya Bhavan, which is the Health Minister's office in Kolkata, and they are waiting. They've sent in a delegation, a 5-member delegation has gone to meet with the Health Secretary with their demands and to also raise questions as to, why has there been no strict action that has been taken against the former principal of Arjikor Medical College and Hospital, Sandeep Ghosh, as well as you can see, some of the placards that they are holding here, which reads that the new principal of Arjikor Medical Hospital and College is missing. So these are also some questions that they are asking at this point, that where is this new principal as well? Why is she not standing in solidarity with the movement? Because the movement at this point has become much beyond and moved beyond just it being about doctors and doctors' safety at workplace, but also about women's safety at large. What we must understand is that the general public in Calcutta is angry right now. The sentiment is very high, and every day Calcutta is still seeing protests. There are multiple protests across the city. Later in the day today, even Saurav Ganguly will be joining the student movement and the resident doctors movement in a protest. What we also know right now is that we're waiting for the delegation to come out with their response after their meeting with the health secretary.
And from West Bengal to Tamil Nadu, where Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has directed a special investigation team to probe the alleged sexual assault of a schoolgirl and sexual harassment of 12 others at a fake National Cadet Corps camp. This was an NCC camp in Krishnagiri district. The accused, posing as NCC trainers, had conducted this 3-day camp at a private school, and the fake trainers were accused of holding similar camps in other schools. The police are now probing any incident of sexual offence reported from those institutions as well. Earlier we spoke to Sam Daniel for more.
Multiple levels of lapses by that private school management. Number one, they did no background check of that fake NCC camp group, which claimed that holding this kind of a camp on their campus would pave way for them to be qualified to have their own NCC camp. And during the 3-day camp on their campus, the school management did not deploy any of their teachers to monitor the activity, although there were a good number of boys and girls attending that event. And they were completely left under the control or the custody of this particular fake NCC camp group. Thirdly, when the girls had reported sexual assault and another 12 girls reported sexual harassment, the school management did not report that to the police, and they tried to cover it up. In fact, they told the police, say, the girls to not take this issue seriously. And only when the parents went to the police, this came to light, and the police swung into action. They invoked the POCSO Act, arrested a total of 11 people, including 4 from the school, 2 teachers and the principal, besides the school correspondent. Now, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has ordered a probe by a special investigation team, as this group is believed to have held similar camps in other schools in the past as well. And this investigation will probe whether there were any cases of sexual abuse or sexual assault in those campuses. And another multidisciplinary team has also been constituted under a senior bureaucrat, and this would analyze and identify the causes for this particular incident and recommend measures. It would also have as a member well-known child sexual abuse campaign activist Vidya Reddy. Many say Tamil Nadu, in a proactive way, had a protocol put in place to, acknowledging possibility of sexual abuse in campuses. But what has gone wrong in this case, when you say, is that there was no mechanism to ensure it's complied with. The school had it, but they never knew how to react, how to take it up, how to alert the police, because many believe this kind of an incident could actually tarnish the reputation of the school, and they try to cover it up.
And now to Maharashtra, where there's growing anger over the Badlapur sexual assault on two students of a kindergarten school. The opposition Maha Vikas Aghadi has now called for a Maharashtra Bandh on the 24th of August. This decision taken during the MV Allies meeting in Mumbai. Leaders from Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena, Congress and NCP attended the meeting. Congress workers today also protested against the state government in Badlapur, following which they were detained. This was outside the Mantralaya gates that the Congress held a protest, and there was slogan shouting as well over the delay in the registration of the FIR in the case. Protesters were stopped by the police from entering the premises. On August 17th, police arrested an attendant at the school. But yesterday we saw massive protests and train tracks being blocked by the locals in the area. Finally, they were dispersed by a lathi charge by the police in that area. But anger over this entire issue, and now a bandh called by the MVA. NDTV's Anuj sent us this report.
हम आए थे सीट शेयरिंग की चर्चा करने के लिए, लेकिन जो बदलापुर का इंसिडेंट है बहुत ही दर्दनाक। हमने सोचा कि आज हम सीट शेयरिंग पर चर्चा नहीं करेंगे, महाराष्ट्र की जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर है उसके ऊपर चर्चा करेंगे। जो हादसा हुआ है बदलापुर में, पूरे महाराष्ट्र में उस बारे में एक रोष है, लोग भड़क कर बाहर निकले हैं। और आज जिसने आंदोलन किया है उनके खिलाफ मुकदमे चल रहे हैं, FIR। तो ये निर्णय हुआ है 24 तारीख को 24 हम बदलापुर की जो घटना है उनके खिलाफ महाराष्ट्र बंद का ऐलान करेंगे।
इस तरह से सरकार खुद राजनीति इसमें कर रही है, क्योंकि जिस संस्था में ये घटना हुई है वो RSS और बीजेपी की संस्था है। बीजेपी की और RSS की बदनामी ना हो, जो 12 और 13 तारीख को हुई घटना को जिस तरह से छुपाया गया, उस संस्था ने जिस तरह से CCTV फुटेज गायब किए और ये प्रकरण को दबाने की कोशिश की गई है। और जहां पर जो जन आंदोलन वहां पे खड़ा हुआ, कल आपने देखा है, पूरे देश ने देखा है। और सरकार इस सब बातों को छुपाना चाहती है। महाराष्ट्र में बच्चों पे अत्याचार होने वाला सबसे बड़ा कोई अगर देश का राज्य हो तो महाराष्ट्र है।
ये जो पूरा प्रोटेस्ट जो बदलापुर में चल रहा है वो थोड़ा नीचे चला जाएगा, क्योंकि हमने देखा कि प्रोटेस्टर के ऊपर लाठीचार्ज किया गया। तो उसके बाद आज जो हम लोग देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे जो भड़काव हो गया है, खास करके शिवसैनिकों का, इसका कारण आप हमें बता दीजिए।
इसका कारण है शिंदे साहब, इसका कारण है मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे साहब का बयान, जो बेतुके से बयान दे रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं कि कल का आंदोलन पॉलिटिकल मोटिवेटेड था। कल ऑर्गेनिक रूप से लोग उभर कर बाहर आए थे। 12 तारीख का यह वाकया है। 12 तारीख को अगर यह इंसिडेंट होता है तो 16 तारीख तक पुलिस क्या कर रही थी? पुलिस कमिश्नर आशुतोष डुमरे ने यह मैटर अच्छे से क्यों नहीं हैंडल किया? यह हमारा पहला सवाल है। दूसरा सवाल, लाखों की फीस अगर एक आध स्कूल लेता है तो वह स्कूल हमें वह सर्विस क्यों नहीं देता? वहां पर CCTV कैमरे क्यों नहीं लगाता? 0 से लेकर 9 तक आयु के जो बच्चे हैं, यह बच्चे जिन स्कूलों में पढ़ते हैं, नर्सरी के, प्ले ग्रुप के, LKG के, UKG के, इन बच्चों के जो स्वच्छता गृह होते हैं वहां पर काम करने के लिए मौसियां चाहिए, महिला कर्मचारी चाहिए, वो क्यों नहीं थे? इन सारे मामले में कल लोगों को उकसाने के लिए लोगों में गुस्सा भरा पड़ा हुआ था। 7 दिन से पुलिस हमारी दखल नहीं कर रही थी। एज अ पेरेंट जब लोग आ रहे थे, कल तो मैं नहीं थी। पॉलिटिकल मोटिवेटेड बोलते हो? लॉ एंड ऑर्डर के खिलाफ एक लफ्ज तक इस्तेमाल नहीं किया है। लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का पूरा रिस्पेक्ट करती हूँ, आराम से बैठी हूँ। ठोकना है ठोकिए, लाठी चलाना है लाठी चलाइए, हिरासत में लेना है हिरासत में लीजिए। गुनाह क्या है वो बताइए। मेरी बेटी सुरक्षित रहे ये पूछना मेरा गुनाह है। मेरी बच्ची 7 साल की है, मेरी बच्ची दूसरी कक्षा में पढ़ती है। डर लगा रहता है हमें, हम बाहर काम को जाते हैं, हमारी बच्चियों की क्या सुरक्षा है?
All right, let's focus now on Tripura, which is seeing massive flooding, and at least 7 people have died. 2 are reported missing following 48 hours of relentless rainfall that inundated large parts of the state. More than 5,600 families have sought refuge in relief camps as water levels in 4 rivers have surpassed the danger mark. The NDRF and Assam Rifles are carrying out rescue operations. Schools are shut in Tripura till tomorrow, and the Chief Minister also called an emergency meeting on the flood situation.
I have already talked to him in the morning, and the status of the state I already informed him, and I told him that please send some NDRF team as early as possible. So I heard that from Arunachal Pradesh 4 NDRF teams are coming, and another already have reached from Silchar.
What we are hearing from NDRF sources is that another team will be moved out from Guwahati. So therefore, Centre now stepping in, rushing in more NDRF personnel to Tripura because of the incessant, very heavy rainfall for the last 3 days continuously. There have been a massive floods, and flood waters has inundated almost a larger part of the states, particularly the southern Tripura region is very badly affected. There are deaths of 7 people which have been confirmed. What we are hearing that at least 3 people are missing. Close to 6,000 people have been already evacuated. Now Assam Rifles is helping the state forces and NDRF. In fact, what we are picking up is from the state government officials is that the army is also on a standby. If they are required, they also will be pulled in. Indian Air Force choppers are ready to transport the NDRF personnel to Tripura. So therefore, measures are being taken by centre and the state. However, let me point out the fact that in the last 24 hours, Tripura has received over 1,200% more rain than normal. This is very unprecedented. This is the data we are getting from the regional meteorological center of IMD in Guwahati, and such a huge volume of rainfall has resulted this kind of inundation, massive inundation across the state, all the 8 districts. In fact, parts of the national highway that links Tripura to Assam and which acts as the lifeline of the state is also inundated, blocked. Only the train lines are still functional, and therefore the air routes are functional at this moment, but it is raining in the unprecedented rainfall still continues. There is a red alert issued by the Met Department for the coming 24 hours. So the situation would be something which will be observed by centre and state, and more NDRF personnel are being rushed to Tripura.
All right, some breaking news now coming in, and Champai Soren, a former Chief Minister of Jharkhand, has said that he will float his new party. He's going to start a new party this after his rebellion against Hemant Soren. According to sources, there was no entry for Champai Soren in the BJP. Remember, there had been this suspense. He had come to Delhi whether he would actually join the BJP, but it seems that he was not, that didn't work out. There was no entry for him allowed in the BJP, and he has said he will not retire from politics, and in fact will be floating his own party. He has said that he had 3 options: retirement, organization, or friend, I will not retire, I'll strengthen the party. Let's just listen into what he said.
जो हम अध्याय शुरू किया है, हर दिन भी हमारा चैप्टर बदलते रहेगा। संगठन को मजबूत करेंगे, नया संगठन, और रास्ता में कोई अच्छा दोस्त अगर मिला, दोस्ती करके आगे समाज का, इस राज्य का सेवा करूंगा।
Well, let's go across to Prabhakar now for more. And so after not being welcomed by the BJP and finding himself, a little stuck, now Champai Soren announcing that he is going to float his own party, but not much time left, is there?
See, it might not be as simple as it looks on the face of it. Remember, Champai Soren is an old political hand, and he has been in politics in Jharkhand and that particular area for last 30 years or so. So what we are learning from our party sources, our sources in JMM and in Jharkhand, is that this might be one of his pressure tactics on BJP. Remember, while he announces that he will float his own political party, he's also, the backdoor conversation with BJP is on, that has not actually died down. So BJP and Champai Soren, BJP leaders and Champai Soren, they were in touch and they wanted Champai Soren to be in their fold. Now Champai Soren here announces that he will not be joining BJP but forming his own party. So that is a kind of a pressure tactics as our sources confirmed to us, and there might be two possibilities from here onwards. One, he forms his own political outfit and joins hands with BJP, becomes BJP's NDA's ally when the election comes, or he might actually be joining the BJP fold as an individual.
All right. Thanks so much, Prabhakar, for joining us with those details. And now let's cut across to the Prime Minister, who has arrived in Warsaw. There you can see Prime Minister Modi has arrived for his 3-day visit to Poland and Ukraine. This is the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Poland in over 4 decades, and trade, defense, healthcare are all on the agenda. The Prime Minister's visit is to strengthen ties with EU. Before leaving, the Prime Minister had said that Poland is one of the most important economic partners for India in Ukraine. The Prime Minister will also be interacting with the Indian diaspora, which is something of a trademark whenever he goes on these foreign visits. So the Prime Minister there arriving in Poland, and he said before his departure that my visit to Poland comes as we mark 70 years of our diplomatic relations. Poland is a key economic partner in Central Europe. Our mutual commitment to democracy, pluralism further reinforces our relationship, and how he looks forward to meeting Prime Minister Tusk and President Duda to further advance our partnership. NDTV's Vishnu Shom sent us this report from there.
Well, the arrival of the Prime Minister in Warsaw is very, very important. It marks a real effort by India to step up the relationship with Warsaw. It's an old historic relationship. Relations between the two countries established decades back. But even before that, Indian and Polish soldiers fought together in some of the greatest battles of the Second World War. For example, the Battle of Monte Cassino in Italy. In fact, at a memorial in Warsaw, the Prime Minister will be laying a wreath over there. There were 6,000 odd Polish women and children who took refuge in India during the Second World War. The Prime Minister will be looking to engage with the President of Poland, also the Prime Minister, his counterpart, to take this relationship forward. But what a lot of people are talking about, and perhaps rightly so, is the subsequent visit of the Prime Minister to Ukraine, to Kiev, where I am reporting at this stage. It is a very important visit, one where India will once again assert that the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of nations needs to be protected, needs to be ensured. Will there be an out-of-the-box solution that India can offer? Because neither Ukraine nor Russia at this juncture appear to be anywhere close to coming up with any sort of solution which might result in the war over here coming to an end. It's been more than 900 days since the war came to an began, and that really is the concern. 900 days since the war began. When will it come to an end? Behind me you see the pretty streets of Kiev, but I can tell you that as we came in over here by train today, don't let these pictures, this video mislead you. There were air raid sirens. There is a huge air defense shield which exists over here. To the north of Kiev, well to the north, is where Ukrainian forces have made a massive incursion into Russia in the Kursk region. That is the first incursion into Russia since the Second World War. On the east, in the Lugansk and Donetsk region, Ukrainian forces find themselves with a lot of problems at a time when Russian forces have been making inroads westwards. In the south, Ukrainians have made progress. They've been hitting targets in Crimea, which used to be a part of Ukraine a decade or so back. And of course, drones being used by Ukraine to take out Russian warships in the Black Sea have made this once be very much in favor of Ukraine in terms of area domination. Most Russian warships are back in port. The Prime Minister will be asserting India's independent foreign policy. We are very close friends with Russia. We are very close friends with Ukraine as well. He is over here at the invitation of the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. What really results, what really takes the relationship forward, that's something that we really need to see. But it's an important visit by a leader of the global south. Whether this actually results in something substantive to put an end to this war is something that we'll have to wait and see.
All right, so there you can see the Prime Minister having arrived in Warsaw and landing there, greeted by the functionaries, the officials who have come to welcome him. This is a 3-day visit that the Prime Minister is on, and he will then go on to Ukraine. So as Vishnu was saying, it's a visit coming after several decades by a Prime Minister, in over 4 decades, and there are various priorities during the visit to Warsaw, to Poland. Trade, defense, healthcare is on the agenda, and to strengthen ties with EU as well. And the Prime Minister will also be interacting with the Indian diaspora. Already you can see many, they're excited by the Prime Minister's visit, and Dhol also taking place as there will be an event where the Indian diaspora will get to meet with the Prime Minister, or listen to the Prime Minister at least. And then the Prime Minister will move on to Ukraine. So a significant visit there. The Prime Minister arriving in Warsaw, and he's also earlier said that he was looking forward to sharing perspectives with President Volodymyr Zelensky as well on a peaceful resolution of the Ukraine conflict. So what the Prime Minister said as he left for this 3-day visit, he said, from Poland, I will be visiting Ukraine at the invitation of President Zelensky. This is the first ever visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Ukraine, is what the Prime Minister said in his departure statement. I look forward to the opportunity to build upon earlier conversations with President Zelensky on strengthening bilateral cooperation and share perspectives on peaceful resolution of the ongoing Ukraine conflict. In other news now, the Board of Control for Cricket in India Secretary Jai Shah, Home Minister Amit Shah's son, is now all set to replace the incumbent Greg Barclay as the new chairman of the International Cricket Council, is what sources have told NDTV. Barclay told ICC directors that he has no intention of running for the post for a 3rd time, and his decision comes after being informed of Jai Shah's intentions to replace him. Shah has the backing of cricket boards from England and Australia, and thus has the numbers to be crowned as the chief of the ICC. There's a high-level meeting on countering terrorism online in India, and EU are hosting this regional conference where online radicalization has been discussed, especially gamification of violence. And is the gaming industry a source of terrorist recruitment is something that was being discussed. We spoke to an expert attending the meet.
Countering terrorism is a multifaceted approach, and perhaps in this conference we have got officers from across the world, and there is one sector which is a bigger concern, and you'll be surprised to know that that's the gaming industry. Now, how these gaming apps are also recruiting extremists or people to do extreme activities or terror activities. I'm joined here by Mr. Darren Martin. He is a police officer in the Irish Police. He's a qualified barrister and expert in cybersecurity. Hi, Martin, for joining NDTV.
Hello, it's great to be here.
Yeah, so first of all, it's a very unique concept, perhaps the training of police officers to track those people who are getting recruited through the gaming apps or the gaming industry. Can you just share some light of it?
Yeah, so I suppose traditionally the gaming industry has been a security blind spot. Really, it's because it's associated with with children and playing games in their homes, and it hasn't really been seen as an area of concern. However, as we know, the internet is a big place, and it's one of those areas that has seen growth in it being used to recruit essentially to terrorist organizations and to recruit those that might assist those organizations. So I suppose for policing and for security services, we need to have more of a presence, more of an awareness of what's going on within these spaces. And I think there's good cooperation already with the gaming industry, because obviously they've been very proactive in providing safe spaces for their customers. I think it represents a very good opportunity for private industry and policing services to work together in something that this joint aims to keep their customers safe, and our aims is to keep people safe.
Okay, you spoke about the Christchurch mosque attack in New Zealand. Now, how that also came out and was played up in the video games as well. How big that is a challenge for policing to track these people or track this industry that they're recruiting potential people for terror activities, and what are the mechanisms which you are going to implement back in your country or with the collaboration with EU to check this online recruitment?
Yeah, well, the example that you used there is quite a good one. The Christchurch attack was a horrific event that I think shocked the world. There is a term now that's been used called the gamification of violence. So the video was live streamed on Facebook and it went viral, went onto a number of different platforms. The video was being shared as a sort of a recruitment call to far-right extremism and anti-minorities. And what we've observed is that these videos are also being used by overlaying the I suppose the terms of video games. So that one in particular, there was a game from 30 years ago called Doom, a first-person shooter that people might be aware of, and they'd put the heads-up display on the game with the score, they'd put the theme music over the video, and again, this opens up the video to be shared not only within people who have like-minded views as the perpetrator, but also as a curiosity within the gaming community, that they have no interest in the video, but they might look at it because it's been edited in such a way to make it attractive to gamers and to maybe computer programmers or content makers. And again, this is another way of spreading their message of hate.
News now from the U.S. and the Democrat convention in Chicago, and warning of a difficult fight ahead. Former President Barack Obama and Michelle Obama called on the nation to embrace Kamala Harris in an urgent message at the convention that were at times both hopeful and ominous. But really it was you had the Obamas really dominating this day at the convention. The fiery messages from the two of the Democratic Party's biggest stars underscored the urgency of the moment as Harris works to stitch together a broad coalition in her bid to defeat Trump this fall.
A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope. The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback.
It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress that would have helped secure our southern border, because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign. He doesn't. Do not boo. Vote.
All right, with that, time for us to slip into a short break. News updates continue right here on NDTV.
More than 2 years after the war began, the NDTV team is back over here in Kiev, Ukraine, just ahead of the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Will there be any out-of-the-box solutions to bring an end to a conflict which has resulted in the death of tens of thousands of people? The Prime Minister's visit to Kiev, the first by an Indian Prime Minister, it is absolutely critical as India once again says that the sovereignty of states, the territorial integrity of nations must be preserved through diplomatic consult. In Kiev, Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity.
Very good evening and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. The top focus, ladies and gentlemen, there are important stories coming in. Prime Minister has landed in Poland. We'll tell you all about the importance of that visit. We'll also focus on the news coming in from Jharkhand, where former Chief Minister from Kolkata to Delhi, back in Jharkhand. Is he going to the BJP? Is he not? All those questions are answered. Let's start with the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has landed in Poland, the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister in 45 years. He will also be visiting Ukraine. Former Jharkhand Chief Minister Champai Soren all set to float a new party. Former Chief Minister moved after rebellion against Hemant Soren. Sources say no entry for Champai Soren in the BJP. A day of protest in Kolkata today as well over the rape and murder of a junior doctor at the Jharkhand Medical College and Hospital. Doctors protest outside the Health Ministry. Congress and the BJP also joined the protest. Meanwhile, the CBI summons former principal. 6 straight days of questioning of the former principal. Sexual assault of a girl and sexual abuse of around 12 others at a fake National Cadet Corps NCC camp in Tamil Nadu. Chief Minister now orders SIT probe. In the Thane sexual assault case, Mahavikas Aghadi calls for Maharashtra Bandh on 24th August to protest against what they allege mishandling by the government. Obama's electrified Democrats at Chicago convention. Barack Obama and Michelle Obama back Kamala Harris. Michelle Obama blasts Donald Trump, says ugly, misogynistic, racist lies. Meanwhile, Barack Obama says yes, she can. Right, so let's start with our top focus at this moment. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a historic visit to Poland and also would be going to Ukraine. He has already landed. These are the visuals which came just a short while back. The Prime Minister disembarking his aircraft at Warsaw, the capital of Poland. This is the first visit of an Indian Prime Minister to this country in 45 years. Last time when an Indian Prime Minister visited Poland, that was Mr. Morarji Desai, the Prime Minister at that point of time. And this visit, in fact, now assumes significance because remember, it's been more than 2 years, ladies and gentlemen, almost 2 years, ladies and gentlemen, that Russia and Ukraine have been involved in a conflict. And Prime Minister's visit to Poland and then to Ukraine, he will be taking a 10-hour-long train journey from Poland to, in fact, Ukraine, where the Prime Minister would be, for the first time since the conflict has begun, be in the capital of Ukraine. That visit also of an Indian Prime Minister in over 3 decades. Just before leaving India, the Prime Minister had said that this is, in fact, an important visit. Trade, defense, healthcare will be on the agenda. Prime Minister has said that this visit is to strengthen ties with the European Union. Prime Minister Modi is also going to interact with the Indian diaspora in Warsaw as well. There are preparations already going on for that meet of the Prime Minister with the Indian diaspora. There are, very trademark Narendra Modi style campaigns and people there preparing for song and dance to welcome the Prime Minister in Warsaw. Let's very quickly go across to my colleague Vishnu Shom, who sent us this report.
Well, the arrival of the Prime Minister in Warsaw is very, very important. It marks a real effort by India to step up the relationship with Warsaw. It's an old historic relationship, relations between the two countries established decades back. But even before that, Indian and Polish soldiers fought together in some of the greatest battles of the Second World War. For example, the Battle of Monte Cassino in Italy. In fact, at a memorial in Warsaw, the Prime Minister will be laying a wreath over there. There were 6,000 odd Polish women and children who took refuge in India during the Second World War. The Prime Minister will be looking to engage with the President of Poland, also the Prime Minister, his counterpart, to take this relationship forward. But what a lot of people are talking about, and perhaps rightly so, is the subsequent visit of the Prime Minister to Ukraine, to Kiev, where I am reporting at this stage. It is a very important visit, one where India will once again assert that the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of nations needs to be protected, needs to be ensured. Will there be an out-of-the-box solution that India can offer? Because neither Ukraine nor Russia at this juncture appear to be anywhere close to coming up with any sort of solution which might result in the war over here coming to an end. It's been more than 900 days since the war came to an began, and that really is the concern. 900 days since the war began. When will it come to an end? Behind me you see the pretty streets of Kiev, but I can tell you that as we came in over here by train today, don't let these pictures, this video mislead you. There were air raid sirens. There is a huge air defense shield which exists over here. To the north of Kiev, well to the north, is where Ukrainian forces have made a massive incursion into Russia in the Kursk region. That is the first incursion into Russia since the Second World War. On the east, in the Lugansk and Donetsk region, Ukrainian forces find themselves with a lot of problems at a time when Russian forces have been coming on making inroads westwards. In the south, Ukrainians have made progress. They've been hitting targets in Crimea, which used to be a part of Ukraine a decade or so back. And of course, drones being used by Ukraine to take out Russian warships in the Black Sea have made this once be very much in favor of Ukraine in terms of area domination. Most Russian warships are back in port. The Prime Minister will be asserting India's independent foreign policy. We are very close friends with Russia. We are very close friends with Ukraine as well. He is over here at the invitation of the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. What really results, what really takes the relationship forward, that's something that we really need to see. But it's an important visit by a leader of the global south. Whether this actually results in something substantive to put an end to this war is something we'll have to wait and see.
Right, so that was Vishnu Sharma, in fact, reporting on the importance of this visit of the Prime Minister to Poland and Ukraine. But let's just come back home. Yes, 2-3 days, I mean, there have been dramatic developments. At the center of those dramatic political developments, specifically with the state Jharkhand, which goes to polls in just a couple of months, was the former Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Champai Soren, the man who you see on your screens at this moment. He left for Kolkata, from Kolkata flew down to Delhi, and all these political speculation was abuzz whether Champai Soren is going to join the BJP and give a huge jolt to Hemant Soren of JMM, who is now the Chief Minister. Remember, he was the stand-in Chief Minister when Mr. Soren was sent to prison by the Enforcement Directorate. As soon as he came out, Mr. Soren, in fact, came back to his position as the Chief Minister, and Mr. Champai Soren was eased out. He said that he was insulted. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Champai Soren has, it's all set, it seems, to float his own party. Sources have told NDTV that there is no entry for Champai Soren in the BJP. And Champai Soren has also, remember, he had put out that post in which he said he has 3 options: to retire, to float his own party, or to join like-minded parties. He has only said that he won't retire from politics. Let's listen in.
हम जो 3 जो रखा था, संन्यास, नहीं तो संगठन, नहीं तो दोस्त, है ना? संन्यास नहीं लेंगे राजनीतिक से, संगठन को मजबूत करेंगे, नया संगठन, और रास्ता में कोई अच्छा दोस्त अगर मिला, दोस्ती करके आगे समाज का, इस राज्य का सेवा करूंगा.
All right, let me now bring in my colleague Prabhakar, who is joining us at this moment on this story. Prabhakar is keeping a close track of this. Prabhakar, you know, interesting what is happening in Jharkhand. It just seems that Mr. Champai Soren, who said that, you know, I just went to Delhi to get my specs repaired, possibly the future that he saw with his old specs did not come through.
Yeah, that is the reason why I would actually not buy even this news on the face of it, because Champai Soren is an old political hand. He has been in politics, active politics for last 35 years, and remember his export. He has given 3 options: A, that he would retire from the politics; B, that he would join with a like-minded party; and C, that he will float his own political outfit. Now, what he is doing is, as we are learning from our sources from Jharkhand, is that he is trying to build up pressure on BJP. As he declares that he will be forming his own political outfit and he will be joining hand with the like-minded parties, which actually hints towards BJP. Because remember, Jharkhand is a state which will go to polls in another 5 to 6 months. He also kept the backdoor conversation open with BJP. So that is not closed yet. So Champai Soren joining BJP is not completely ruled out. By making this move, by declaring that he will be forming his own political party, he has a better bargaining capacity in terms of bargaining with BJP, and probably that is what he is doing. So we will have to wait and watch as to what really he does, whether he forms his own political party, becomes an ND ally in Jharkhand and fights the election alongside the BJP, or he himself joins the BJP. Remember, the BJP leadership over there is keen that Champai Soren joins the BJP fold, but there has been demand which has been made by Champai Soren, which BJP leaders are finding it difficult to digest. Remember, Champai Soren was recently Chief Minister, so he would like himself to be projected as a Chief Minister face for the Jharkhand election. But BJP, remember, has many senior leaders like Arjun Munda, like Babulal Marandi, who have been former Chief Ministers. So that is where the bargaining is stuck as of now.
Right, Prabhakar, thank you for joining us. So it seems that what Mr. Champai Soren wanted to achieve in Delhi did not happen back in Jharkhand to create some pressure and to win back his political soil. Prabhakar reporting there from Jharkhand. Let's shift our focus from Jharkhand and take you to Uttar Pradesh, where a very, very important meeting is taking place at the Chief Minister's residence. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is meeting. This meeting is said to be an important meeting which puts the government, that is under Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister, the RSS, and also the UP unit of the Bharatiya Janata Party all coming together for this meeting at Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's residence. Remember, this is happening amidst the murmurs of Keshav Prasad Maurya and tussle which is going on as far as the Uttar Pradesh government is concerned. Now, let me go across before I, in fact, bring in my colleague Tanish. Let me tell you who all are there as far as this meeting goes. RSS leader Arun Kumar, Dharampal Singh, BJP President Bhupendra Chaudhary, Chief Minister. Both the Chief Ministers are also there. This meeting is said to be for better coordination. Key Uttar Pradesh government and RSS meeting is taking place, and this is being said as crucial because there was a lot of buzz over government and party, rift, where one after another. Chief Minister was giving a statement. Keshav Prasad Maurya was seen in Delhi. Few days, the entire political circles were abuzz with what is going to happen in Uttar Pradesh. Is all well now? Are they trying to paper over all those differences? That is what possibly this meeting is at this moment trying to find out. Let me go across, in fact, at this moment to my colleague Tanish Punjabi, who is joining us with more details right outside the residence of the Chief Minister at Kalidas Marg. Tanish, in Lucknow, important meeting, and this, as we have been saying, comes at a time when there was so much speculation, buzz about so many changes in the rift between the government and the UP unit of the BJP.
Well, Ankit, all the speculations, all the murmurs all the speculations, all the murmurs were put to rest 2 days back when Keshav Prasad Maurya, the Deputy CM, praised Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath 2 days back in Mirzapur. He said there is no better Chief Minister than CM Yogi, than Yogi Adityanath himself. That was in Mirzapur, and now today again Keshav Prasad Maurya, while praising CM Yogi, said that there has been no compromise on Ram Bhakti and Rashtra Bhakti under the tenureship of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. So, of course, all the speculations, all the murmurs, all the talks have now been put to rest because Deputy CM Keshav Prasad Maurya openly coming out and praising the Chief Minister. But, a very crucial meet today between the Sarkar, the Sangh and the Sangathan, the government, the BJP unit and the RSS, the top brass of the RSS is going to be present in the meeting. Our top RSS leader Arun Kumar will be there. From the UP BJP unit, as you said, Bhupendra Chaudhary will be there. Both the Deputy CMs, Keshav Prasad Maurya, Brajesh Pathak will be there. And of course, it is being held at Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's residence, where I am standing right now. And that's why CM Yogi Adityanath will also be present. Now, why this meeting? This meeting, the meeting, of course, it happens between. It definitely happened between the Sarkar, Sangathan, and the Sangh to ensure better coordination. Now, although it is not directly related to the upcoming bypolls because no dates have been announced, but in the larger, it comes on the backdrop of this because BJP has been gearing up. BJP has been gearing up for the bypolls on the 10 assembly seats. Remember, no dates have been announced, but still, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath had been visiting the assembly constituencies where the bypolls will be held. So, to ensure better coordination so that the government policies do reach the public, their message is clearly, reaches the public. So, that is why meeting today, and the meeting will start any time from now. Yes.
So, an important meeting keeping in mind the bypolls, the government and the BJP, especially after the 2014 results in Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath would want to put his stamp on these bypolls. They are crucial, in fact, for his authority. Tanish, thank you there for joining us with all those details. Now, let's shift focus from Uttar Pradesh and take you to Andhra Pradesh, where is an important story, in fact, coming in from the state where the Chief Minister, Chandrababu Naidu, has in fact got some relief from the courts. What is the full story? Let me very quickly in fact tell you just in brief. This has come as a great relief for the Chief Minister. The Supreme Court has dismissed a plea by YSR CP leader Ala Ramakrishna Reddy, seeking to name him as an accused in vote for note case and also demanding a CBI probe. The court of Justice Sondaresh warned the petitioner the judiciary should not be used as a platform to settle political scores. The vote for note case pertains to 2015 when the TDP allegedly tried to bribe a legislator to vote in favor of a candidate chosen by the party who is now the political advisor of Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy, who was then allegedly caught on camera offering bribe and was sent to jail. Let me very quickly go across, in fact, to my colleague Uma Sudhir, who's joining us on the broadcast. Uma, thank you for being with us. Relief for the Chief Minister, an important warning from the court: don't use us to settle your political scores.
Absolutely, because the Chandrababu Naidu was feeling the heat of this from 2015 onwards, the vote for note case, in which at that time his party leader Revant Reddy even went to jail for allegedly trying to bribe one of the MLCs in an MLA election, in an election there for the MLC seat itself in 2015. Remember, this was after the formation of Telangana, and the TDP was still a powerful force in Telangana at that time, and that is when this case came, and it was seen as something that was seen with political motives as well, with KCR allegedly having trapped, so to speak, a Revant Reddy or a Chandrababu Naidu, and subsequently his withdrawal in many senses from Telangana was also linked to this particular case, at least by analysts. What I must point out here is that Ala Ramakrishna Reddy, who is the YSRCP former MLA, who in fact has been defeated by Lokesh in Mangalgiri. That is the MLA who had gone to court. He had asked for both a CBI probe into this, which would have taken care of, in many senses, Chandrababu Naidu's fortunes in Andhra Pradesh, because that would have become a big case. That's what Jagan Mohan Reddy at least was hoping. And on the other hand, it would have also ensured that one, Chandrababu Naidu is in trouble, and two, Revant Reddy also, by having been related to that case, would have been in trouble. But the court, as you mentioned, has clearly said, do not come to the judiciary to settle political scores, and they did not allow a CBI probe, nor did it allow for Chandrababu Naidu to be made an accused in this particular case. Back to you.
Uma, may I request you to stay on with me? From Andhra Pradesh, there is another story from Telangana which we'll need your expertise on. In fact, the Telangana Congress government's decision to install a statue of former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi in front of Telangana Secretariat has set off a huge political debate and exchange between Chief Minister Revant Reddy and former BRS Minister K.T. Ramarao. Chief Minister Revant Reddy has said a statue of Rajiv Gandhi would soon be installed on the Secretariat premises. A statue of Telangana Tali, the state Singala Thali, the state's mother goddess, will also be installed at the Secretariat. Now, KTR has retorted back. He has said the spot chosen by the Congress government for Rajiv Gandhi's statue has been earmarked for Telangana's goddess, in fact. And he said that, mark my words, Chief Minister, that's what he wrote, Revant, we will clear out the trash from the surroundings of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Secretariat the very same day we are back in office, is what almost looks like a threat that KTR has sent across on in a post in X. Let's listen in to some reactions.
అది కాంగ్రెస్ వాళ్ళకు తెలుసు, మీకు తెలుసు, మాకు తెలుసు. 4 ఏళ్లలో మళ్ళీ కేసీఆర్ గారి నాయకత్వంలో తిరిగి తెలంగాణలో ప్రభుత్వం కూడా మనది ఏర్పడుతుంది. ఏర్పడ్డ తర్వాత వెంటనే తప్పకుండా రాజీవ్ గాంధీ గారి విగ్రహాన్ని అక్కడి నుంచి సకల మర్యాదలతో తొలగిస్తాం. అక్కడి నుంచి వారు కాంగ్రెస్ వారు ఎక్కడికి కోరుకుంటే అక్కడికి తరలిస్తాం. అక్కడ మాత్రం ఖచ్చితంగా తెలంగాణ తల్లి విగ్రహాన్ని పెడతాం.
నిన్నటికి నిన్న సన్నాసి రాజీవ్ గాంధీ విగ్రహం తొలగిస్తాం మేము అధికారంలోకి వస్తే అని అంటున్నాం. నేను ఒక్క మాట చెప్పదలుచుకున్నా. ఇక నాకు మంచి మాటలు రావు కానీ ఒక్క మాట అయితే చెప్పదలుచుకున్నా. ఎవడైనా శాతనైతే వచ్చి రాజీవ్ గాంధీ విగ్రహం మీద చేయి పెట్టండి బిడ్డ, చెప్పు లేకపోతే చూస్తా నేను. నీ అయ్యా విగ్రహం కోసం, దేశం కోసం ప్రాణాలు ఇచ్చిన రాజీవ్ గాంధీ విగ్రహాన్ని తీస్తావా నువ్వు? నీకు అధికారం అనేది కలలో మాట, కలలో కూడా నీకు అధికారం రాదు. అసెంబ్లీ ఎన్నికల్లో 39 సీట్లు ఇస్తే పార్లమెంట్లో వస్తే 7 సీట్లలో డిపాజిట్ పోయింది, 15 సీట్లలో థర్డ్ ప్లేస్లో వచ్చిన సన్నాసి నీ పార్టీ మళ్ళీ అధికారంలోకి వస్తుందా? నీవు మళ్ళీ రాజీవ్ గాంధీ విగ్రహాన్ని తీస్తా అని మాట్లాడతావా? చింతమడకకు పోతావు బిడ్డ, నువ్వు అనుకుంటున్నావు ఈ చింతపండు అవుతుంది అక్కడికి గిన వస్తే. ఆయనకి ఇప్పుడు తెలంగాణ తల్లి గుర్తొచ్చింది. ఇన్ని రోజులు గాడిదలను కాసినవా? 10 సంవత్సరాలు తెలంగాణ తల్లి విగ్రహం పెట్టాలని సన్నాసి తెలంగాణ గురించి మాట్లాడే నైతిక హక్కు నీకు ఎక్కడదని నేను అడగదలుచుకున్నా.
The Chief Minister and the former Minister, in fact, engaged in a war of words there. Let me go across back to my colleague Uma Sudhir, who's with us to understand the political nuances and how, in fact, this entire war of words is playing out. Uma, Rajiv Gandhi statue now the center of controversy, but we have seen before as well between KTR and Revant Reddy the kind of language and the anger and aggression both of them use to address each other.
Yes, indeed. A very ugly spat that's broken out over statues. What's there in a statue, we can say, but a lot, because symbolism means a lot in politics. And that's why they want these images to be there in different locations. If you put it in a high-tech city, you're associating that leader with the high-tech city image of Telangana. If you put it in Telangana Secretariat or before the Telangana Secretariat, that is the heart of the city, you're trying to say that he represents something that Telangana aspires to be in terms of development or the image. And in this case, what Revant Reddy has been saying is that, one, Rajiv Gandhi belongs to a family that has sacrificed multiple generations, and he is also in fact reacting to civil society, also saying that Telangana Talli, who is the mother of Telangana, she is more appropriate as a statue to be put up there, because that would indicate not just the pride of Telangana but also the culture and tradition of Telangana. And reacting to that, Revant Reddy has now chosen that he will have a Telangana Talli statue inside the Secretariat, where in fact he has chosen a place there and said on December 9, which also happens to be Sonia Gandhi's birthday and also happens to be the date when in 2009 then Union Home Minister Chidambaram had first announced Telangana. That date has been chosen for installing the Telangana Talli statue inside. So this ugly spat that we are seeing between Revant Reddy and KTR is something but expected, because both of them are very articulate, very, very sharp in their exchanges, and KCR is someone who has taken a back seat, and in many senses strategically the BRS does not want a KCR to be taking on Revant Reddy, and therefore in terms of age, in terms of ability to combat each other, they perhaps are matched, except that the level of the debate you can think is going downhill, because they're calling each other names and it is very abusive language. And while privately they do say that the other one started it and therefore in politics you have no choice, is what both these leaders have told me privately. But yes, this is ugly war of words being exchanged over whose statue should stand tall in front of the new Telangana Secretariat. Back to you.
That seems to have set the tone for the next generation of leaders as far as the Telangana politics is concerned. Thank you so much, Uma, for joining us with all those details. With that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates on the other side as well. Stay tuned.
More than 2 years after the war began, the NDTV team is back over here in Kiev, Ukraine, just ahead of the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Will there be any out-of-the-box solutions to bring an end to a conflict which has resulted in the death of tens of thousands of people? The Prime Minister's visit to Kiev, the first by an Indian Prime Minister, it is absolutely critical as India once again says that the sovereignty of states, the territorial integrity of nations must be preserved through diplomatic consult. In Kiev, Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Welcome back. These live shots are coming in at this moment from Warsaw, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just landed. He will be, of course, at an event from the Indian diaspora, meeting children there, a lot of people there to welcome the Prime Minister. And few of these things have become quite trademark as far as the Prime Minister is concerned. The way, in fact, these programs are, in fact, choreographed, they are made. And the Prime Minister, of course, reaching out there to the leadership, and also tries to meet the citizens of the country that he is visiting along with the Indian diaspora. So in those visuals that you are seeing at this moment, Prime Minister in Warsaw. Remember, as we told you earlier, this is the first visit of an Indian Prime Minister in 4 decades to Poland. Trade, defense, healthcare are on the agenda of the Prime Minister's visit. And the Prime Minister has also said that this visit is going to strengthen the ties with the European Union. Very, very importantly, the Prime Minister tonight is going to interact with the Indian diaspora, and later he is going to take a 10-hour-long journey to the capital of Ukraine, which is for the last 2 years, more than 2 years now, been embattled in a crisis with Russia, a war with Russia, and the Prime Minister will be in Ukraine as well. He'll be visiting Kyiv. And remember, this is at a time when the relationship within India and Russia, of course, quite friendly, long-term partnership. With Ukraine also, India has enjoyed good relations, and all eyes are on whether the Prime Minister's visit can in some way, in fact, bring some sort of stability or any initiation of dialogue or peace between Russia and Ukraine. My colleague Vishnu Shom had earlier sent us this report from Warsaw. Take a look.
Well, the arrival of the Prime Minister in Warsaw is very, very important. It marks a real effort by India to step up the relationship with Warsaw. It's an old historic relationship. Relations between the two countries established decades back. But even before that, Indian and Polish soldiers fought together in some of the greatest battles of the Second World War. For example, the Battle of Monte Cassino in Italy. In fact, at a memorial in Warsaw, the Prime Minister will be laying a wreath over there. There were 6,000 odd Polish women and children who took refuge in India during the Second World War. The Prime Minister will be looking to engage with the President of Poland, also the Prime Minister, his counterpart, to take this relationship forward. But what a lot of people are talking about, and perhaps rightly so, is the subsequent visit of the Prime Minister to Ukraine, to Kiev, where I am reporting at this stage. It is a very important visit, one where India will once again assert that the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of nations needs to be protected, needs to be ensured. Will there be an out-of-the-box solution that India can offer? Because neither Ukraine nor Russia at this juncture appear to be anywhere close to coming up with any sort of solution which might result in the war over here coming to an end. It's been more than 900 days since the war came to an began, and that really is the concern. 900 days since the war began. When will it come to an end? Behind me you see the pretty streets of Kiev, but I can tell you that as we came in over here by train today, don't let these pictures, this video mislead you. There were air raid sirens. There is a huge air defense shield which exists over here. To the north of Kiev, well to the north, is where Ukrainian forces have made a massive incursion into Russia in the Kursk region. That is the first incursion into Russia since the Second World War. On the east, in the Lugansk and Donetsk region, Ukrainian forces find themselves with a lot of problems at a time when Russian forces have been coming on making inroads westwards. In the south, Ukrainians have made progress. They've been hitting targets in Crimea, which used to be a part of Ukraine a decade or so back. And of course, drones being used by Ukraine to take out Russian warships in the Black Sea have made this once be very much in favor of Ukraine in terms of area domination. Most Russian warships are back in port. The Prime Minister will be asserting India's independent foreign policy. We are very close friends with Russia. We are very close friends with Ukraine as well. He is over here at the invitation of the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. What really results, what really takes the relationship forward, that's something that we really need to see. But it's an important visit by a leader of the global south. Whether this actually results in something substantive to put an end to this war is something that we'll have to wait and see.
All right, we'll bring you the updates from Warsaw when the Indian diaspora event starts there of the Prime Minister. Meanwhile, coming back to India, where remember the government recently had taken back, in fact yesterday took back the advertisement for unilateral entry, the lateral entry as far as 45 joint secretary level posts were concerned. Now, post that, it was said that this is political pressure working on the government. The new political reality post the 2024 election results setting in. There was pressure from within and there was pressure from outside. LJP, the HAM party of Mr. Jitin Ram Majhi, all opposed to the lateral entry without the provisions of reservation in it. And there was opposition from the united opposition as well, Rahul Gandhi leading that charge. Now, Union Law Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal spoke exclusively to NDTV on this entire controversy, and this is what he had to say.
जिस तरीके से आज भारत बंद बुलाया गया, समाजवादी पार्टी, बसपा, कई ऐसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज़ हैं जो इस बंद का स्वागत कर रही हैं। सरकार ने साफ किया है SC ST की रक्षा के हित में वो काम कर रहे हैं, और जो यू टर्न लिया गया, जो वापस लिया गया, वो कहीं ना कहीं इनके हितों में ही है, लेकिन वो नहीं मान रहे। सुप्रीम कोर्ट की भी गाइडलाइंस आई हैं, वो इसको अमान्य करार दे रहे हैं। आप किस तरीके से देखते हैं?
सरकार संवेदनशील है, इसलिए लेटरल एंट्री वाले विषय पे मैंने आपको अभी कहा कि नेहरू जी के ज़माने से लेटरल एंट्री थी, मर्जी आप जिसको ले लेते थे ये, तब तो ये क्यों नहीं बोले जी? इंदिरा जी के ज़माने में भी लेटरल एंट्री थी, राजीव गांधी जी के ज़माने में भी लेटरल एंट्री, मैं सैकड़ों उदाहरण दे दूं। डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी भी लेटरल एंट्री का ही पार्ट थे। 76 में वित्त सचिव कैसे बने वो? लेकिन मोदी जी ने इसको व्यवस्थित किया।
SC ST OBC के हितों की रक्षा करने वाली सरकार। ज्ञापन भी दिया गया था सरकार को, उसमें सारे तमाम नेता जो थे अलग अलग पार्टी।
हाँ, ये 9 अगस्त का एक ज्ञापन था जो अनुसूचित जाति और जनजाति से संबंधित जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के MP थे, वो सब प्रधानमंत्री जी से मिले थे सुबह 10 बजे 9 अगस्त को। सत्र चल रहा था और कहा कि इसमें कन्फ्यूजन कुछ लोगों ने क्रिएट कर दिया है अपोजिशन में, अब प्रचार करके, तो वो दूर होना चाहिए। तो उसके बाद उसी दिन एक कैबिनेट की बैठक दी जिसमें ये सब दूर हुआ और कहा कि क्रिमिनल इज नॉट पार्ट ऑफ द जजमेंट, और क्रिमिनल SC ST में नहीं है, ये क्लियर किया। और ये जो फैसला सब कैटेगराइजेशन ऑफ द शेड्यूल कास्ट है, तो ये फैसले का पार्ट था जिसमें डायरेक्शन हम जिसको बोलते हैं टेक्निकल लैंग्वेज, इट वाज इन डायरेक्शन द स्टेट। राज्य चाहें तो सब कैटेगराइजेशन कर सकते हैं क्वांटिफाइबल डेटा लेकर के। दो शर्तें लगाई, एक तो क्वांटिफाइबल डेटा, दूसरी जिसको भी रिजर्वेशन देना चाहते हैं जिस जाति 100% नहीं दे सकते, ये दो शर्तें लगे। चीज़ें एकदम क्लियर है, तो इफेक्ट्स अननेसेसरी जो है ये क्रिएट कर रहा है, कन्फ्यूजन क्रिएट कर रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी अनुसूचित जाति, जनजाति और ओबीसी की हितों की रक्षा करने वाले प्रधानमंत्री।
So you heard the current law minister speaking about the lateral entry. My colleague Maria Shakil spoke to the former law minister. This is an exclusive on NDTV. Mr. Veerappa Moily of the Congress party, who was the former law minister, also spoke on the lateral entry. Remember, Moily-led panel had recommended lateral entry during the UPA days, but he now said that it can't be done as an ad hoc system. Take a look. All right, we apologize. There is some technical problem with that, interview being played out. We'll play that out, the full interview for you on NDTV. But let's now move on to Kolkata, where the protests, ladies and gentlemen, continue. Despite the Supreme Court asking the doctors to go back and resume work, in Kolkata, the doctors today took out a march outside the health ministry, once again pressing for their demand of safety at workplace. The Congress has also protested outside the police headquarters in Kolkata, and the CBI heat continues on the former principal of the R.G. Kar Medical College and Hospital, who has been questioned for the 6th straight day. Now, after the Supreme Court directive, top CISF officials, including the DIG, went to the hospital in Kolkata and took charge of the security there after the Supreme Court had recommended deployment of the CISF. Remember, the Supreme Court had asked some tough questions to the government. Now, 3 policemen have also been suspended after the vandalism that took place on August 14 at the R.G. Kar Medical College. Ex-principal Sandeep Ghosh is being questioned by the CBI for the 6th day, and the accused in this case, his polygraph test could be conducted today. Meanwhile, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has directed a special investigation team to provide the alleged sexual assault of a schoolgirl and the sexual harassment of 12 others at a fake NCC camp in Krishnagiri district. The accused, posing as NCC trainers, had conducted a 3-day camp at a private school. The fake trainers have been accused of holding similar camps in other institutions as well. Now, the police is probing whether any incident of sexual offences or violence was reported from these institutions. The SIT will probe sexual abuse of children at fake NCC camp after the Chief Minister has directed and has asked the report and the charge sheet to be submitted within 60 days.
Levels of lapses by that private school management. Number one, they did no background check of that fake NCC camp group, which claimed that holding this kind of a camp on their campus would pave way for them to be qualified to have their own NCC camp. And during the 3-day camp on their campus, the school management did not deploy any of their teachers to monitor the activity, although there were a good number of boys and girls attending that event. And they were completely left under the control or the custody of this particular fake NCC camp group. Thirdly, when the girls had reported sexual assault and another 12 girls reported sexual harassment, the school management did not report that to the police and they tried to cover it up. In fact, they told the police, say, the girls to not take this issue seriously. And only when the parents went to the police, this came to light and the police swung into action. They invoked the POCSO Act, arrested a total of 11 people, including 4 from the school, 2 teachers and the principal, besides the school correspondent. Now, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has ordered a probe by a special investigation team, as this group is believed to have held similar camps in other schools in the past as well. And this investigation will probe whether there were any cases of sexual abuse or sexual assault in those campuses. And another multidisciplinary team has also been constituted under a senior bureaucrat, and this would analyze and identify the causes for this particular incident and recommend measures. It would also have as a member well-known child sexual abuse campaign activist Vidya Reddy. Many say Tamil Nadu, in a proactive way, had a protocol put in place to, acknowledging possibility of sexual abuse in campuses. But what has gone wrong in this case, when you say, is that there was no mechanism to ensure it's complied with. The school had it, but they never knew how to react, how to take it up, how to alert the police, because many believe this kind of an incident could actually tarnish the reputation of the school, and they try to cover it up.
That was my colleague Sam Daniel reporting on this story from Tamil Nadu. Let's take you to Maharashtra. Yesterday, you saw the visuals of Badlapur, where people were angry, protesting on the railway lines. That resulted in a scuffle between the protesters and the police as well. This anger, ladies and gentlemen, was because there were 2 children, young children, 4-year-old girls, those who were molested at a school, and the school tried to suppress this news. That caused the anger, where people in fact came out and blocked the railway track for a long time. Now, amid this growing, anger, political parties have also jumped in. The Mahavikas Aghadi, the main opposition, has called for a Maharashtra Bandh on August 24th. The decision was taken during the MVA allies meeting in Mumbai. Leaders from Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena, UBT, Congress and NCP, Sharad Pawar, headed by Sharad Pawar, attended this meeting. Congress workers protest against the state government in Badlapur, following which they were detained. Now, holding placards outside the gates of Mantralaya, Congress leaders and workers shouted slogans against the government for the delay in registration of the FIR. Meanwhile, the protesters were stopped from entering the premises. On August 17, police arrested the attendant of the school. As per the complaint, he abused girls in the toilet of the school.
हम आए थे सीट शेयरिंग की चर्चा करने के लिए, लेकिन जो बदलापुर का इंसिडेंट है बहुत ही दर्दनाक। हमने सोचा कि आज हम सीट शेयरिंग पर चर्चा नहीं करेंगे, महाराष्ट्र की जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर है उसके ऊपर चर्चा करेंगे। जो हादसा हुआ है बदलापुर में, पूरे महाराष्ट्र में उस बारे में एक रोष है। लोग भड़क कर बाहर निकले हैं, और आज जिसने आंदोलन किया है उनके खिलाफ मुकदमे चल रहे हैं, FIR। तो ये निर्णय हुआ है 24 तारीख को 24 हम बदलापुर की जो घटना है उनके खिलाफ महाराष्ट्र बंद का ऐलान करेंगे।
जिस तरह से सरकार खुद राजनीति इसमें कर रही है, क्योंकि जिस संस्था में ये घटना हुई है वो RSS और बीजेपी की संस्था है। बीजेपी की और RSS की बदनामी ना हो। जो 12 और 13 तारीख को हुई घटना को जिस तरह से छुपाया गया, उस संस्था ने जिस तरह से CCTV फुटेज गायब किए और ये प्रकरण को दबाने की कोशिश की गई है। और जहां पर जो जन आंदोलन वहां पे खड़ा हुआ, कल आपने देखा है, पूरे देश ने देखा है, और सरकार इस सब बातों को छुपाना चाहती है। महाराष्ट्र में बच्चों पे अत्याचार होने वाला सबसे बड़ा कोई अगर देश का राज्य हो तो महाराष्ट्र है।
ये जो पूरा प्रोटेस्ट जो बदलापुर में चल रहा है वो थोड़ा नीचे चला जाएगा, क्योंकि हमने देखा कि प्रोटेस्टर के ऊपर लाठीचार्ज किया गया। तो उसके बाद आज जो हम लोग देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे जो भड़काव हो गया है, खास करके शिवसैनिकों का, इसका कारण आप हमें बता दीजिए।
इसका कारण है शिंदे साहब, इसका कारण है मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे साहब का बयान, जो बेतुके से बयान दे रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं कि कल का आंदोलन पॉलिटिकल मोटिवेटेड था। कल ऑर्गेनिक रूप से लोग उभर कर बाहर आए थे। 12 तारीख का यह वाकया है। 12 तारीख को अगर यह इंसिडेंट होता है तो 16 तारीख तक पुलिस क्या कर रही थी? पुलिस कमिश्नर आशुतोष डुमरे ने यह मैटर अच्छे से क्यों नहीं हैंडल किया? यह हमारा पहला सवाल है। दूसरा सवाल, लाखों की फीस अगर एक आध स्कूल लेता है तो वह स्कूल हमें वह सर्विस क्यों नहीं देता? वहाँ पर सीसीटीवी कैमरे क्यों नहीं लगाता? 0 से लेकर 9 तक आयु के जो बच्चे हैं, यह बच्चे जिन स्कूलों में पढ़ते हैं, नर्सरी के, प्ले ग्रुप के, एलकेजी के, यूकेजी के, इन बच्चों के जो स्वच्छता गृह होते हैं, वहाँ पर काम करने के लिए मौसियाँ चाहिए, महिला कर्मचारी चाहिए, वो क्यों नहीं थे? इन सारे मामले में कल लोगों को उकसाने के लिए लोगों में गुस्सा भरा पड़ा हुआ था। 7 दिन से पुलिस हमारी दखल नहीं कर रही थी। एज अ पेरेंट जब लोग आ रहे थे, कल तो मैं नहीं थी। पॉलिटिकल मोटिवेटेड बोलते हो? लॉ एंड ऑर्डर के खिलाफ एक लफ्ज तक इस्तेमाल नहीं किया है। लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का पूरा रिस्पेक्ट करती हूँ, आराम से बैठी हूँ। ठोकना है ठोकिए, लाठी चलाना है लाठी चलाइए, हिरासत में लेना है हिरासत में लीजिए। गुनाह क्या है वो बताइए। मेरी बेटी सुरक्षित रहे ये पूछना मेरा गुनाह है। मेरी बच्ची 7 साल की है, मेरी बच्ची दूसरी कक्षा में पढ़ती है। डर लगा रहता है हमें, हम बाहर काम को जाते हैं, हमारी बच्चियों की क्या सुरक्षा है?
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that we at NDTV believe strongly that these kind of incidents need to stop, and you can also join NDTV's campaign, lend your voice, and we'll make sure that it is amplified across our platforms. All right, let's move on now to United States of America, where at the Democratic National Convention, it was this gentleman, the former President of United States, Barack Obama, and his wife, Michelle Obama, both of them, the former First Lady and the former President, headlined the support for Kamala Harris. It was at the convention where Barack Obama, in fact, went ahead and said that there is a warning of a difficult fight, but President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama called on the nation to embrace Kamala Harris in urgent messages to the Democratic National Convention. Both of them, in fact, said that this is time for being hopeful and also to be ready for a long fight. The fiery messages, in fact, the two of the Democratic Party's biggest stars underscored the urgency of the moment as Kamala Harris works to stitch together a broad coalition in her bid to defeat Donald Trump this fall. The Vice President is drawing on stars like the Obamas and the other celebrities, officials from the far left to the middle, and even some Republicans to boost her campaign. Listen in to what Michelle Obama and Barack Obama had to say on this.
A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope. The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback.
It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress that would have helped secure our southern border, because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign. He doesn't. Do not boo. Vote.
It's going to be an exciting election to watch out for in this November in America. In fact, moving on now to a high-level meeting which took place between India and European Union on countering online terrorism, which has emerged as a big threat. Online radicalization was discussed at this meet. My colleague Mohammad Ghazali spoke to the experts.
Countering terrorism is a multifaceted approach, and perhaps in this conference we have got officers from across the world, and there is one sector which is a bigger concern, and you'll be surprised to know that that's the gaming industry. Now, how these gaming apps are also recruiting extremists or people to do extreme activities or terror activities. I'm joined here by Mr. Darren Martin. He is a police officer in the Irish Police. He's a qualified barrister and expert in cybersecurity. Hi, Martin, for joining NDTV.
Hello, it's great to be here.
Yeah, so first of all, it's a very unique concept, perhaps the training of police officers to track those people who are getting recruited through the gaming apps or the gaming industry. Can you just share some light of it?
Yeah, so I suppose traditionally the gaming industry has been a security blind spot. Really, it's because it's associated with with children and playing games in their homes, and it hasn't really been seen as an area of concern. However, as we know, the internet is a big place, and it's one of those areas that has seen growth in it being used to recruit essentially to terrorist organizations and to recruit those that might assist those organizations. So I suppose for policing and for security services, we need to have more of a presence, more of an awareness of what's going on within these spaces. And I think there's good cooperation already with the gaming industry, because obviously they've been very proactive in providing safe spaces for their customers. I think it represents a very good opportunity for private industry and policing services to work together in something that this joint aims to keep their customers safe, and our aims is to keep people safe.
Okay, you spoke about the Christchurch mosque attack in New Zealand. How that also came out and was played up in the video games as well. How big that is a challenge for policing to track these people or track this industry that they're recruiting potential people for terror activities, and what are the mechanisms which you are going to implement back in your country or with the collaboration with EU to check this online recruitment?
Yeah, well, the example that you used there is quite a good one. The Christchurch attack was a horrific event that I think shocked the world. There is a term now that's been used called the gamification of violence. So the video was live streamed on Facebook and it went viral, went onto a number of different platforms. The video was being shared as a sort of a recruitment call to far-right extremism and anti-minorities. And what we've observed is that these videos are also being used by overlaying the I suppose the terms of video games. So that one in particular, there was a game from 30 years ago called Doom, a first-person shooter that people might be aware of, and they'd put the heads-up display on the game with the score. They'd put the theme music over the video, and again, this opens up the video to be shared not only within people who have like-minded, views as the perpetrator, but also as a curiosity within the gaming community, that they have no interest in the video, but they might look at it because it's been edited in such a way to make it attractive to gamers and to maybe computer programmers or content makers. And again, this is another way of spreading their message of hate.
All right, that's all the time that we have in this edition. News and updates will continue on NDTV. Thank you so much for being with us.
More than 2 years after the war began, the NDTV team is back over here in Kiev, Ukraine, just ahead of the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Will there be any out-of-the-box solutions to bring an end to a conflict which has resulted in the death of tens of thousands of people? The Prime Minister's visit to Kiev, the first by an Indian Prime Minister, it is absolutely critical as India once again says that the sovereignty of states, the territorial integrity of nations must be preserved through diplomatic consult. In Kiev, Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves.
Before departure, he says Poland is a key economic partner and he hopes for early return to peace in Ukraine. It's a day of protest in Kolkata today over rape and murder of a junior doctor that happened a few days ago, with doctors protesting outside the health ministry today. The Congress and the BJP also protesting as the CBI summons the former principal of the college where the junior doctor was killed for the 6th time. Sexual assault of a girl and sexual abuse of around 12 girls at a fake NCC camp in Tamil Nadu's Krishnagiri district. Tamil Nadu fake NCC camp horror. SIT will probe this case now. Stalin government has finally woken up. It has ordered an SIT probe. The charge sheet will be filed in 60 days. In the Thane sexual assault case, MVA, which is Mahavikas Aghadi, has called for Maharashtra Bandh on the 24th of August to protest against the sexual abuse of 2 school girls. Congress protests in Mumbai over the school horror. Champai Soren to float a new party. Ex-Jharkhand Chief Minister's move after rebellion against Hemant Soren. Sources say that there is no entry for Champai Soren in BJP. Obama's electrified Democrats at Chicago convention. Barack Obama and Michelle Obama backed Kamala Harris. Michelle Obama, in fact, has blasted Trump. Ugly, misogynistic, racist lies. That's what she said. Well, the Congress government's decision in Telangana to install a statue of former Prime Minister late Rajiv Gandhi in front of the Telangana Secretariat has set off a heated exchange between Chief Minister Revanth Reddy and former Minister K.T. Ramarao. Mr. Reddy has said that a statue of Mr. Gandhi would be installed soon on the Secretariat premises. A statue of Telangana Talli, the state's mother goddess, will be installed at the Secretariat. That's what he has said. Now, Mr. Rao, who is popularly known as KTR, has said that the spot chosen by the Congress government for Rajiv Gandhi's statue had been earmarked for the mother of Telangana statue, and KTR has called Revanth Reddy a Delhi Gulam. Well, Revanth Reddy has presented a powerful counter-narrative to this, saying that the Telangana mother, the idol Telangana Talli, actually represents a feudal queen, and that is not every Telangana woman's resemblance. In fact, he has also said that he will be going ahead with the installation of Rajiv Gandhi's statue. Well, in Andhra Pradesh, which is the neighbouring state, we have seen Telugu Atma Gavravam debate heat up and often leading to the formation of TDP and other protests. But in Telangana, hundreds of people have run a movement for statehood in the past. So clearly this debate unravels identity issues, but this is clearly more than just BRS Congress aspect to this. Now, is the BRS trying to bring back regional self-pride angle to Telangana, where the Congress party, a national party, made a surprise comeback last year? That's what we'll try and understand tonight. Joining us is a panel of guests, but first let's look at some reactions.
అది కాంగ్రెస్ వాళ్ళకు తెలుసు, మీకు తెలుసు, మాకు తెలుసు. 4 ఏళ్లలో మళ్ళీ కేసీఆర్ గారి నాయకత్వంలో తిరిగి తెలంగాణలో ప్రభుత్వం కూడా మనదే ఏర్పడుతుంది. ఏర్పడ్డ తర్వాత వెంటనే తప్పకుండా రాజీవ్ గాంధీ గారి విగ్రహాన్ని అక్కడి నుంచి సకల మర్యాదలతో తొలగిస్తాం. అక్కడి నుంచి వారు కాంగ్రెస్ వారు ఎక్కడికి కోరుకుంటే అక్కడికి తరలిస్తాం. అక్కడ మాత్రం ఖచ్చితంగా తెలంగాణ తల్లి విగ్రహాన్ని పెడతాం.
నిన్నటికి నిన్న సన్నాసి రాజీవ్ గాంధీ విగ్రహం తొలగిస్తే మేము అధికారంలోకి వస్తే అని అంటున్నాం. నేను ఒక్క మాట చెప్పదలుచుకున్నా. ఇక నాకు మంచి మాటలు రావు కానీ ఒక్క మాట అయితే చెప్పదలుచుకున్నా. ఎవడైనా శాతనైతే వచ్చి రాజీవ్ గాంధీ విగ్రహం మీద చేయి పెట్టండి బిడ్డ, చెప్పు దిగకపోతే చూస్తా నేను. నీ అయ్యా విగ్రహం కోసం, దేశం కోసం ప్రాణాలు ఇచ్చిన రాజీవ్ గాంధీ విగ్రహాన్ని తీస్తావా నువ్వు? నీకు అధికారం అనేది కళలో మాట, కళలో కూడా నీకు అధికారం రాదు. అసెంబ్లీ ఎన్నికల్లో 39 సీట్లు ఇస్తే, పార్లమెంట్లో వస్తే 7 సీట్లలో డిపాజిట్ పోయింది, 15 సీట్లలో థర్డ్ ప్లేస్లో వచ్చిన సన్నాసి నీ పార్టీ మళ్ళీ అధికారంలోకి వస్తుందా? నీవు మళ్ళీ రాజీవ్ గాంధీ విగ్రహాన్ని తీస్తా అని మాట్లాడతావా? చింతమడక పోతావు బిడ్డ నువ్వు అనుకుంటున్నావు. ఈ చింతపండు అవుతుంది అక్కడికి గిన వస్తే. ఆయనకి ఇప్పుడు తెలంగాణ తల్లి గుర్తొచ్చింది. ఇన్ని రోజులు గాడిదలను కాసినవా? 10 సంవత్సరాలు తెలంగాణ తల్లి విగ్రహం పెట్టాలని సన్నాసి తెలంగాణ గురించి మాట్లాడే నైతిక హక్కు నీకు ఎక్కడదని నేను అడగదలుచుకున్నా.
Okay, joining us now is Krishank Mani, who's the spokesperson of the BRS. We have Ram Mohan Reddy, national spokesperson of the Congress party, and T.S. Sudhir, who's a political analyst from Telangana, also an author. To you, Mr. Sudhir, first, to help us set the context right, it's very interesting because it has become in some ways Telangana Talli versus Rajiv Gandhi. Rajiv Gandhi, Revanth Reddy says, is responsible for bringing in new technologies, and Telangana Talli, he says, does not represent the common Telangana person. We have seen what he had to say with respect to the removal of Kakatiya symbol. So clearly he is making this out to be a feudal versus common man, common woman debate, but clearly there is a self-pride angle to this. How are the people of Telangana receiving something like this?
Well, Vasudha, when we as children used to play statue, it was a fun moment, but I'm sure there is nothing funny about the way grown-ups are talking about statues right now in the politics of Telangana. Now, there are 2 issues out here. Of course, one, whether that particular place outside the state secretariat in Hyderabad needs a statue, and number 2, whether it should be Rajiv Gandhi's statue. Now, that place, for those familiar with Hyderabad, you have the tank bund on one side where there are a number of statues. There is the 125 feet tall B.R. Ambedkar statue, which was erected during the BR's rule. And then there is, of course, Indira Gandhi statue at the end of the road. So one could argue that since this place has become a very popular tourist attraction of sorts because of the new secretariat and the way it looks, a statue would be pretty much in order outside the secretariat. Now, the second and the more important and the contentious issue that has come about is whether that should be that of Rajiv Gandhi. Now, the BR's argument obviously is that, well, Rajiv Gandhi in essence does not really have anything to do with Telangana. So why should Rajiv Gandhi's statue be there outside the state secretariat? Now, what the Congress is essentially trying to do, and I'm sure the Congress spokesperson will also talk about it, but as a neutral observer, I see this as an attempt by the Congress party to somehow reclaim the narrative. They want to say that it was Rajiv Gandhi who ushered in the IT and the telecom revolution when he was Prime Minister in the mid-80s. Thereafter, it is he who played a key role in the governance, and therefore, why shouldn't this area outside the state secretariat in Hyderabad have his statue? They're also trying to talk about how the foundation stone of the high-tech city in the IT area of Hyderabad was laid during the Congress rule when Janardhan Reddy was Chief Minister. Basically, the idea is to have this icon statue and reclaim the narrative. And of course, there is also a fair share of sycophancy which is at play, because many people within the Congress government and the Congress party in Telangana would want to show that they are there in the forefront when it comes to kind of reclaiming the narrative, putting up the idols of their big leaders in the heart of Hyderabad. So that's how this whole narrative is playing out. I am not sure whether the people of Hyderabad really see much merit in this whole statues being erected at different places, whether that really helps the political political future of a particular party, the Congress in this case.
Right. Krishank Mane, a spokesperson BRS. Sir, there's this one question that Revant Reddy keeps asking. Why didn't you do this in the last 10 years? What is your answer for that, sir?
Vasudhaji, first, number one, why did the whole debate of Telangana Talli statue come? This is not after Revant Reddy become Chief Minister or Congress or something, or not even something after 2014. This started right when the Telangana agitation began, and when there was an argument about linguistic bifurcation, about Telugu states being put together, which was the ideology of the United State propagandists or the supporters. Then there was a Telugu Talli statue, after which KCR Garu and many intellectuals started. While there was a political revolution, there was a social and cultural revolution. That Congress party does not understand, because they have never been a part of this debate. So the whole view of Telangana Talli statue is about self-respect. Now the point is, we have constructed, KCRG's government has constructed the secretariat. We have grandly launched it last year. There is a martyrs memorial dedicating it to the selfless martyrs who have sacrificed their lives for Telangana statue, and the 125 feet tallest Ambedkarji statue there. So we have earmarked that place, that island, for Telangana Talli. Now, Revant Reddy ji comes up. Two arguments. One, he says that Rajiv Gandhi ji's statue should be there. The point is, you have Rajiv Gandhi ji's international airport already. We've never spoken about it, against it. There's already a cricket stadium. There's already a Triple IT university named after him. There's never been an issue. Congress has been keeping these names. But after Telangana has achieved, we've kept Telangana's icons' names.
Right.
Jaishankar ji's, Konda Lakshman Bapu ji's. Now, they say that Telangana Talli statue is feudal.
Right.
And there is a model which I would like to show, because this is the replica model which the Congress party is showing.
Right.
This looks more like Sonia Gandhi ji's model. The hand symbol, the complexion, which we cannot speak about, but sadly a lookalike of Sonia Gandhi ji. They want Sonia Talli here instead of the Telangana Talli number one.
Okay.
And I would say the whole debate today, I am really thankful for NDTV actually showing the visuals of Revant Reddy ji, because you know why, Vasudha ji? When he actually spoke that language as a chief minister, when he abused the former chief minister who fought for Telangana state, who was the audience? School children.
Okay.
That is really sad.
Okay, let
In
me ask
front
this
of
question to Mr.
students
Reddy.
who were
Mr. Reddy, there's
using
one
such a language.
sentence, one word that Mr. Sudhir said, and that was sycophancy. You know, in an open letter, not just party workers, but even prominent figures like G. Haragopal or Allam Narayana have also pointed out the statue of Telangana Talli is a powerful symbol. And, you know, we've known Telugu states of you know, being very self-respecting. That is something that they have always raised. Do you think that this issue has the potential to harm your political prospects? And it's not that the Congress is a, you know, has been a prominent player there. You know, it's only because of Revanth Reddy that you really came to power in the state.
Yeah, Vasudha, see, if you just observe the statements made by the BRS spokesperson Mani Krishank, he talked about everything what had happened there except giving the answer. Because your question was straight. Why did BRS fail to install the Telangana Talli statue at the location which was earmarked for that?
Yeah.
And 10 years, a decade time is not enough for them. They are claiming the credits for, you know, martyrs, symbolic martyrs thing. And one is the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar thing and the new secretariat and the Pragati Bhavan. Yes, they can claim. They can claim. They took 10 years time to build that martyrs also. And remember, they never considered of installing the Telangana Talli statue at all during the term. And one more thing, they feel ashamed of carrying Telangana word. That is the reason they renamed their party from TRS to BRS party. They removed Telangana from their party name also. So now if you just ask a straight question like that, they will be like very, you know, in a confused state of mind. They don't have any answer for that.
Right.
Today, they are also creating confusion among the public that, you know, what Congress party has clarified, that is on June 5th, Honorable Chief Minister Revanth Reddy Garu, before the media, had clearly told, revealed that, you know, Telangana Talli statue is going to be installed inside the premises of the Secretariat. And if you just observe the statements of KTR, what he is saying is that he is going to remove the Rajiv Gandhi ji statue and install the Telangana Talli statue. That means the Rajiv Gandhi statue is outside the premises of the Secretariat.
Okay, Mr. Mani,
And
you know, would you like to respond to that? First of all,
Talli.
my question, sir, why did your party not do this for the last 10 years? And also, you know, removal of, I mean, I understand that, you know, we were also looking at becoming a national party. That's why, you know, TRS became BRS. But is it also an opportunity for the party to sort of, because, you know, you lost badly. So this is also, is this also one way of reclaiming that political space? And do you think Revanth Reddy is going to give you that?
Well, Vasudhaji, number one, I would say this is not a political issue for us. This is an issue of our roots. This is an issue of our ideology. So we don't see how it would work about. And let me tell you, in Telangana state, across Telangana state, there are 618 Telangana Talli idols. Do you think Revanth Reddy ji has installed them? Do you think any Congress leader or any Rahul Gandhi has installed them? No. As I told them, probably he did not listen to history because they were not part of the Telangana agitation, that the whole Telangana Talli statues installation has begun right from 2001 to 2002. This one, my friend, should know that Ambedkar statue, sir, has been installed in 2023. 2023, Telangana Secretariat also was launched. 2023, Telangana Martyrs Memorial also was initiated, introduced and grandly launched.
Right.
So after that, this was also to be happened. It's an entire project. And midway, you come and you snatch away. And one last point I want to tell Vasudhaji. They say that because KCRG has changed the party's name from TRS to BRS, we are out of Telangana. We have nothing to do with Telangana. I just have one simple question. Congress party's earlier name was Indira Congress. Now they've removed the name of Indira. That means that Indira ji is disowned. That means they feel that Indira ji is not a part of their party.
T.S. Sudhir. Mr. Sudhir, let me ask you this, like, you know, when this whole narrative about the statue and of course the Kakatiya symbol began, Revanth Reddy has been very aggressive. Like, he's not really defending his position. He's saying that, you know, I will ensure that the feudal, feudal faces will be removed in some ways. The Velama faces, the Velama feudal lords will be removed from the symbols of the state. Do you think that this narrative will click? Because he also, Revanth Reddy is not also from the deprived caste. He is from the affluent Reddy caste. So, do you think this is something that he is sort of experimenting with? And do you think this narrative will stick, in the face of something like the PRS is putting out, saying this is challenge this is an assault on self-pride?
Well, this is not really a caste war, as it were, playing out. This is much more of a personality clash between Revanth Reddy and the top leadership of the BRS. Basically, Revanth Reddy wants to ensure that anything that has the stamp of K. Chandrasekhar Rao and the previous BRS regime, the Congress ensures that they have a better and a more forceful stamp on it right away. And that's where the entire secretariat comes into play, that the secretariat is the place which was constructed during the BRS regime. And by installing a statue of Rajiv Gandhi, it would be an attempt, in a sense, to congressify the entire area, which is really in the heart of Hyderabad right now. So that's an attempt. And I'm sure Revanth Reddy is aware of the fact that this would get the BRS's goat. They would feel very upset about something like this. He is giving them an issue, but he also realizes that it also gives him a counter issue to attack the BRS with. Basically, to try and tell the BRS that you did not do it, and this is what I am going to do. So basically taking a very confrontationalist posture over this issue. And they do hope that now that elections are another 4.5 years ago, this is something which will ensure that you can keep doing this tutu meme, a war of words with the principal opposition party in the state.
Right. Mr. Reddy, do you think Mr. Revanth Reddy's proximity to Delhi leaders, especially the Gandhis, is something that, is proving in some ways a little harmful to him, because KTR is calling him a Delhi Gulam. Do you think that is something that he needs to be mindful of?
That's a pity people mindset calling Delhi Gulam when it comes to addressing CM Revanth Reddy garu. But what had KTR or KCR or his BRS party done in the past decade? The entire decade. What did they fight? Did they fight with Delhi? They were the best gulams in the entire country. They didn't fight for any of our rights, which were being in our AP Reorganization Act. They didn't fight for any of our rights for Telangana.
Yeah.
And today they call us, and it's not a national party. We belong to one party. Okay. Unlike you people having, a back-end support or like a B team of BJP, even today, if you just consider, they have given a call to divert the issue of tomorrow's our protest, which is being called for before ED offices. We have called for a protest before ED offices.
Mr. Mani, would you like to respond to that? Because that is a very important point. BRS was instrumental in supporting many contentious bills of the Modi government, including Triple Talaq. So how would you defend that? Because you're calling Revanth Reddy a Delhi Gulam, but BRS, still it was in power in Telangana, also had a very non-controversial, non-adversarial relationship with the BJP.
Vasudhaji, well, it is a narrative built by their corporate strategist, Mr. Kanugolu, whom they've hired. The point is, we haven't called Modi ji as Bada Bhai. Revanth Reddy ji has announced, हम छोटे भाई हैं, आप बड़े भाई हैं, Adani ji को भिजाओ यहाँ पे. We welcome Adani ji. I really wonder how will Congress even protest when Rahul Gandhi ji wants to protest against Mr. Adani, and Revanth Reddy ji is welcoming Adani's business here in Telangana. He wants to hand over the power, electricity of whole city to Adani ji, and they say that they are fighting the Bharatiya Janata Party. Because we are fighting, our leader has been in the prison from last, almost 4 to 5 months. But you don't see any Congress leader being arrested, though they have cases. You don't see any Rahul Gandhi ji being arrested, though they have cases with the ED, CBI, XYZ. So, kiska hath mulakat hai? We know Revanth Reddy ji doesn't even spoke. After the union budget, we did not see Revanth Reddy ji or their parliamentarians standing up and protesting or speaking there in the parliament. Tomorrow, Adani also will come do business here.
Let me take this question to T.S. Sudhir. Mr. Sudhir, moving away from this topic a little bit, how do you see this tenure of Revanth Reddy, shaping up? Because, he's just back from his US trip, and there are questions being raised on how fruitful that visit was. KTR is extremely aggressive on that front. He has problems on the home front as well, because, there are people waiting in the wings to get inducted in the cabinet. So clearly, in the midst of all this, do you think that these symbol wars or identity politics is going to strengthen him, or do you think that these are just necessary distractions?
One thing is pretty certain, Vasudha, that the state of Telangana is seeing an aggressive opposition, despite the fact that the BRS did not win any seats in the Lok Sabha elections, and their numbers in the assembly have also kind of come down as a result of the desertions to the Congress party. So the BRS is definitely opposing Revanth Reddy personally and the Congress party as a whole. So in that sense, there is this constant churn, as it were, taking place in the politics of Telangana. Now, obviously, the next round of elections are quite some time away. Yes, the local body elections will be held soon, and that would be the next test as far as the Congress and the BRS are concerned. But yes, the BRS wants to show that it is still a political power to contend with as far as Telangana is concerned. And that's why you're seeing every issue being actually escalated. Yes, right now, what we are seeing is that some kind of cherry picking taking place by both the Congress and the BRS. We knew it for a fact that the BRS was friendly with the BJP for a large part of the last 10 years, except the last 2.5 years when KCR fell out with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But apart from that, the BRS was seen as a friendly party. The Chief Minister obviously would want to kind of pick on each one of those aspects to ensure that the BRS is kind of controlled in the Congress, in the state of Telangana. But what is important is that the entire phase of desertions from the BRS to the Congress has kind of come down. We have not heard of any kind of movement of MLAs from this party to the ruling party for quite some time now.
Right.
That seems to be some kind of indication of perhaps some kind of message that may have come from New Delhi. And number two, what is happening within the BRS itself.
Right. My last question to you, and in this show, TSP, do you see... Okay, Mr. Mani, you wanted to say something. Yes.
Vasudha-ji, I mean, why we see that language of frustration is particularly because of diversion. You have rightly mentioned about the America tour. I mean, which chief minister will go all the way to America and sign a deal with his own brother's company for 1,000 crores? Isn't it conflict of interest? Indira Gandhi ji lost her prime ministership. She was disqualified after Allahabad's High Court's decision.
Okay, I have
of
no time, Mr. Reddy. Would you like to quickly respond to that?
1,000 crores of contract with own brother all the way to America.
Mr. Reddy, please respond to that.
It was an official announcement from the government. But unlike KTR, what he did, he had signed MOUs
We didn't
with
do
the
with any
companies
brother.
which
We didn't do with any brother.
Which never existed.
With any
which
family
never
member.
floated.
With any family member.
Look at the history of the KTR. The bluffing leader of Telangana.
Contract with
The
your own
bluffing leader
brother.
of Telangana.
You've
He signed
a
MOUs with the companies which never existed.
Bureaucrats,
They never floated on the date of signing of MOU.
And you do a deal with your own brother.
Okay, thank you so much for
Look at
joining
your
me
back.
on this
Look at your
show,
back.
all three of you. Well, the proposed
transparent.
installation of former Prime Minister of India, Rajiv Gandhi's statue in front of the Telangana State Secretariat in Hyderabad, of course, has triggered a political slugfest between the BRS and the Congress, something that we will have to watch out for in the coming days. Moving on to the other important story today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived in Poland. It's the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to the country in 45 years. Prime Minister Narendra Modi landed in Warsaw this evening on the first leg of his two-nation visit, during which he will also be travelling to Ukraine's capital, Kyiv. Morarji Desai, former Prime Minister, was the last to visit Poland in 1979. My colleague Vishnu Shom has more details on this.
Well, the arrival of the Prime Minister in Warsaw is very, very important. It marks a real effort by India to step up the relationship with Warsaw. It's an old historic relationship. Relations between the two countries established decades back, but even before that, Indian and Polish soldiers fought together in some of the greatest battles of the Second World War. For example, the Battle of Monte Cassino in Italy. In fact, at a memorial in Warsaw, the Prime Minister will be laying a wreath over there. There were 6,000 odd Polish women and children who took refuge in India during the Second World War. The Prime Minister will be looking to engage with the President of Poland, also the Prime Minister, his counterpart, to take this relationship forward. But what a lot of people are talking about, and perhaps rightly so, is the subsequent visit of the Prime Minister to Ukraine, to Kiev, where I am reporting at this stage. It is a very important visit, one where India will once again assert that the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of nations needs to be protected, needs to be ensured. Will there be an out-of-the-box solution that India can offer? Because neither Ukraine nor Russia at this juncture appear to be anywhere close to coming up with any sort of solution which might result in the war over here coming to an end. It's been more than 900 days since the war came to an began, and that really is the concern. 900 days since the war began. When will it come to an end? Behind me you see the pretty streets of Kiev, but I can tell you that as we came in over here by train today, don't let these pictures, this video mislead you. There were air raid sirens. There is a huge air defense shield which exists over here. To the north of Kiev, well to the north, is where Ukrainian forces have made a massive incursion into Russia in the Kursk region. That is the first incursion into Russia since the Second World War. On the east, in the Lugansk and Donetsk region, Ukrainian forces find themselves with a lot of problems at a time when Russian forces have been coming on making inroads westwards. In the south, Ukrainians have made progress. They've been hitting targets in Crimea, which used to be a part of Ukraine a decade or so back. And of course, drones being used by Ukraine to take out Russian warships in the Black Sea have made this once be very much in favor of Ukraine in terms of area domination. Most Russian warships are back in port. The Prime Minister will be asserting India's independent foreign policy. We are very close friends with Russia. We are very close friends with Ukraine as well. He is over here at the invitation of the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. What really results, what really takes the relationship forward, that's something that we really need to see. But it's an important visit by a leader of the global south. Whether this actually results in something substantive to put an end to this war is something that we'll have to wait and see.
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now,
good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. 2 kindergarten girls were sexually abused at a school in Badlapur, Maharashtra, raising serious concerns about safety in educational institutions. This even as doctors are out in the streets demanding justice for their colleague in Kolkata who was raped and brutally murdered. Gender-based violence at the workplace is being debated again, even as a minor girl was gang-raped in a bus in Uttarakhand recently. And let's not forget, just a few days ago, we also saw a woman from Bihar getting stabbed by a man she knew in Bengaluru in her PG. From an 8-year-old to an 80-year-old, there are questions of safety being raised. Are our laws enough? Is our policing system really broken? Is this a problem of entrenched misogyny that will need more than CCTV cameras and gender workshops to be fixed? That's what we will try and understand tonight. We, of course, are joined by a panel of experts. We will be joined by Karunanidhi, who's a senior advocate, Supreme Court, in a short while from now. We also have Brinda Adige, who's a social and women activist. We also have Kavita Srivastava, who's a female activist, who's a women's activist, and of course we have Susie Ben Shah, who represents, of course, the Shiv Sena, but she is the former chairperson of the Maharashtra State Commission for Women, and she is also the chairperson of Maharashtra State Commission for Protection of Child Rights. Thank you all of you for joining me on this show. To you, Susie Ben Shah, first, because you are in the midst of a storm there. Ma'am, when the POCSO Act was introduced, when it came about, there was a certain hope that this is probably the most child-friendly law that the country has seen. Of course, there was a lot of debate about how stringent the punishment were. Now, how important do you think that it is, it is for institutions to also be held accountable under this law when it comes to crime like what we saw in Thane, because, the school there had not really done any background checks?
You see, good evening to all and all your viewers. You see here the basic contention is POCSO, yes. It's and the JJ Act are essentially very child-friendly acts. Now here what has happened is a systemic failure. There have been delay, there have been latches which cannot be condoned, and I am equally anguished and concerned as a woman politician, as a chairperson of Child Rights Commission, and we are going to take strict action. I was personally there at Badlapur. The whole day I was there. Since I was there, the education officers were with his senior, and we have started a preliminary survey as to why the school should not be booked under the stringent act of POCSO, because having the knowledge, they then report to the police. The worst part, when the matter went to the police station, there was a delay of 12 hours when on the 16th, the little girl with the mother went to the police station. Our woman and child officer accompanied her. Right. Despite that. So you see, the point therefore here is that we must have a constructive discussion, a constructive suggestion, which I have made today, that unless and until in Maharashtra there is a parallel structure like a crime branch, which only focuses towards women and children cases for women and children. When a concerned woman or maybe a child or with the relatives, parents come there, they have to be attended to sensitively. If you see the JJ Act, there is a provision of a child protection officer. But whenever a woman goes there, a child goes there, he's either on bandobast or some law and order situation or a theft FIR, you name it, and they are busy in that. So therefore, it is absolutely essential that a structure, a cadre, which only deals with women and child cases, they are there 24/7, and that is what I have written to the Home Minister. And I am very sure that this government, the sensitivity that they have always shown towards women and children, will take heed to this and get it done.
Right, that's a very good suggestion. Let me ask this question to Brinda Adige. Brinda Adige, do you think something like that will work? Because, a dedicated cadre working completely for the safety of women and children. And also, how important is it for crimes against women to be graded? Because, the language that we use, stalking, cannot be just seen as harassment, really, right? Because if there's a man who's stalking a woman continuously, when she's going out of her house, it's not just harassment, it's something beyond that. How important is it to have a dedicated cadre and also, for our crimes to be graded? Brinda ma'am, you'll have to unmute yourself.
Very important that we must have a dedicated cadre, a dedicated professional team. But with this professional team also comes the implementation mechanisms. Now we know that across India, we have women police stations. Now they don't have the wherewithal to register an FIR or investigate. They just put a bunch of people there and say, okay, women police station. That is not something that we want. We would like trained professionals who have all the wherewithal vis-a-vis the law to register a FIR, investigate, collect all the forensic evidence and present it to court accordingly. Otherwise, just having people for women and child does not make any difference. We know that the laws call for... One moment. Yes. Like the crime branch, yes, you are absolutely right. For that, we also would like that the crime branch has a separate group of people investigating. Yes. But I think we need to have a complete set of people, a separate commissioner for children and women. We have this in most developing countries as well as in countries that are developed. And India is not less than any of them. We have the wherewithal, and for which we must have somebody like that. But that said, constant training, constant sensitization, and constant psychological evaluation is required. Vacancies must be filled up. And budgetary allocations must be made by both the state and the union government.
Now, that's an important thing. Karuna Nandi also joins us now. Ms. Nandi, be it cases of dowry harassment, we have seen that, these extrajudicial compromises that happen also have become a reason for probably, low conviction rate because the pursuit of justice is so challenging for victims in this country. How do we address something like this? Because, I remember last time I interviewed you, we were talking about all women-only courts for alternative dispute resolution. How is that going to help? What is the solution to address something like this?
I think to make the process a lot less onerous and tough, right? To increase the conviction rate, to make punishment swift and certain, so that the only people who survive the the complaint process and the prosecution are not only people who are very committed and almost activist in terms of their pursuit of justice, right? Because the average person finds it hard. But I also think that it's important in this moment for us to think about the fact that violence against women is an all of society, all of government problem. And the fact that there is a very correct rising against two governments of the opposite political persuasion. And it's entirely possible that part of it is being hijacked by politically motivated groups or whatever. But there is a very real anger at the fact that governments are failing completely in their duty. Why do these governments exist? Surely the main purpose of their existence is to guarantee safety and freedom. So there are a number of things that they are not doing that are very low-hanging fruit. Preventing crimes is one of the big ones. Making sure, for example, that you're taking everything we know about reducing violence, working with boys, men, to reduce violence. Right? To take out the kind of norm setting that's happened. That's one of the big ones, and none of it is happening. None of it.
Right. Kavita Srivastav, that's a very important point Karuna is making. One of the guidelines that was issued by the West Bengal government also calls for minimizing night duties for women. I mean, this is of course regressive, and we saw that, even after, guidelines were issued by different medical hospitals, the Assam Silchar Medical Hospital asked women to be more careful. There's always talk about curfew. How important is it to kind of limit that kind of language and address that problem, because it's not the women's fault here?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the whole approach is misplaced. The approach for ensuring safety for women is to cut down on the challenges that women need to experience, the challenges of the medical field that women need to experience, by doing maybe night shifts or doing whatever. So instead of looking at safety mechanisms, doing a safety audit, putting in place safety mechanisms, they are now withdrawing them from duty, and it's happened all over. It's happened in my state also. There's this horrible circular that 12 hours and no night shifts, all that rubbish has come. Doctors are already up in arms that this is not what we wanted. I really think that what we are not discussing is institutional mechanism. We need to talk of institutional mechanism and accountability. So where is the demand that safety audits ought to happen? I think every location will need a list of, points to do the safety mechanism. For instance, if I'm a nurse in a PHC or I'm an A&M, my safety mechanism and the safety audit required for my security is something else than that required for a tertiary hospital like RT Kar. We are not getting down to brass tacks. This is the moment to actually really think through institutional mechanisms and the accountability. We are not doing it. Politics has taken over. Slogans, hang them, this, that. And And yes, we have to, I mean, why is the FIR not being launched? It's not being launched because, again, are we making the police accountable? What do we do with police irregularities?
Yes, so that
We know
that
it in
was
the
something
rape
that the
law, we got
CGI
an
also
amendment.
raised yesterday.
We got an
Let
amendment.
me get in Susie Bain here. Ma'am, you're also in politics. You know, today the ADR report says that as many as 151 sitting MPs and MLAs also have declared cases related to crimes against women in their affidavits, with West Bengal having the highest number of lawmakers. Of course, this could also be because, you know, maybe a large number of cases get reported there. How important is it for even lawmakers to be mindful of something like this?
Absolutely, I completely agree. And there is a statement made by a legislator of Maharashtra to a journalist, and we condemned as the strongest possible word. It doesn't matter whether it belongs to the ruling party or the Mahayuti. It just cannot be done. But yes, I tend to agree that for any protection policy for women and children, political will is absolutely necessary. After all, they are the lawmakers, they are the policy makers. And therefore, and the role of a commission and role of all women across party lines is very, very, very important that we come together. I've suggested today earlier with Barkha Dutt while I was talking, I suggested that women in Maharashtra, especially women politicians in Maharashtra, should come together, have a constructive dialogue, and how to have a crime branch type of a mechanism for women and children, because after all, women and children are 70% of the population. It amounts to 10 to 15% of the crime that happens against
Ms. Nandi, you know, when it comes to, Susie Bain was also talking about a dedicated cadre, and I would like to know from Ms. Nandi if she would also recommend something like that. But also one more question for you. When it comes to laws, do you think that there could be a balance between privacy and safety? Because, you know, the more we talk about more laws, some states have also asked to be empowered, but the proposed laws, especially in the case of Maharashtra that we saw during the regime of Uddhav Thackeray, there could be laws that would also mean more surveillance and location tracking. How do we balance something like that? Ms. Nandi?
I'm convinced. You're asking me, right?
Yeah, no, Ms. Nandi. Yeah.
You know, I think that at the core of any lawmaking or any policy, make sure that we are working towards women's freedom and not women's protection, the answer will become clear, right? There are some cases in which having a CCTV is unavoidable because there's maybe, you know, nothing else that would really help. But those are very, very few cases. Once we make sure that we're not locking women up at night, we are not taking away their night shifts and jobs that they do at night, or, you know, wanting to go for a walk, or wanting for a young girl to go to or anyone to go to a party at night. As long as we have that at the center, that we are not looking to protect and lock up, etc., women and girls, answers immediately become clear.
Right.
Right?
Right. Brinda.
And therefore, I just want to say this very briefly, that, you know, tomorrow I will be in court for some of the Kolkata doctors. And what the order that the court has given is really excellent. But the thing is that this is not just about doctors, is it? It's also about two little 4-year-old girls.
Yeah. That's very important.
It's also about...
Right. Brinda, you know, there's one thing that Ms. Nandi also pointed out, and when we talk about use of technology, we keep talking about apps, we talk about location tracking, but all of that, you know, of course, also concerns more scrutiny of women. How do you see the use of technology when it comes to safety of women? Is there a possibility that it can also be misused?
The technology is always misused, especially when there are no monitoring implementation. And if you look at technology in our country, yes, we do. We may have cyber police stations and we may have trained cyber police men and women, but we do not have stringent laws to address this. For instance, is there any way that pornography cannot be accessed by minors? There is no such law as such. Now, China does have something like that. So when you look at technology, yes, it is getting misused. And yes, very often our laws are not stringent enough. But that said, we must also understand that the kind of technology that is available and the speed with which this technological advances keep coming every day, it is not enough to only put barriers and monitoring. It is important that we speak to our children, to our young people, to our men and to our women. So education must begin. Now, nobody teaches kindergarten children about good touch and bad touch, because somewhere in our conventional mindset, we keep saying that, let's not corrupt children. They don't know anything about this. So as a society, we still do not want to talk about this as a means of safety. How I can shout out loud if something like this is happening. We usually brush it off. And that is why this patriarchal, misogynistic, sexist language and actions get perpetrated again and again. Even now, in the case of Maharashtra, the management, no case has been filed on them because they have political connections. So the nexus is so strong between the state machinery and its systems and the politician that the general public is unable to even register an FIR because there is some political powerful person in that institution. Same thing that happened at RG Kar Hospital.
Right. So there are some systemic structural reforms that are needed. I'm sorry, I'm running out of time. Thank you all of you for joining me on this show. Also, Rekha Sharma, former National Chairperson of the National Commission for Women, joins us now. Thank you, ma'am, for speaking to NDTV. For the last few days, we've seen widespread protests across the country. What do you think are the corrective measures? Because people keep talking about a change in mindset. How is that even going to happen?
There are few corrective measures which we need to take. It should start from home, and how you raise your children, the mindset of the family members, the society, and how they treat women at home. It starts from home and then society, and we have seen if people are not being taken care in the family, how they come out and become criminal. That is one point. And second is implementation of laws. There are laws at place, but the implementation is not there. The will of political parties who are ruling in the states, that is most important, because they should not shun any matter happening in their state and pointing out at another state. And it always happens that one state is pointing out to another state, and they are not looking after the matters in their own state. That is a big, because implementation of laws is their responsibility. So, whereas I will say that laws are tough, we need a few tougher laws also, but whichever laws are there, the implementation is not proper, because when an IO will go out to inquire into the matter with the mindset that this is not a crime, this is a suicide, or this is not done by a certain person, this must be done by such and such, it is preconceived ideas of all the IOs and the police officials, because they are also part of the society.
Okay. But ma'am, there's a general feeling that the existing laws may not be enough. We do have the new Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita in place. It has replaced the IPC. How hopeful are you that these new set of laws will be able to address crimes against women better? Because states are also asking to be empowered. They want more rights when it comes to addressing crimes.
As I said, there are many laws. Even in the new laws, they are touching upon crime against women. But let me tell you, start from sexual harassment at workplace. There are many problems in that law, and we need to revive that. And we need to work on those problems which are there in this law, in this act. Same as in other laws, because in many places I've seen, because I was in NCW for 9 years, I've seen that the main problem is implementation, and secondly, the tougher laws for the rape, they are not there at place. And then the judiciary, every judge is taking it's his or her own decision. Sometime, even you must have seen in the Supreme Court yesterday only said that one of the Kolkata High Court, in which they said something against women, that they should not mingle with men, because of that the crimes are increasing against women. So the mindset of judiciary, see, even if we make the tougher laws, they are the one who are going to pronounce judgment. So if they have got that kind of mindset, how will they pronounce proper judgment? So first point is that we need to work on the mindset of people, of the society, overall society. That will change, I think, and that should be from the schools itself. Because we need to teach our children how to respect women, how to respect their colleagues, students studying with them.
Right.
So from then, I think next generation will change. This generation, I'm not very hopeful about it.
Thank you, Ms. Sharma, for joining us on NDTV. Also, my colleague Tanushka has spoken to Akhtar Ali, who is the former Deputy Superintendent of the RG Kar Medical Hospital. Remember, this is the same college and hospital where the brutal rape and murder of a 31-year-old junior doctor took place on the 9th of August. Let's listen into what he said.
Have leveled many allegations against the former principal of the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital, Sandeep Ghosh. What are these allegations, if you could elaborate for us?
Yeah, I lodged a complaint before the Vigilance Commission in the year 2023. After that, also made complaint before the Anti-Corruption Bureau regarding irregularities done by the Dr. Sandeep Ghosh. First, my complaint was illegal trafficking of biomedical waste. We all know that use syringe, use saline bottle, use rubber hand gloves. These all are to be disposed as per norms after disinfection. But all this material he used to sell to Bangladeshi citizen, and one security, additional security of his named Afsar Khan was involved in this trafficking. Next, illegal trafficking, illegal selling of dead body. HOD forensic medicine complained against him for giving 5 bodies for the ENT workshop, and also the matter was lodged by the relative of the bodies. National Commission summoned him in January 2024. So all this matter, along with these irregularities, financial litigation, the complaint of financial litigation, he used to take bribe from the vendors at the rate of 20% in lieu of award of contract, work order. In spite of this, he was also involved in our Nexus racket felling of student, and for passing he charges some financial, some more amount. All these allegations I made against the Sandeep Ghosh, but no action has been taken place by the appropriate authority. Last night I went to Tala police station for lodging an FIR, but Tala police station refused to accept the FIR. I filed a criminal case against him before the Honorable High Court. The case is already registered and expected to admission hearing tomorrow.
So when it comes to structural and safety concerns regarding women's safety, there are no clear answers, like our panelists pointed out, but we do know the questions, and we know that there is a path that we have to take with no compromise on equal opportunities for women, that's for sure. Moving on, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has directed a special investigation team to probe the alleged sexual assault of a schoolgirl and the sexual harassment of 12 others at a fake NCC camp in Krishnagiri district in the state. The accused was posing as NCC trainer, and he had conducted a 3-day camp at a private school. Here is a report.
Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has ordered a probe by a special investigation team which will now probe the fake NCC camp case in Tamil Nadu. 11 people have already been arrested under POCSO, the school principal, teachers, and the fake trainers. One girl was sexually assaulted and 12 were sexually harassed at an unauthorized camp at a private school. The accused claimed their camp would help the school get an NCC unit. The management sent the children for the camp without a background check. Nor did it send any teachers with the children to the camp.
அந்த ஸ்கூல் அதாரிட்டிஸ் கிட்ட நம்ம மாவட்டத்தில் மட்டுமல்ல வேற மாவட்டத்திலும் நடந்திருக்கிறத தகவல் வந்திருக்குது. ஸோ சிஓ மூலமா அந்த என்கொயரியும் போயிட்டு இருக்குது.
The operators have carried out similar camps in the past at other schools. The SIT will probe if children were harmed at these past camps. Tamil Nadu has a proactive protocol in place recognizing sexual abuse on campuses as a serious issue. However, with poor compliance by schools, it appears to be just on paper, endangering women's safety. A key challenge for a new team the state government is appointed to address. With Dinesh Kumar and Krishnagiri in Chennai, with Suresh, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
That's all we have for you in this bulletin. More news and updates on the other side of this break.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us for all the top news stories you need to know. The Prime Minister is on a 3-day trip to Poland and Ukraine. Also the latest on the Kolkata Horror. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking right now. The Prime Minister is in Warsaw, the first visit to Poland by an Indian Prime Minister in 45 years as he begins his 3-day visit to Poland and Ukraine. He interacted with the expat community there in Warsaw. He'll also hold bilateral talks tomorrow with the Polish Prime Minister. It was a day of protests in Kolkata as doctors took out a protest march and they also held a dharna outside the health ministry there in Kolkata over the rape and murder of the junior doctor. BJP and Congress also held protests in Kolkata. The former principal of the medical college was questioned by the CBI for a 6th straight day as top CISF officials visited the Kolkata hospital as directed by the Supreme Court. In Maharashtra, the opposition MVA has announced a state bandh on the 24th to protest over the sexual assault of 2 kindergarten girls in a school in Badlapur as the state government has issued safety guidelines for all schools in the state. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde says the protest that took place yesterday at the train station was politically motivated. Justice after 32 years, a POCSO court has given life sentences to 6 men in the 1992 Ajmer sex scandal involving the rape and blackmail of over 100 girls. The men have also been fined 5 lakh each. 7 people have died, over 6,000 are in relief camps as Tripura witnesses 1,200% above normal rainfall, causing the worst flooding in decades. The state government has now asked the centre for immediate help, more teams of the NDRF. BCCI Secretary Jay Shah all set to replace the incumbent Greg Barclay as the new chairman of the International Cricket Council is what sources have confirmed to NDTV. And Michelle and Barack Obama gave resounding endorsements to Kamala Harris at the Democratic National Convention as they electrified the mood, exhorting party supporters across the country to turn out and vote to defeat Donald Trump. Michelle Obama hit out at Trump's lies, while Barack Obama said the U.S. is ready for Harris' presidency. Yes, she can. Our top story now, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Poland, the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to the country in 45 years. The Prime Minister landed in Warsaw this evening on the first leg of his 2-nation visit, during which he'll also travel to Ukraine's capital, Kyiv. After landing, the Prime Minister met and interacted with members of the Indian community there in Poland, something that's become quite characteristic of the Prime Minister's foreign visits. Well, let's go across to Vishnu now for more. And Vishnu, tell us more about the Prime Minister's program. Tomorrow will be the bilateral. He's also visiting memorials. He'll pay tribute at the Good Maharaja Memorial.
So this is a very important visit. It's the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Poland in 45 years. There'll be a lot of bilateral processes which will take place, meetings between Prime Minister Modi and the President of Poland, the Prime Minister of Poland, both of whom he knows quite well. There'll be a wreath-laying ceremony at a memorial which honors the Battle of Monte Cassino and the fact that Polish and Indian soldiers had fought over there in the Second World War. That battle took place in Italy. There is also the remembrance or the memory of the fact that as many as 6,000 Polish children and women were given refuge in India during the Second World War. Again, that's something that people in Poland haven't forgotten. But it's towards the end of the day that his focus will turn slowly to Ukraine. He will be in Ukraine subsequently. It will be a long visit. Remember, there is no flights over Ukraine per se, so presumably he'd be on a special train across over here. At a time when the whole world wants the war between Ukraine and Russia to end, will there be any out-of-the-box solutions that the Prime Minister can think about? India has categorically said that the sovereignty of Ukraine needs to be maintained, the territorial integrity of Ukraine needs to be maintained. And that's something that the Prime Minister has told Russia's President Putin as well when he was in Moscow last. Over here in Kiev, he'll be meeting President Volodymyr Zelensky. He'll be talking about several issues. It'll be a short visit at a time of very high tensions between Ukraine and Russia.
All right, Vishnu, thanks so much for joining us with all those details of the Prime Minister there on his 3-day visit to Poland and Ukraine. Now, doctors in Kolkata have been persistently protesting the rape and murder of a junior doctor at the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital. In fact, it's been over 10 days of protest. Today, doctors marched to the Health Ministry and sat on a dharna there, while both the Congress and BJP here also held their own agitations in Kolkata today. Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal of RG Kar Medical College, who was removed from his position after the rape and murder, was questioned for a 6th time by the CBI today. The CBI had got permission from a local court to conduct a polygraph test on Sanjay Roy, the civic volunteer who has been arrested for his involvement in the case. However, the process, as we understand, has been delayed. Also, a team of the Central Industrial Security Force, or the CISF, reached the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital today and conducted an inspection. The Supreme Court had directed them to take over security at the hospital. But even as junior doctors, not just in Kolkata but across various states, continue their indefinite strike, it has severely impacted outpatient and elective services at hospitals. Well, let's go across now to Tanushka for more. And Tanushka, today, as we said, was a day of protests. We saw the doctors, the BJP, the Congress also holding protests. But where does the investigation currently stand? Tomorrow, the CBI will have to give an interim update and the Kolkata police to the Supreme Court.
Right, exactly, Gargi. The CBI investigation is currently, holding on to the fact that they will be submitting their status report tomorrow. With the progress in the investigation of the case until now, the gruesome murder and rape of this young trainee doctor at RG Kar Medical Hospital, we know that today was the 6th day wherein the former principal of the hospital and college, Sandeep Ghosh, was called into interrogation by the Central Bureau of Investigation. The CBI has been, has not gone cold on Sandeep Ghosh at all. The heat is on him, and they have been grilling him like for 10 to 12 hours every day. And even today, Sandeep Ghosh was called in for the 6th consecutive day for interrogation. Now, what has surfaced, what is new that has surfaced, the latest development is that the former deputy medical superintendent of the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital, Akhtar Ali, has spoken to NDTV and given out a statement, with some serious allegations against this Sandeep Ghosh, as they were former colleagues and they worked together in tandem. And these are purely Akhtar Ali's claims, where he says that Sandeep Ghosh has participated in corrupt activities, illegal activities at the college, whether it be in terms of taking bribes from students to pass them in their exams. And all of these allegations, he said that he has reported to the Vigilance Commission, which he had submitted this complaint a year ago. But right now, in this case, he's been called in by the special investigation team as well. He has given his statements as well. So these are also, interesting angles that are cropping up in the case. And apart from this, what we also know is that the prime accused in the case, who's also the sole person who's been arrested, Sanjay Roy, what Akhtar Ali claims is that Sanjay Roy was part of, the bouncers or like the protection team, security team of Sandeep Ghosh. These are the allegations by Akhtar Ali. However, what we know from the investigation front is that the CBI has been given the permissions to conduct a polygraph test on Sanjay Roy, and this essentially means that it's a lie detector test, and it will make things a lot more clear in the investigation. The questions that are being posed at this point of, how is it that right under the charge of a principal, the extent of such a massive and gruesome crime happens, and how is it that under his administration things go off, and also how is it that this person walks in late at night and knows exactly where to go into the seminar hall. So to understand whether what is true, what is false into the case, this polygraph test will come into play.
That's right, Tanushka. But if we talk about these protests, if you could briefly tell us, the demands of the doctors now, because there have now been entreaties to the doctors, in Delhi, even AIMS chief has said that return to work. They have been striking for a long time. The Supreme Court has also stepped in and ordered this national task force to look into all these issues. So for the moment, the doctors determined to hold these protests and strike.
Right, exactly, Gargi. As of now, the doctors' bodies, especially at the Arjikor Medical College and Hospital, is waiting on and is watching the situation until tomorrow. They are also eagerly waiting for the CBI to file its report, the status report at the Supreme Court, and it's after that only will the student body here in West Bengal take a final call on their action plan. And as far as the national capital is concerned, we know that the AIMS director has requested all the doctors to come back to duty. This is also something that the Supreme Court also urged the doctors to do, to come back to their duties. They've given its assurance that a sort of a comprehensive plan is being set into place to look into the situation.
All right. So perhaps after tomorrow's hearing at the Supreme Court, a decision will be taken on the protest. Thanks so much, Tanushka, for joining us with all the latest updates. Well, let's switch focus now to Maharashtra, where the opposition Mahavikas Aghadi has called for a Maharashtra Bandh on the 24th of August. This to protest against the alleged sexual assault on 2 kindergarten girls at a school in Badlapur of Thane district. MVA allies Congress, Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena and NCP headed by Sharad Pawar took this decision after a meeting today. Meanwhile, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde claimed that the massive rail roko protest that took place yesterday in Thane, there you can see those visuals. He claims that this was politically motivated and aimed at maligning the state government. The government also has issued today directives to schools mandating the presence of female attendants and guards, compulsory staff verification, and the proper functioning of CCTV. Take a look.
The opposition in Maharashtra has turned up the heat against the state government over the Badlapur sexual assault case. The MV Alliance has called for a statewide bandh on the 24th of August, aiming to target the government over women's safety and the declining law and order in the state. This comes after massive protests erupted on the roads and railway tracks in Badlapur after 2 4-year-old girls were allegedly sexually assaulted in their school by a cleaner.
बदलापुर में पूरे महाराष्ट्र में उस बारे में एक रोष है, लोग भड़क कर बाहर निकले हैं। तो ये निर्णय हुआ है 24 तारीख को 24 हम बदलापुर की जो घटना है उनके खिलाफ महाराष्ट्र बंद का ऐलान करेंगे।
The Congress party staged a protest demanding answers from the state government over the delay in registering the FIR and took a dig at the government's Ladli Behan Yojana and other women and children-centric schemes.
सरकार खुद राजनीति इसमें कर रही है, क्योंकि जिस संस्था में ये घटना हुई है वो आरएसएस और बीजेपी की संस्था है। बीजेपी की और आरएसएस की बदनामी ना हो। जो 12 और 13 तारीख को हुई घटना को जिस तरह से छुपाया गया, उस संस्था ने जिस तरह से सीसीटीवी फुटेज गायब किए और ये प्रकरण को दबाने की कोशिश की गई है।
After citizens protested on Tuesday, the state government formed an SIT and assured the case would be fast-tracked. It also issued directives to schools mandating the presence of female attendants and guards, compulsory staff verification, self-defense programs, and proper functioning of CCTV cameras, among other safety guidelines. As public anger continues to mount, the opposition has seized this opportunity to turn the issue into a political battleground. With the Maharashtra polls just months away, women's safety and law and order are shaping up to be key issues that could put the government on the defensive. With correspondent Anuj Raite, this is Radhika Ramaswamy for NDTV.
All right, let's return now to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is in Poland. As we said, he is in Warsaw and he is there paying tribute. He was to visit 3 memorials, and pay tribute at the memorial of the good Maharaja. So the Prime Minister arriving in Warsaw earlier this evening. It's the first visit by Indian Prime Minister in 45 years to Poland. He will be holding a bilateral meeting tomorrow at with Polish Prime Minister, and he is there paying tribute at the Jam Sahib of Navanagar Memorial, or known as the Good Maharaja, someone who in World War II had saved over 1,000 Polish children. And so the Prime Minister there paying tribute at the Jam Sahib of Navanagar Memorial in Warsaw. Earlier, he also interacted with the Indian community and said that deeply touched by the warm welcome from the Indian community in Poland. This is a 3-day visit to Poland and Ukraine. And today, the Prime Minister's program involves visiting 3 memorials and paying tribute at the Good Maharaja Memorial. The history behind these memorials really connects Poland and India in a special way, is what the MEA spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal had said earlier. The Prime Minister will be in Poland for 2 days before he goes then to Ukraine, and will be going to Kiev as well, and hold talks with Zelensky there in Ukraine. So the Prime Minister on his visit in Warsaw paying tribute to the memorial of Jam Sahib of Navanagar.
In particular, the faith of those whose childhood and
News now from Tamil Nadu, where there has been crime against children, and Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin directed a special investigation team to probe the alleged sexual assault of a schoolgirl and sexual harassment of 12 others at a fake NCC camp in the Krishnagiri district. The accused, posing as NCC trainers, had conducted a 3-day camp at a private school. Here's a report.
Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has ordered a probe by a special investigation team which will now probe the fake NCC camp case in Tamil Nadu. 11 people have already been arrested under POCSO: the school principal, teachers and the fake trainers. 1 girl was sexually assaulted and 12 were sexually harassed at an unauthorized camp at a private school. The accused claimed their camp would help the school get an NCC unit. The management sent the children for the camp without a background check. Nor did it send any teachers with the children to the camp.
And the school authorities கிட்ட நம்ம மாவட்டத்துல மட்டுமல்ல வேற மாவட்டத்திலும் நடந்திருக்கிறத தகவல் வந்திருக்குது. So CEO மூலமா அந்த என்கொயரியும் போயிட்டு இருக்குது.
The operators have carried out similar camps in the past at other schools. The SIT will probe if children were harmed at these past camps. Tamil Nadu has a proactive protocol in place recognizing sexual abuse on campuses as a serious issue. However, with poor compliance by schools, it appears to be just on paper, endangering women's safety. A key challenge for a new team the state government is appointed to address. With Dinesh Kumar in Krishnagiri, in Chennai, with Suresh, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
And after 32 years, 6 accused were handed life imprisonment by a POCSO court in Ajmer sex case for blackmailing schoolgirls and sexually exploiting them. The scandal involved a series of incidents of gang rape and exploitation of over 100 school and college girls aged between 11 to 20. So just what was this massive scandal 3 decades ago, on which a movie is also based? Here's a report.
32 years after the scandal rocked Ajmer town, 6 men have finally been given life imprisonment for the rape and blackmail of young school and college-going girls in Ajmer. Of the 6, 1 is absconding. But Nafis Chishti, Salim Chishti, Iqbal Bhati, Sohail Ghani, Syed Zamir Hussain and Naseem alias Tarzan will spend the rest of their life in jail and will also have to pay a penalty of 5 lakh rupees. Why has it taken 32 years to bring the guilty to book in what was one of the most shocking cases of sexual exploitation in the small town of Ajmer? The horror apparently began sometime in 1990, when a young college student was raped and blackmailed with the lure of political advantages. She was then forced to bring some of her friends to this gang, which would often wait outside prestigious schools and colleges of Ajmer town in a van. The men raped these young girls and to silence them took nude photographs. They also expanded their criminal network by blackmailing these girls into luring their friends. Sources say as many as 100 women were sexually exploited and raped like this. But in the court of law, only 16 women testified. And of those, only 2 stuck to their statements until the end of the trial.
हमारे इस प्रकरण में जो पीड़िताएं थी, रिकॉर्डेड हमारे 16 पीड़िताएं जो थी, उन सबके बयान हमने न्यायालय में करवाए हैं और पुलिस के सहयोग से ही ये कार्य हो पाया है। हमारे रिकॉर्ड में जो है वो 16 पीड़िताएं हैं और बाकी की संख्या मैं बता नहीं सकता।
The criminals were influential men with strong political and social connections. Most of them belonged to the Khadam families of the Ajmer Dargah. It is believed that the administration had heard about the scandal but refused to act. It was only when a young crime reporter chanced upon the nude photographs and published them as a proof in a series of articles that the government was forced to take action.
ये तय किया कि क्या हमें ये सारा मामला फोटोग्राफ के साथ छापना चाहिए और उसके बाद ये जब लगातार 3-4 दिन धारा प्रवाह छपा और अजमेर शहर में लोग मुट्ठी तान करके सड़कों पर उतर आए और उसके बाद ये एक प्रेशर डेवलप हो पाया कि कानून व्यवस्था और पुलिस और जिला प्रशासन और सरकार इस बात को लेकर झुकी.
Justice has finally been done in this case. But how many women actually became victims of this racket will perhaps never be known. 6 victims reportedly died by suicide, unable to face the humiliation. Many left Ajmer town with their families. And some perhaps have remained silent, trying to put behind them a saga of exploitation, humiliation, and pure, premeditated evil. In Jaipur, Harsha Kumari Singh, NDTV.
Now to the northeast and Tripura, which is battling massive floods amid very heavy rain for the past 3 days and rising water levels in rivers. Already 7 people have died, 3 are said to be missing as the raging flood waters. Rescuers have evacuated about 6,000 people, even as the Met Department has issued a red alert for more rain. The state government has now asked the Centre for immediate help, more teams of the NDRF to be sent there. The state is witnessing 1,200% above normal rainfall. Ratnadeep with the details.
An ambulance forcing its way through the raging floodwaters in Tripura. The tiny northeastern state is facing its worst flash floods in decades, caused by unprecedented rain, over 1,200% above normal over the past 2 days, resulting in death and destruction and widespread flooding in all 8 districts. NDRF, Assam Rifles and state forces are rescuing thousands. Over 200 teams are on the field, but more help is needed.
I have already talked to him in the morning, and the status of the state I already informed him, and I told him that please send some NDRF team as early as possible. So I heard that from Arunachal Pradesh 4 NDRF teams are coming, and another already have reached from Silchar.
The government has asked schools and colleges to remain shut till Thursday. The national highway is waterlogged and even rail link has been hit by landslides. The South Tripura and the Gomati district are the worst hit. Even in state capital Agartala and its suburbs, there is massive inundation. Hundreds are marooned.
बहुत गंभीर है अभी पानी के यहाँ पर बहुत सा आदमी बहुत तकलीफ में है।
कुछ मिला सरकार की तरफ?
नहीं, कोई कुछ नहीं, अभी तक कोई आया ही भी नहीं है, तो मिलेगा क्या?
दिक्कत है सबको, खाना वाना का भी दिक्कत है, ये सभी चीज का दिक्कत। कहाँ रह रहे हैं लोग? कुछ लोग तो गाड़ी में अपना घर बनाए, जो लेबर लोग हैं वो अपना गाड़ी में घर बनाए, और बाकी कुछ लोग जो है वो मतलब ऐसे आसपास के स्कूलों में गए हैं।
If the rain continues as forecast, Tripura will have to brace for tougher times. In Guwahati, Ratnadeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
Union Law Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal questioned the opposition's objections to lateral entry, saying it was present even during the time of Jawaharlal Nehru and Indira Gandhi. He had a point to make about the UPA's 2-time Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, saying he too benefited from lateral entry. This is in an exclusive interview to NDTV. The controversy over the UPSC advertisement for recruitment spiraling with opposition and NDA allies on the same page led to the government yesterday requesting the commission to withdraw its advertisement.
जिस तरीके से आज भारत बंद बुलाया गया, समाजवादी पार्टी, बसपा, कई ऐसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज़ हैं जो इस बंद का स्वागत कर रही हैं। सरकार ने साफ किया है SC/ST की रक्षा के हित में वो काम कर रहे हैं, और जो यू टर्न लिया गया, जो वापस लिया गया, वो कहीं ना कहीं इनके हितों में ही है, लेकिन वो नहीं मान रहे। सुप्रीम कोर्ट की भी गाइडलाइंस आई हैं, वो इसको अमान्य करार दे रहे हैं। आप किस तरीके से देखते हैं?
सरकार संवेदनशील है, इसलिए लेटरल एंट्री वाले विषय पे मैंने आपको अभी कहा कि नेहरू जी के ज़माने से लेटरल एंट्री थी, मर्जी आप जिसको ले लेते थे ये, तब तो ये क्यों नहीं बोले जी? इंदिरा जी के ज़माने में भी लेटरल एंट्री थी, राजीव गांधी जी के ज़माने में भी लेटरल एंट्री, मैं सैकड़ों उदाहरण दे दूं। डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी भी लेटरल एंट्री का ही पार्ट थे। 76 में वित्त सचिव कैसे बने वो? लेकिन मोदी जी ने इसको व्यवस्थित किया।
SC/ST OBC के हितों की रक्षा करने वाली सरकार। ज्ञापन भी दिया गया था सरकार को, उसमें सारे तमाम नेता जो थे अलग अलग पार्टी।
हाँ, ये 9 अगस्त का एक ज्ञापन था जो अनुसूचित जाति और जनजाति से संबंधित जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के MP थे, वो सब प्रधानमंत्री जी से मिले थे सुबह 10 बजे 9 अगस्त को। सत्र चल रहा था और कहा कि इसमें कंफ्यूजन कुछ लोगों ने क्रिएट कर दिया है अपोजिशन में, अब प्रचार करके, तो वो दूर होना चाहिए। तो उसके बाद उसी दिन में एक कैबिनेट की बैठक दी जिसमें ये सब दूर हुआ।
The Board of Control for Cricket in India, that's the BCCI Secretary, Jay Shah, is all set to replace incumbent Greg Barclay as the new chairman of the International Cricket Council, or ICC, is what sources have confirmed to NDTV. Barclay told ICC directors that he was not running for the post for a third time during a video conference, and this decision comes after being informed of Jay Shah's intentions to replace him in November. Shah has the backing of cricket boards from England and Australia, and thus has the numbers to be crowned as the chief of the ICC. News now from the US, and warning of a difficult fight ahead. Former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama called on the nation to embrace Kamala Harris in urgent messages to the Democratic National Convention in Chicago that were both at times hopeful and ominous. The fiery messages from two of the Democratic Party's biggest stars underscored the urgency of the moment as Harris works to stitch together a broad coalition in her bid to defeat Trump this fall. The former US First Lady Michelle Obama told the Democratic National Convention that hope is making a comeback, while Barack Obama, in a play over his past slogan, said yes, she can.
We will elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States, and Tim Walz as the next vice president of the United States. We will elect leaders up and down the ballot who will fight for the hopeful, forward-looking America we all believe in, and together we too will build a country that is more secure and more just, more equal, and more free.
Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America. My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback.
With that, time for us to slip into a short break. News updates continue right here on NDTV. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government.
Hello and welcome to The Last Word. I'm Gargi Rawat. As the protests over the Kolkata rape and murder horror have crossed 10 days over the rape and murder of a junior doctor in a medical college there, and we've seen the agitation spread across the country to other hospitals and then move beyond doctors and become a movement demanding safety for women. We've seen the Supreme Court step in, the state government as well as the centre promise action, but will we see real change on the ground? That is the big question. Now, we've seen this anger before in 2012 after the horrific gang rape in a Delhi bus, which we call the Nirbhaya case. It led to the rape laws in the country being changed. But here we are again. Since the rape and murder of the junior doctor in Kolkata, there have been several rapes and molestations reported across the country. There's been a rape and murder of a nurse in Uttarakhand. A minor was raped on a bus in Dehradun. 2 kindergarten girls were molested in their school toilet in Thane. And a sexual assault charge at a fake NCC camp in Tamil Nadu. Now, the hope is that this sustained outrage will force some change, but will it be enough? That is the question we're asking today on The Last Word.
You have levelled many allegations against the former principal of the RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital, Sandeep Ghosh. What are these allegations, if you could elaborate for us?
Yeah, I lodged a complaint before the Vigilance Commission in the year 2023. After that, also made complaint before the Anti-Corruption Bureau regarding irregularities done by the Dr. Sandeep Ghosh. First, my complaint was illegal trafficking of biomedical waste. We all know that use syringe, use saline bottle, use rubber hand gloves. These all are to be disposed as per norms after disinfection. But all this material he used to sell to Bangladeshi citizen, and one security, additional security of his named Afsar Khan was involved in this trafficking. Next, illegal trafficking, illegal selling of dead body. HOD forensic medicine complained against him for giving 5 bodies for the ENT workshop, and also the matter was lodged by the relative of the bodies. National Commission summoned him in January 2024. So all this matter, along with these irregularities, financial litigation, the complaint of financial litigation, he used to take bribe from the vendors at the rate of 20% in lieu of award of contract, work order. In spite of this, he was also involved in a Nexus racket felling of student, and for passing he charges some financial, some more amount. All these allegations I made against the Sandeep Ghosh, but no action has been taken place by the appropriate authority. Last night I went to Tala police station for lodging an FIR, but Tala police station refused to accept the FIR. I filed a criminal case against him before the Honorable High Court. The case is already registered and expected to admission hearing tomorrow.
All right, so that is a related development where my colleague Tanushka is interviewing Akhtar Ali, the former deputy superintendent of the RG Kaur Medical College, who's made these serious allegations against Dr. Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal, who's already being questioned by the CBI. He's made allegations that he engaged in extensive corruption and bribes and trafficking of biomedical waste. But this, remember, is an allegation right now, and we're waiting to hear more from the investigation in this entire matter. later. But to talk more about whether the Kolkata horror will, this outrage that we've seen that has spread across the country and become a movement, will it really bring about any change? We're joined today on the program with Saket Gokhale, Trinamool MP, Rajya Sabha, Shweta Shalini, a BJP spokesperson, Sharmishta Acharji, actor, Dr. Neelam Mohan, Senior Director of Department of Pediatric Gastroenterology at the Medanta Medicity Hospital. We're also joined by Meghna Pant, author and someone who's written on this issue about women's safety, and Dr. Ranjana Kumari, a women's activist and director, CSR, and chairperson, Women Power Connect. Thank you so much all for joining us on the program. And, this is the real question, even as we've seen these allegations emerging of corruption against the former principal of the college. The focus needs to be on the demands of the college, of the doctors, as well as safety of women. Meghna Pant, first to you, your comments on this.
Gargi, I think the only thing for me that I want to resound across our country is nothing matters except the safety of our women. And I'm seeing that justice is not being served. There is no resounding threat or liability to rapists. It seems like it is like Balatkari Bachao but Beti Na Bachao. And I've been clamoring for capital punishment for so many reasons. And I'm being shut down by humanitarians who'd rather show humanity to perpetrators instead of victims of ghastly crimes. And remember that there are 40,000 rapes taking place in our country today. I'm not interested in the political posturing. I'm not interested in the platitudes that are being said. I want justice for the women of India. And this will only come when we issue the death penalty for all rapes and give a message to every perpetrator that this will not be tolerated. Look at how long the justice system is taking. Look at the Ajmer case. 32 years later, even the Nirbhaya case, despite so much global clamoring against it, it took 8 years for some sort of justice to be met. And I don't understand why our systems are so slow and why they're stacked against the women. The women are being told of this country not to step out after 7 p.m. If you want to take any corrective action, tell the men not to step out. So why is the onus of hideous, heinous, barbaric crimes coming on the women of this country? And this will only change, Gargi, only change on a societal and legal, when the societal and legal system backs women like us, backs the daughters of our country, and creates a protective system. And this will only happen when we make sure that we warn perpetrators that this will not be tolerated. Enough is enough.
Right. Well, the laws are there. We just need, faster action to take place on the ground. Dr. Ranjana Kumari, to you, your comments on this, and also the hope is that this will lead to some change, some actual change on the ground where women can be safer in their workplaces, safer going out, without putting the onus of their safety on them, saying that no night duties for women. These are not the kind of changes that we want. We want some actual change where society sees a change.
Well, Gargi, we have been discussing on this, and as you know, whole country is now mobilized. Everywhere we are seeing the protest, and as you very rightly compared it with the time of Nirbhaya, when we all were protesting on India Gate and going across country mobilizing. Now, what changed at that time? The Verma Commission was set up. A very stringent piece of legislation was brought in with the wider consultation. We all were part of that consultation, and also, of course, the quantum of punishment was increased, and of course, it became very, very stringent. So all that happened, and then, of course, Nirbhaya's perpetrators were given punishment after so long. Now, I think what is important and what is really every time troubles me so much is the people who can provide solution, people who should look for solution, who are sitting in seat of power. They are only raising fingers to each other. You are responsible. The other one will say your government is responsible. The third one will say, no, it's not our government, it's your government which is in power responsible. I mean, women have become like political slugface casualty and are being pushed from one to the other. This thing, is this what a 4-year-old daughter of ours deserves? Is this what a 3, 4, 5, 7-year little children deserve? Is this what a doctor sitting inside the hospital deserves? And these are the people shameless, I think the first thing they should replace all these criminals within the political parties sitting in the parliament by women. If they will not do that, nobody is bothered, there's not enough pressure group, there is not enough voices of women, voices are coming, but voices are coming from people who vote these kind of people to power. Who, so many. Why not? And I'm very happy with Supreme Court taking suo moto action.
That's
but why
right.
not reform and get? Wait, just one more minute,
Sure,
Gargi.
go ahead. Go ahead.
133,000 cases are pending in the courts. Why is Supreme Court not saying today that let's get them all reviewed quickly? Let's put them through fast track. Why? Why it is only, of course, very good that the questions they have asked the government, West Bengal government, everything. But what about court's responsibility? Who's going to dispense of with justice? Who's going to really instill some kind of a fear in the minds of rapists? Who? The law, and the law is there. But if the courts are failing us, what do we do? Institutions like National Commission for Women, Human Rights Commission, Child Rights Commission, plenty of institutions from taxpayers' money that we are supporting and paying. What are these institutions doing? Who's going to fix the accountability? So people who can provide solutions are also only replying to all these political questions.
Right, ma'am, and I agree with your point. A lot of politics is happening over this, and that has been something that's been unfortunate because, there's been so much misinformation also that we've seen online. I, for one, am very glad that the Supreme Court has asked the CBI tomorrow to give an interim report because there's so many unanswered questions, and we need to know where this stands. Shweta, Shalini, what ma'am just said about the protests and the politics really hijacking what at the core of it is a demand for better safety for women. Doctors are outraged. They want better conditions, not just in the Kolkata hospital, but across the country.
Gargi, I was very happy to see your panel, except Mr. Gokhale here. It's an all-women panel, and I was hoping that I come in the end because I'm a political representative, and of course I am going to put across my party's opinion on this. But before that, I want to put in my view as a woman, as a mother, and as somebody who's been in the society, been in India, and has huge hopes from the governance of India today. Now, having said this, please understand, we've seen various incidents. One, it is important to take governance action. For example, an incident happened in Maharashtra. Almost immediately, governance has kicked in. A lot of actions have been taken at the school level. Now, the management is going to be responsible. CCTV cameras are mandatory. The management, if does not report an incident like this within a few hours, is going to be jailed, and so on and so forth. Vishaka committee is going to be installed within the school's premises as well. But if you actually look at Kolkata, you look at what the so-called ministers are doing. The ministers turn around to protesters who are people of the country who are angry, people of the state who are angry, turn around and say, oh, these are women who might be just going out with boyfriends in the name of stir. Or if somebody goes out on record to say कि उंगली उठाया ममता बनर्जी की तरफ तो उंगली तोड़ देंगे. Unfortunately for me as a woman, Mamata Banerjee is a woman who's a chief minister, and I expect more from her because if no one else, I don't expect the men to understand, but I understand a woman to understand being on the helm of affairs and jump into action immediately. But here, the Supreme Court had to come and say that look at the brutality of the incident. And it is the Supreme Court actually said that it is a moment of national catharsis because it is such a shameful incident with 16 external internal injuries and 9 external injuries. The girl was smothered right in front of our eyes, and the protesters are now about 50 protesters are inside because they were showcasing anger. The entire evidence was tampered. The bathrooms were near the seminar hall.
I think a lot of this information tomorrow will be made clear when the CBI gives its report. But Saket Gokhale, a lot of criticism for the Mamata Banerjee-led government in the state about how it was handled, the delay in filing the complaint, and this is something the Supreme Court also took up. Of course, delay by the college, by the hospital as well in handling of this entire matter.
Thank you, Ms. Rawat. First of all, I wish to clarify one point. Ms. Shalini rightly said that, this was meant to be an all-women panel, and that's what I was
No, it wasn't, and we hope men can speak as, strongly for women
that's
protection
what I wish to say.
and safety.
The reason I'm here is that it's time we stop treating rape as a women's issue. It is men who do the raping. And we need to start holding men accountable. I came here. I am a member of parliament from the state of West Bengal. Men need to be accountable. So we can't just treat this as a women's issue, number one. Number two, I quite agree with what the learned doctor said earlier. The moment politics comes into it, it muddles everything. I was very glad to hear the first two panelists, Ms. Pant and also the learned doctor, when we are looking at what could be a solution-oriented approach. It's quite upsetting that, political party spokesperson comes and starts trying to score brownie points about, how Maharashtra has been handled well and how Bengal has not been, spreading disinformation, protesters are in jail. Not true. But I want to move beyond that. I want to move beyond that because what I'm really sick of, and I've been a politician only for a year, I've been in parliament only for a year. What I'm really sick of is that women's bodies, and if you look at even incidents in Maharashtra, the bodies of children, why are they being used for settling political agendas? Can we not for once, topple a government, we're fine, we're okay with you coming and imposing precedents through, but why hijack an issue which is a genuine issue that affects women across their political leanings, across the spectrum? Why try and use that to score political brownie points? As if, my rape is less heinous than your rape, or your rape is more serious than my rape. That's not how it works. As far as having more women's voices go, the learned doctor mentioned that. Madam, the problem with that is it doesn't always work. And I'll give you an example. We had a women and child minister, Smriti Irani, for about close to 7 or 8 odd years. Not one incident that happened under her tenure did she ever think that was important to speak up, be it Hathras, be it Unnao, be it Manipur, be it any of these. We say Nirbhaya ke baad, this is the most serious incident. I mean, I feel that there have been incidents almost on a daily basis that have not been reported that are probably as gruesome and as shocking as this since the last 12 years. Because they've not been reported on TV doesn't mean they haven't happened. We saw the case in Manipur where women were paraded naked.
Absolutely, I agree with you there, Saket.
And I'll tell you, I just have 2 lines to say, Ms. Rawat, which is very simply, it's this. We need the strengthening of law enforcement. Laws are there. I'm a lawmaker, I tell you there are adequate laws to give the strictest punishment. But because law enforcement and the judicial system doesn't function, these cases go into. I'm as angry as Ms. Pant is. But the thing is, the moment you say a mandatory death penalty, I mean, these guys should be hanged. They have no right to live in society. But the problem is because hanging can only be done in what the Supreme Court calls the rarest of the rare cases. What means is the moment they get the capital punishment, these cases languish and these guys die natural death in prison, which is what we need to avoid. These cases need to be on a fast track mode, number one. Number two is what example do people in higher authority set? Look, today an example is set by the people in power, and that leads to a transformation in society. It has to come from top down. It is not going to happen from bottoms up. Today, look at our political spectrum. Look at the number of people charged with crimes against women who sit in our parliament. The ruling party has the highest number of them, according to a report that was published by PRS. About 151 legislators in all. Second thing, what and how do institutions like the National Commission for Women, NCP, how do they react? We have seen that every time there is an incident in a BJP-ruled state, the NCW is never there. But every time there's an incident in an opposition-ruled state, the NCW are the first people to reach there. Why can we not treat all? Why can't independent institutions not function independently? Why do they have to be beholden to one political party or the other? And number three, what I wish to say is political leaders, we carry a responsibility on us. Everything cannot be politics. Elections happen once in 5 years. Elections have happened. Things are done. Speak for the people. This is not the time to try and topple governments or score political brownie points. How my government. Look, there is only one perfect person in this country, and that's the non-biological prime minister. I admit in the Kolkata case, we might have been 99% right, but we have made mistakes. I will not shy away from admitting that. We could have done things better, and I will admit that. But mistakes are made by humans. The Prime Minister and his party can never make any mistake.
That's honest of you to admit that mistakes were, yes, made. The reason we compared it to the Nirbhaya moment was because this has become a movement with, doctors protesting, demanding better security. Dr. Neelam Mohan had just come in here also.
One question.
I want to move away from, the politics for a second.
Very quick question. I admit that, we could have done things better in Kolkata. Will the BJP ever admit that they could have done something better in some case against women that happened in this country?
All right, we'll come back to Shweta Shalini for more, but let's go across now to our other guest, Dr. Neelam Mohan. Your comments on this movement that has broken out, that has emerged from this horrific crime that has taken place, the security of our doctors, the security of women doctors and nurses to just go and do their duty, do their work without any fear. And hopefully, are you hopeful we'll see some change? The Supreme Court has also stepped in. A task force has also been ordered.
Like most of the women and all the doctors out there, I'm terribly devastated, sad, horrified, haunted all the time when I think about what has happened. Though my other speakers have been talking about the rapes and other political issues, what I want to bring about this case, which is so distinct, is here is a woman who's doing her work on a duty, and the workplace is supposed to be as secure as next to home, and there she has to endure this brutal crime. So this is very unique and can't be compared to the other rape cases, etc. This, and what as a doctor initially which disturbed us was it was all the doctors who came out protesting against this, and it's not, I mean, we've been called as doctors next to God, etc. When we saw the COVID times, how doctors go out and they're putting their lives into danger and trying to help out to others. And no way this girl deserved this. Of course, the POSH Act in 2013 brought some rules and regulation about the responsibility of the employer to ensure that the safety. So I think it is time. I want to be the voice for all the doctors, the IMA doctors, the IAP doctors, and it's time that we get the Central Act for safety of doctors and hospital. It's absolutely the need of the day. It's been ages we've been talking about, dissecting, debating, all these issues, but it's time now to say enough is enough. Here is a group of people, doctors, health workers, who are going out to help and putting their life at risk also with infections, etc. And it is time, and I'm very hopeful with this movement. Thanks to everybody out there. Please, this movement should not die now, and we should ensure that we get this Central Act. And I'm very happy that the Supreme Court has at least put in a national task force, which I'm sure will bring out these issues to justice, not only to this lady, but all the people out there who need this justice.
Absolutely, and ensure safety for other doctors. Sarmishra Charji, as a young woman on this panel here, this whole outrage and this movement has moved beyond doctors for all women. The right to work safely, and hopefully we can sustain this outrage and bring some change in society, isn't it?
I just want to say one thing, that if we are going somewhere to work, it is considered that that place is also a second home. So we should feel safe over there because we are going there on a daily basis to work. So if we are not feeling safe there, and this doctor who got raped and murdered there where she was working, it is horrible. It is disgusting. And everybody, if we go on walk and march and stuff and all this, it's not going to work out like that. People who are powerful, who has got the power to do anything, they need to do it. It's not me, you, or anyone else who can take a step. Just hang them till death. That's it. Once you do it, at least they will be scared of doing it. I don't know whether it will be completely gone or not, but at least they will be scared of doing it, because the incident that happened here in Kolkata is horrible. So we all, everybody, especially we women, we want to feel safe. That's it. That's all I can say for now.
All right, such a simple demand. We just want to feel safe. Women want to feel safe. Yes, Shweta Shalini, yes, your response.
Gargi ji, I just heard Mr. Gokhale long speech, which was laden with huge political duplicity and hypocrisy. I wanted to tell Sharmishta, she was saying that we just want to feel safe. I'm with you. We really want to feel safe. But what do we do with people like Mr. Gokhale, who says, yes, we committed mistakes, we could have done things better, yet he goes out and his government goes out and gives promotion to the principal of the college, Arjikar College, and gives him the most prestigious medical college in Kolkata, and almost awards him as if he's done a great job. Yes, I wanted to remind him there are other incidents, and Sandesh Khali is one of them. Bardhaman is another one. Also, I wanted to remind you, you spoke about Modi ji, but I want to talk about this huge model of Ladki Hoon, Lad Sakti Hoon, which basically talks about a model where you conveniently have amnesia on say, a Hathras.
Right, ma'am, but the point is it shouldn't be, rape in this state is played up, rape in that state is not played up. As the man on my panel full of, women speakers, Saket, last word to you, Saket Gokhale, your response to that, and yes, we're all waiting to find out what the CBI says tomorrow. There's so many questions about this particular case, and hopefully there will be some clarity tomorrow in the Supreme Court.
Honestly, my only response to this will be that I refuse to take the politicking on this too seriously, because that is going to keep happening. That should not make us lose focus of what needs to be done in this country. The ruling party at the center, the BJP, will never admit they make any mistakes. Until we admit that there has been a mistake, there cannot be a solution. On our part, we have looked at, yes, the principal's transfer was not right. I'll admit that. It wasn't right. And we learn from these mistakes. But the first step towards making an amend or making a correction is admitting that there has been a mistake. The problem is the Prime Minister for the last 10 years, the ruling party at the center, thinks they can make no mistakes. All they want to do is point fingers at the others. I wish them well. That is entirely their calling, and the people will answer them. But yes, we do. And as the lady rightly said as well, the one speaking before me, people in positions of power have to be more responsible, have to be more accountable. I, on my part, as a lawmaker, promise that I will. I promise that my party will be. And these issues go beyond politics. These issues are there a systemic problem. This didn't start yesterday. It did not start.
We'll have to leave it there, but you're absolutely right, Saket Gokhale. It is a systemic problem, societal problem, and hopefully with this outrage, we can sustain this and bring some change on the ground. Thank you all for joining us. Sorry, we're completely out of time now, but thank you for joining us. And tomorrow, a big day, as the Supreme Court will take up the matter again. The CBI will submit its probe report. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. News continues right here on NDTV.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative.
Good evening and welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom, broadcasting live from Kiev in Ukraine on an important day when Prime Minister Narendra Modi has travelled to Poland. He's going to be over here as well on part 2 of his visit, a short visit to Ukraine at a time when the focus of the world is very much on this country. Tens of thousands of lives have been lost in the war between Russia and Ukraine. Does Prime Minister Modi have an out-of-the-box solution which could be offered to President Volodymyr Zelensky, which could perhaps bring down the killing over here? I'm at the Maidan Square in the heart of Ukraine, in the heart of Kiev itself. 2 years back when I was reporting from here, there wouldn't have been so many flags, perhaps just a dozen odd flags behind me. But there are thousands of flags behind me, each one commemorating a soldier who has been killed in this battle. And there have been so many. There are pictures of these soldiers as well, photographs behind me. It is a very, very difficult sort of situation in being over here and considering the loss of life that this entire region has incurred. Well, a little while earlier on today, I had a conversation with a soldier who's been rehabilitated, a soldier who was badly injured in the Battle of Bakhmut. That's one of the most intense battles that have been fought in this war since the Second World War. He's paralyzed waist down, but his story is a story of real inspiration. That comes up next, and then our discussion on whether Prime Minister Modi's visit can actually result in something positive in this country.
For more than 900 days, the world has seen one of the most horrific wars since the Second World War. 2 years ago, we were here, reporting the aftermath of the Russian invasion.
How these people were actually killed. Were they executed? Many executions have been reported over here in Bucha. Are there marks of torture as well? This will also be examined.
Evidence of torture, rape, assault and fierce battles, resulting in a Russian defeat north of Kiev. On Thursday, the 24th of February 2022, the Russians had come in with a plan, regime change, in a matter of 3 days. Instead, their logistics lines were destroyed and they ended their offensive on Kiev. But the war shifted elsewhere, ups and downs, stirring Ukrainian successes followed as quickly by Russian gains. As the war stretched on, the casualty count soared. Tens of thousands of Ukrainians and Russians killed, millions displaced, a future uncertain.
The pretty streets of Kiev behind me betray what is actually taking place in this country. When we came in over here this morning by train, there were air raid sirens. A familiar sound over here, something we heard even 2 years back when the war first started out. Just in the last couple of weeks, Ukraine has launched a major incursion into Russia in the Kursk region, that's well to the north of where we are, at a time when Russian forces continue to probe westwards from the Donetsk and Lugansk region. Further south, there's a different kind of fighting that's taking place. Ukrainian forces have been hitting targets in Crimea, while their naval drones have been taking out Russian warships. All in all, 900 plus days of this war having started, there are no signs of it coming to an end.
In the south, though, Ukrainian seaborne drones have decimated the Russian fleet, pushing them back to harbor. The balance of power in the Black Sea is with Ukraine now. One of the most devastating wars fought in Ukraine was the battle to control the town of Bakhmut, a horrific infantry battle which saw drones, rockets, and missiles decimate both sides. Human bodies were putty in the face of the incoming ordnance. Today we met a soldier paralyzed waist down after being at the receiving end of a Grad rocket attack. He's an inspiration for many. At this center in the National University of Ukraine, several soldiers who faced the brunt of the attacks are being rehabilitated. This center has produced countless Olympic champions for this country. For more than the last 2 years, we've seen tens of thousands of soldiers injured in the fight between Russia and Ukraine. Ukrainian soldiers have suffered immensely. They've been involved in some of the heaviest fighting that we've seen anywhere since the Second World War. Some of them have been paralyzed. We're meeting a very special person, Vadim, with us. Now, Vadim is very special for many reasons. Not only was he injured in Bakhmut, one of the most horrific battles since the Second World War, he's got both of his sons who are also soldiers in the Ukrainian army. Vadim, you were fighting where?
Bakhmut.
Only in Bakhmut or in other areas?
Ні, тільки Бахмут.
Only that.
Да, тільки Бахмут. Київ, потім Бахмут.
First in Kiev and then Bakhmut.
Yeah.
Бахмут.
Yes.
The fighting in Bakhmut has been described as some of the most difficult since the Second World War. Can you describe it to us?
Okay. Говорять, що битва під Бахмутом була сама жорстока після Другої світової війни. Можете описати її?
Я вам так скажу, війна це зовсім це пекло, ну, взагалі всюди. Війна це пекло. Тому не можна сказати, що Бахмут це було там.
Okay. So
Це зовсім, да, війна це зовсім.
I just have to admit.
Так, де б вона не відбувалася, це зло. І пекло всюди пекло. Тому не можна розділяти, що Бахмут – це пекло, а Запоріжжя чи Херсон, що то ні. Війна – це зовсім всюди, пекло.
Same product?
Да.
Okay, so we should admit that war is like a hell and that it's horrible just everywhere. There is no sense to split Bakhmut from Zaporizhia or anywhere else. So that's just hell everywhere.
How were you hit?
Okay, як вас поранили?
Накрило градом.
Okay, so that was the attack by the missile.
А, більше інформації?
So, as you wish, як хочете.
Ні, як, накрило градом і ударна хвиля кинула мене, і я вдарився головою в бліндаж і втратив свідомість.
Oh, wow, so just the case of injury was like that. So the Grad missile hit him, and then there was this air wave which blew him away on the wall, right? And as a result, he just fainted, and because he hit his head, right?
As you don't have control over your legs anymore, right?
Okay, ви більш не можете контролювати свої ноги, так?
Ну, на жаль, так.
Unfortunately.
Да, на жаль. Ну, 50% лікарів кажуть,
Шанси є.
Шанси є, так. Я собі 100% кажу, що шанси є. Тому я працюю для того, щоб піти, і це, якщо за мене це ніхто не зробить, якщо я не буду працювати над собою, то я дійсно не піду, якщо я лягу і буду лежати. Тому ми власним приводом для цього це все робимо, для того, щоб показати, що це не втрата життя, це інший, інший етап життя, з котрим треба, змиритися і рухатись вперед, що це не є приговор. Це, так, тому це...
Well, actually, the doctors say it's 50-50 chance that he will get better.
I'm sure you
does. But actually, Vadim is sure 100%, and for this reason, he is doing his best, right? Well, he says that the new stage of his life, not just, something that cannot be changed. And with his example, he shows to other soldiers, right, that things can be done for better, right? So he's quite optimistic here.
You're smiling, and you're positive.
Так.
How important is mental strength for a soldier in your situation?
Наскільки важлива ментальна сила, здоров'я для солдата в вашій ситуації?
На 100%.
So 100%
Так,
important.
100%. Чому? Тому що першим здається не тіло, а розум. Якщо розум здається, то тіло працювати не буде. Тому 100% треба,
So the first which defeats is the brain, is your mind, right? So if your brain and mind doesn't work, nothing works, right? So he believes that optimism is the key to success.
Are young soldiers who have also been injured inspired by him?
Окей, а чи молоді солдати, які також були травмовані, надихаються вами?
Так, сам. В мене, щоб ви розуміли, син зі мною пішов 19 років.
Well,
Він зараз також після... В нього 3 тяжких поранення. У мене 2, в нього 3 тяжких поранення, і зараз він пішов 19, зараз йому 21.
Oh, well, actually, Vadim says that he has his son, who was only 19 when he volunteered to go as a soldier, and he was injured 3 times, right, so far, but now he's 21 and he's trying to recover, to rehabilitate. So yeah, we cannot but move forward.
So father and son, both soldiers.
That's right, and they have one more son who is in service right now, so on the front line. Yes, wow.
Elsewhere, Ukrainian armed forces veterans are being trained in cyber sport. It keeps them occupied at a time when there is so much uncertainty about their futures. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Well, joining us now, a very special panel of guests looking at where Ukraine stands at this juncture and whether this visit can actually make a difference. Dr. Mridula Ghosh, Associate Professor at the oldest university in Ukraine, joins me now. Glenn Carl, former Deputy National Intelligence Officer for Transnational Threats, a career CIA officer, joins me from the United States, and former Foreign Secretary Shashank. Thanks so very much for being with us. Mridula, let me come to you first. Are you optimistic, hopeful about the visit of Prime Minister Modi?
Certainly everyone is hopeful, because first I am hopeful because this sets a new level in our relations. Ukraine became independent in 1991 from the Soviet Union. Since then, there hasn't been any prime minister's visit here. Only 2 presidents visited, President Shankar Dayal Sharma in 1993, and then in 2005, President Abdul Kalam. So, from the political standpoint, the level of relationship is definitely going to open a new chapter. That's what is, everyone will say that. Anybody from the point of protocol, from the point of bilateral relations, everything. So, that way, it opens definitely a different chapter. And it's a new beginning. I wouldn't say good or bad, but it's definitely a turning point.
Sure. Ambassador Shashank, what out of the box, open up your, your crystal gazing ball and tell us, from all those decades of experience, what is that out of the box solution that the Prime Minister can bring to this country?
Prime Minister Modi, as the leader of India, can say things which many other people may not be able to say. For example, he was able to tell President Putin that this is not the era of war and one should try to find a peaceful diplomatic solution. The same way, he has been able to join the Quad with reference to threats against the Asian countries from China, and especially on India. But at the same time, when China kept saying that India is joining Asian NATO, India said, look, we'll settle our own disputes with China. We don't want to make it into a kind of a multilateral situation. So I'm quite sure that Prime Minister will carry this kind of a message, that you can keep your independence of action, of thought, without necessarily turning into a multilateral joint venture. So I think he would be able to say these things more freely. Secondly, I think since there is a Western perception that Prime Minister Modi, in getting closer to President Putin, they are both becoming very irresponsible leaders, and India is an irresponsible country. Modi is an irresponsible leader. So I think he would be able to correct that impression, which is very, very important from the perspective of the Indian people. So I think he would be doing things for Europe, if he can carry the message of peace, and the Indian perception. And at the same time, he will be able to tell the Indian people that he is able to go for peace and not necessarily just go along with President Putin to help him, encourage him to mount more attacks on Ukraine.
Sure. Ambassador, I just wanted to go across to Glenn Carl. Glenn, it just seems that both Ukraine and Russia continue to have a stomach to fight, and it's brinkmanship at this level. Is that your sense as well, that who actually can outlast the other side when it comes to putting soldiers on the battlefield?
I think that is the case right now, in particular with the incursion or invasion by Ukraine into Russia. I think also pretty clearly President Putin has indicated by his actions, really, more than by his statements, that he has been waiting for the result of the American election in the hope, which I'm sure he's trying to facilitate, that Donald Trump is reelected, in which case he is relatively confident that he could see NATO fractured and American support ended for Ukraine. But that is less probable than it was a month ago. But until the election, neither side has any real interest in even starting significant feelers. With one qualification I'll put on that. I did think that the prisoner exchange between the United States and Russia, which involved a number of other NATO members, European states too, that there was the slightest of hints by Putin that yes, the war is going on, but negotiation between us, the West and Russia, is possible, which indicated to me there was a chance of the beginning of negotiations sometime at the end of the year. But I don't think so now.
Yeah. Mridula, how does this end?
What does it end? Which? The war?
The war.
The war has to end someday, you know. The war will end with peace, definitely. But what kind of peace? That is what the Ukrainians worry about. Will it be a just peace? And, you know, President Zelensky put forward this 10-point plan for the G20 summit in Indonesia, Bali. And after that, it has been the most talked over thing all over the place, and we have had diplomats, analysts commenting on it. There are several segments of this plan, and the best idea of this plan is that countries can choose the topics they want to choose. The first is nuclear security, food security. The first 5 points of the plan deal with the whole of humanity. When Ukraine puts its own very core interests to the last, you know, like retribution, like territorial integrity and all those issues. And I believe that the international community, together with our Prime Minister Modi, has already said, reiterated time and again that it is the territorial integrity and sovereignty and the UN Charter will be respected. So taking those mantra, even if we take them, you know, and look at the real politics on the ground, that, you know, there's a stalemate. Now you have the Kurds going in of the Ukrainians, and now you have certain stalemates, certain advances by the Russians. So there is definitely, to quote Mr. Modi, the battlefield is not the solution. Even putting soldiers, it will not end. So therefore, we need to seek a different solution. And what will the definite solution be? That also, of course, you know, I believe that Prime Minister Modi, perhaps with a number of other powers, not him alone, could somehow forge an alliance which could bring to the table a very good analysis of this 10-point plan.
Ambassador Shashank, you know, at one level, this seems to be also an effort at telling countries around the world that you can think what you want about Indian foreign policy, but we'll do what we feel is right. So on the one hand, you've got Modi visiting Moscow. On the other hand, a few weeks later, he's over here in Ukraine, or he will be here shortly. What is there a message in that?
One message has been that lead has been taken by countries like China, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, Brazil, in coming out with solutions of their own from the global south or from the Asian continent about bringing peace in Europe. I think Prime Minister Modi wanted to convey that India is also for peace. India is willing to take a lead. Earlier having been the G20 summit venue in Delhi. So I think that was a very successful one. So it's not just a global south that he's representing, but he wants to bring about real peace in Europe. And if more and more countries in Europe feel that American elections might bring about a situation as we saw in Afghanistan, there was a sudden departure of the Afghan troops, US troops from Afghanistan, we should not see something like this in Ukraine, where the American support is finished totally immediately after the American elections in November. So therefore, what countries like India are trying to say that, well, one must try to find a solution. Of course, there should be a meeting ground from both sides, and the European countries should suggest to Ukraine what will be a doable thing. And then perhaps one can see how Russia and other countries can also go along with that solution. But if in case the feeling is that this is the time to go for the maximum gains of the war, because one side or the other side is gaining momentum, then I think then, of course, it's for the countries themselves to decide what they want to do.
Yeah. Glenn Carl, a final question to you. How closely is Ukraine's fight linked to the Democrats winning the election in the United States?
I think it's quite linked to it, since there's less talk today in the campaign right now in the United States about Donald Trump's associations and links to Russia, but I've spoken in public about them for a decade, and as have many others. And Trump has made clear that if he's elected, that America will become profoundly isolationist and will leave Ukraine in the lurch, and he will welcome whatever Vladimir Putin seeks to do. And I think the discussion about there's a peace effort, or this could help balance things by Mr. Modi's visit to Ukraine, I think really misses the point. His visit to Ukraine is to serve Indian interests, and those interests are to counterbalance his visit to Moscow. And in so doing, he might take a little bit of the disfavor that is in the thoughts of Western nations at no cost to him. And talking about how peace is desirable is nice, but that's a little bit like saying, well, okay, there's been a rape, but you just have to sort of accept the fact that the rapist will stay in your bed, and that's okay.
Well, I'd like to thank you all very much for being with us and offering that perspective ahead of the visit of the Prime Minister to Kiev, a short visit, less than 10 hours as I understand it. But earlier on today, I did speak to the deputy head of Ukraine's parliament for his views and the sense that Ukrainians are getting on what might happen with the visit of India's Prime Minister. Listen in. The visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Ukraine is one that's being watched very closely all across the world, certainly over here in Ukraine. We're joined now by a very special guest. Alexander Kornienko is the first deputy chairperson of the Ukrainian Parliament. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us. Are you looking forward to the visit of Prime Minister Modi?
Of course, we wait this very historical visit for our country, and I think not only for our bilateral relationship, but even for all over the world.
Ukraine has always spoke about the importance of European security and joining the European Union. How is that still a big priority for Kiev?
It's our biggest priority, joining and accession to EU. It's our biggest and the main priority right now. I'm member of negotiation team of our country, like representative of our parliament on high level. And every day we have meetings, calls, different discussion inside our country. And of course, when the Euro Commission will return from vacation, our process will be very active. We have very huge ambitions to go through this pathway of accession, not in 10 years, not in 20 years, of course, maybe in 5 years, and 2, 3, 5 years. Of course, a very important part of our integration to EU, our accession, will be security issue. Yes. We understand that for EU, it's start to be very, very sensitive question last years because of this full-scale invasion Russia to Ukraine, but because also about the security situation in the world.
Yeah.
The world is not so calm.
But NATO is also a key point, and Ukraine has always wanted to be a part of NATO. You've said it on many occasions.
We want.
But see, that crosses that red line as far as Russia is concerned, which is why people like us in India worry that it might result in more violence. How do you balance your security needs with that real worry that it crosses a red line?
We observe, I think your people also observed this fact that after starting a full-scale invasion, not NATO become more close to Russia because Finland and Sweden access to NATO, and what Putin wanted, I don't know, but we know result. Yeah, NATO became more united. NATO became more active. NATO became more helpful for Ukraine, for example, for last year. And of course, I think in a modern actual world, in framework of international law, it's impossible that one country can, point to other country what you need to do. You need to go to NATO. You don't need to go to NATO. What is it? What is it about?
Yeah.
It's our choice of our people, of Ukrainians. 88% supported NATO, in 5% in favor, bigger than to EU, for example.
Yes.
That's very interesting. And it's will be choice of NATO countries, of their population, of their elites. And I think our level of collaboration with NATO and our level of making some future plans, very, very huge right now, and for last years also.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate speaking to us. Well, there you have it, a great sense of anticipation ahead of the visit of the Prime Minister. Will there be any out-of-the-box solutions? Will there be a peace which finally ends or comes in this country, ending the war? That's what people around the world, certainly people here in Ukraine, want at any cost. Well, it's time now for us to take a short break. I'll be back tomorrow at 9 p.m. bringing you live updates and discussions and our deep focus on the Ukraine war. What lies ahead? Will the visit of the Prime Minister, which comes up in a couple of days, really make a change over here? Can we even hope to think that that would be the case? A lot of special in-depth reports from Ukraine, a country we've covered very, very closely indeed during the war. But for now, this short break, my colleague Tanima Biswas with a very special discussion on lateral entry into the UPSC process. That's up in the next few minutes.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from
Hello and welcome, and today we are doing a special broadcast but based on a controversy which has in fact been doing the rounds over the past 48 hours or so. Now, at the center of the latest flashpoint between government and opposition is the scheme of lateral entry. Government has backtracked from the advertisement which it put out recently for posts of for 45 appointments to be made via lateral entry. Now, this backtracking took place after opposition as well as several key NDA allies raised concerns about no provision of reservation and also the large number of appointments being considered via the lateral entry scheme this time. But what we are focusing on today is on the principle behind the scheme. What is lateral entry? And are there merits or demerits to this entire scheme? Now, if we look at some of the top appointments which have been made by lateral entry over the years, and some of those names flashing on your screens right now, Manmohan Singh, we have of course got Nandan Nilekani, Raghuram Rajan, Bimal Jalan, Kaushik Basu, Arvind Virmani, and Monte Kahluwalia. These are just some of the names, and these names are not just limited to the UPA era. There have in fact been several people who have been brought in via this scheme under the Modi government as well. Now, these are people, some of these names are people who have made exceptional contributions. Keeping politics aside, is the scheme actually beneficial for the civil services? That's what we are discussing at this point. Now, joining me to discuss this further, I am joined on the panel by Dr. Jayaprakash Narayan, former member of the ARC Administrative Reforms Commission and also founder of the Lok Satta Party. Joining me also is Sudhir Krishna, former IAS and former Secretary in the Ministry of Urban Development. And I'm also hoping to be joined by Sajjan Kumar, political analyst on the show. Now, before we start, we just want to take our viewers through what is lateral entry. If I can just put up that graphics on the screen for our viewers. What is lateral entry scheme? This is essentially a recruitment which is done from outside traditional civil services. Cadre and candidates are hired on contract for 3 to 5 years. There's recruitment to fill mid and senior level positions. And also there's an aim to address the complex policies through external experts who are being brought in. If this is essentially the principle of lateral entry, what is lateral entry that we are looking at? If I can bring in Jayaprakash Narayan right now on the first question that we are asking. According to you, sir, what is the benefit of this particular scheme? Because I believe you are in support of it.
Anima, our civil service recruitment at the national level is pretty good, as good as it can be. It's amazing that UPSC is doing such a wonderful job. But the problem is after joining service, the incentives are not aligned in favor of the best performance. For instance, there are 3 problems. One, there is no specialization. Anybody can be posted anywhere practically, particularly in states and increasingly in Government of India also. That means without domain expertise, you are expected to deal with very complex challenges of modern era in a country of 1.4 billion people. It's absurd. The second is, there is no competition for key positions. There's a monopoly for some services like the IAS for all the key positions. Certainly, many of them are serving with great distinction. But there's a lot more talent outside in other services or in the rest of the country, in the market. And the country deserves the best to serve the country, to give the best outcomes. Now, once you create a monopoly for a certain group of people on the basis of recruitment, then you will not get the best outcomes. The third is time-bound promotions. Though notionally there is some empanelment procedure, there is some confidential report system and evaluation. In reality, almost everybody who joins reaches the top without any hindrance. That's why you have inflation of grades. You have chief secretaries, 10, 12 chief secretary rank officers in states. You have Hazar DGPs rank officers in the states. We made a mockery of it. In the process, between the mediocre and the best, there is no distinction. You can pick up anybody of your choice. So one of the solutions, not the only one, is to how to bring the best talent in the country into government parallelly at a sufficiently high level after we know the degree of expertise, their experience, and their outcomes so far, their performance. And that's what ARC suggested, of which I was a member. While this report was published after I resigned as member, I completely endorsed that. Actually, I was more radical. I wanted every officer of joint secretaries rank and above that to be notified for competition from within the government and outside the government, so that there is no monopoly of any service after a certain level. But the commission has gone halfway there, and the government tried to implement, and because of the reservation issue, I think for the time being, they have not taken it back.
Right. Reservation issue is, of course, the point which is being raised by political parties, opposition as well as some of the NDA allies, as we mentioned. But on this show, we are looking at what exactly, if we keep the politics apart just for a few moments, is there much to criticize in this scheme? Because it is a well-intentioned scheme. A lot of people agree with that. Mr. Sudhir Krishna, if I can bring you in as well, I believe that you also think that the scheme per se is not a bad idea, although you are against the recruitment for certain positions. Is that correct? And if you can explain your position about why you object to this.
See, governance in our country is more complicated than probably any other country. We are a democracy. Population-wise, we can compare with China, but the China governance framework is quite different than ours. So we can compare ourselves with the USA to some extent, but the USA, the states and the municipalities are thoroughly empowered. And in our case, the municipalities and panchayats are rarely empowered. So these are, but they have a lot of role to perform. So this governance framework makes it a different requirement for government positions, number one. Number two, in government, we have to understand the structure. You start with section officer, under secretary, then go to deputy secretary, director, and then joint secretary, then additional secretary, ministers, and so on. And we have bodies like planning commission and so on. Now the joint secretary is at the upper middle level. He is not head of the ministry's bureaucracy, and he is something like a colonel in a colonel in a brigade of the company of army. You cannot change a captain of a unit of the army. You cannot change a lieutenant colonel of the battalion just from outside. You cannot bring that. It doesn't work that way. So but you can get a minister from outside, which we are getting. We are not getting a defense minister who is invariably. Sometimes we have, but we normally we don't have a minister of defense who is an expert in defense matter, who is a former defense service officer. So there is generalist cadre is very much required in general, number one. And number two, the joint secretary's position is the in hub and spoke model. The joint secretary is the hub, and I tell you what are the spokes for him. The spokes are multifarious. One is the states. He has to interact, negotiate with the states. No government of India's program or mission can succeed unless the mission in charge is able to have a kind of equivalence and equilibrium and a vibrant equilibrium with the state governments, his counterparts. That is number two. Then other spokes are parliamentary committees are there, parliament itself is there, C and AG is there, and at the back of the mind of the officer who is handling the program, division head, the joint secretary is the head of a division. He has to also keep in mind what is happening in the field, the district, what is the formation of the governance at the field district level, what is the role of panchayat and municipalities, and so on and so forth. The whole complexity has to be kept in mind, understood. And it is not like you publish a research paper, wonderful research paper in international journals, and then you become an expert, and then you become a good joint secretary. I mean, it doesn't work that way. You can get such a person as a specialist advisor in planning commission. You can get, and there are advisors in the ministry. And I tell you one more thing, Government of India has got specialized services, Indian Economic Service, Indian Foreign Service, Indian Police Service, Indian Forest Service. These are not ordinary services. We cannot say they are run-of-the-mill services. You look at the people who come into those services. They are many, good number of them are graduates from IIT, IIMs, and equivalent institutions, and so on, PhDs, whatnot. And there is a training program. There is a program to upgrade the skill of the officers. Should we not give attention to what arrangements are there? Should we always try to ignore what is going on, what improvements are required in the present system, and try to make a quick fix and patchwork? This patchwork is going to collapse. It is not only collapse, it is going to harm the system internally. This whole lateral arrangement, lateral entry in a large scale at the upper middle level, it is going to hurt the system almost irreparably, I tell you, if it continues. It is very dangerous thing. Yes, you bring top level positions. As I said, advisors you get, no harm. And you must get, rather, I will say we must get advisors, subject matter expert, but not at the level of advice. Just like I said, a commander, a unit commander cannot be from outside in army. You can never get it. He has to be from the army only.
Okay. Right. Let me bring in Sajjan Kumar as well. Mr. Krishna has made that point that while in at the top levels, maybe we can bring in lateral entrance, so to speak, or domain experts as advisors, but in the mid-level, it does not work. Sajjan Kumar, what are your opening comments as far as the pros and cons of lateral entry scheme is concerned?
Look, the framework of this sort of argument relies on the basic argument which was given at the time of independence, because even in the Constituent Assembly, there is a context wherein Patel was more in favor of the continuation of the same civil services. And the